So, hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto escaped leaf to another world and came back for revenge. If you guys enjoy this, what if? Comment down below. So without wasting time, let's start the video. Naruto ran as fast as he could, tears streaming down his face, sobs escaping him every few seconds. All he'd ever wanted was to be respected, to become Hokage and to be acknowledged by the villagers, but it seems that it just wasn't meant to be. Stupid Konoha, stupid villagers. After everything I went through to get that bastard back, this is how they repay me. He raged as he jumped from tree to tree, going deeper into the forest, away from Konoha. Stupid Sakura, she didn't even care that I almost dies keeping my stupid promise. Flashback. The tired and injured Uzumaki Naruto could be seen approaching the village of Konohagakure, the unconscious form of Uchiha Sasuke slung over his shoulder. While Naruto was completely covered in many scrapes and cuts, not to mention the giant hole in his chest, the traitor Uchiha was only a little bit banged up from their fight. Despite his state, Naruto was grinning proudly, he'd done it, he'd beaten the great Uchiha Sasuke, now everyone would rejoice and cheer his name. Even as he approached the gates he could see many of the villagers and his beloved Sakura-chan waiting for them, they would have to respect him now, after seeing that he, the dead last, defeated the mighty Uchiha. He couldn't wait. Hey Sakura-chan, I kept my prom. Naruto began in a cheerful tone, but he was interrupted by one of his oldest acquaintances, someone he met often as a child while walking through the village, good old Mr. Rock to the head. Damn you demon, look what you've to the last of the Uchiha. Screamed the villager who thrown. In his dazed state, Naruto could— Stupid Naruto Baka, I asked you to bring him back to me, not try to kill him. I guess you really are a demon, why can't you just die and leave us all in peace? She screeched, holding Sasuke tightly and rushing towards the hospital. Naruto could feel the tears welling up in his eyes as he surveyed the angry mob before him, he could clearly notice the faces of many he knew, like Kakashi and the other Jonin senseis, that had returned from their missions while the retrieval team was gone, Ino, Tenten and even Hinata. All of them were among the mob that was shouting for his blood, drawing their weapons, now that Sakura and Sasuke were no longer in the line of fire, this was the scene that greeted an angry Tsunade and Jiraiya. What the hell is going on here? Screamed the enraged Hokage, her fist clenching in anger. Kakashi appeared to be the only one brave enough to answer her. Hokage-sama, that. Seeing the look in her eyes he chose to play it safe. Naruto has grievously injured Sasuke, his teammate, clearly this is proof that the Kyuubi is in control, he needs to be punished for his actions. Hearing this from his own sensei, Naruto felt like he'd just taken another Chidori through the heart. First Sakura-chan and now Kakashi-sensei. I thought we were a team, a family, but it looks like even they think I'm a demon. Yeah, he needs to learn his place, how dare he hurt Sasuke like that. Ino screeched, regaining her mettle after hearing Kakashi. This served to incense the rest of the mob, and they all began shouting once more. Yeah, kill the demon. Let's teach him a lesson. He needs to learn his place. With each uttered line, Naruto felt more and more pain pierce through his chest, like his heart was being ripped apart, he just couldn't take it anymore. Enough. Screamed Tsunade, flaring her chakra and silencing the mob. The Uchiha was a traitor, he betrayed us to join Orochimaru. Naruto was well within his rights to use force, if I was in his place, I would have just saved everyone the trouble and killed the prick then and there. Turning to Naruto she smiled and continued on. Come on Naruto, let's get you to the hospital and have that wound looked at. No, the smaller blonde replies, eyes burning with defiance. What? Tsunade asked in surprise, completely caught off guard by his reply. I said no, I'm done, I quit. After everything I've done for this village, after 13 years to get over their losses, they still see me as the Kyuubi. I don't care anymore, I quit. Naruto shouted. Throwing a final glare at the mob, a glare with enough hate and anger to cause a few to stumble back, even the ninja in the crowd, he turned around and ran off. Turning to the mob, Tsunade gave them a death glare of her own and whispered just loud enough for them to hear, I hope you're all happy now. The mob quailed under her glare and she could only snort in disgust before turning to Jiraiya. Follow after him pervert, make sure he's okay and bring him back when he's calmed down. Sure thing Tsunade Haim, Jiraiya replied, grinning confidently. But that they both jumped away, one towards the village and the other into the forest. There was a moment of silence before the mob broke out in cheers, a few dancing excitedly while the rest jumped for joy. Hooray. The demons are finally gone, we're finally safe again. They cheered, smiling happily. No. Immediately the cheering stopped as they all looked at who spoke, it was Kakashi. What do you mean Kakashi-senpai? The demon's finally gone. Asked one of the Chunin. Didn't you hear the Hokage? Jiraiya is just going to bring the demon spawn back unless we do something about it. Kakashi growled, turning and stalking towards the hospital, one of his students was injured after all. In the wake of the copy nin's comment, 4 of the elite Jonin shared a glance H and nodded, taking off into the forest in search of Naruto. Flashback end. Landing on a thin branch several few miles from the village, Naruto sat down to take a break and wait for his wounds to heal. After all, it's quite difficult to run with a fist-sized hole in your chest. The second he relaxed, there was a tug at the back of his mind, and the blonde found himself slipping into unconsciousness. Within the seal, a few minutes ago. The Kyuubi no Kitsune, sensing his host's emotions, was extremely curious, not because he could sense the emotions, but because he could sense high levels of anger and hate. Considering just who his host is, this was a bit of a shock. His curiosity getting the better of him, Kyuubi allowed a tendril of his chakra to leak out of the seal, allowing him to tap into and view his host's memories of the last 30 minutes. As he finished viewing the memories, Kyuubi couldn't help but smirk in satisfaction. How very interesting, perhaps I can use this to my advantage. Oh, yes, the time of my ascension approaches, maybe the Gaki brat will be willing to make a deal, now that he is no longer bound to that pathetic hovel. The demon chuckled, devious plans flashing through his mind one at a time. With a plan in mind, one that he knew his host just wouldn't refuse, Kyuubi sent out a second tendril to connect with Naruto's senses, allowing him to view the world through his host's eyes. As he noticed his host taking a break, the demon wrapped his chakra around Naruto's mind and tugged, forcefully pulling his host into the seal. With Naruto. As he opened his eyes, Naruto could only sigh as he was met with the sight of the rundown sewer that he'd come to as his mindscape. Great, just fucking great, I so do not need this right now. Ugh, let's go see what the almighty fox in a box wants now. With that he stomped down the familiar path to his left, angrily making his way through the sewer until he entered the large spacious room that housed the Kyuubi. Alright bastard fox, what do you want? I'm not in the mood for any of your shit right now. Naruto snarled, stomping right up to the large cage that kept the demon at bay. Ha 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 ha, I see that you still refuse to treat me with the respect I deserve. Kyuubi chuckled, an odd occurrence as the demon was usually pissed each time they met. You're damn right I do, now hurry up and tell me what you want, if you haven't noticed yet I'm kind of on the run and I don't have time to waste. Naruto replied, ignoring the demon's odd mood. Straight to business eh? Fine then, I called you here to make a deal Kyuubi replied, causing the blonde to blink in surprise. The deal huh? I'm guessing my part of the deal is that I set you free. Naruto asked, eyes narrowing shrewdly. Correct Kyuubi replied, grinning widely and displaying his rows of razor-sharp teeth. Why the hell would I do that? I'll die. Naruto shouted in reply, fuming angrily. Kyuubi simply chuckled and shifted in his cell before replying. Because, if you accept my deal, you will be able to live through the unsealing. Oh? Is that so? Naruto muttered in disbelief. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's hear this deal of yours. I'll get to the deal soon enough, first I should explain some things to you in order to save questions later, now be quiet and listen until I'm finished okay? Kyuubi replied, glaring down at the small form of his host. After receiving an affirmative nod, the demon continued. You see, we Biju are not complete demons, we're actually all parts of a greater creature known as the Yami. Yami was a god of great power, brother to Kami and Shinigami, yet it had little control over its great powers and nearly zero sentience. It was nothing more than a crazed beast, hellbent on destruction, and as the lord of the underworld, it had more than enough power to destroy all creation. Naruto could only listen to the tale with wide eyes, learning a piece of history that few mortals have ever learned. Eventually Yami was defeated by the combined efforts of Kami and Shinigami, who managed to break it into 10 individual beings, those beings came to be known as the Biju. At the beginning of our birth, we each had no tails to speak of, but each one of us had more or less power than the others. We were also considerably smaller than we are today, with myself as second strongest and only as tall as a young child, whereas Shukaku was the weakest and the smallest. We spent a good millennium together, the 10 of us wandering the world and just plain surviving. Eventually my older brother, Jubi as he was later called, grew his first tail, while the rest of us remained tailless. With his first tail, Jubi grew in power, knowledge, and size, establishing his role as leader of our small family. A millennium later, Jubi grew his second tail and I grew my first, gaining the same growth and ability as my brother before me. So it went, for over 8 millennia we would each grow a new tail, growing in size and power, as we did so with Shukaku being the last to gain a tail. Once he grew his 10th tail, Jubi felt the need to go on a killing spree to celebrate, a stupid idea now that I consider it in hindsight. It was at this time that one of you humans discovered chakra and began studying and experimenting with it, hoping to grow strong enough to end the Jubi's killing spree. In order to stop Yubi, this human devised a powerful seal and became the first Jinchuriki, he was later known as the Rikido Sennin. Naruto could only gape in shock. First he learned that the very creature sealed within him, the fox that everyone called a demon, was actually part of a god at one point. Then he learned that Kyuubi used to be a chibi fox at one point, which he found positively hilarious, but refrained from laughing out of fear and interest in the story. Finally, he learned that the most famous ninja in existence, the creator of all things ninja, was in fact a Jinchuriki just like him. It was a lot to take in, but he continued to listen as Kyuubi continued his story. On his deathbed, knowing that the Juubi would be freed after his death, the Rikido Sennin used the last of his power to split the Juubi into 10 equal parts. 9 of Juubi's parts were scattered around the world to be absorbed by each of the remaining Biju, while the last stayed with the Sennin as he died, taking the mind of the Juubi with him. Originally, each Biju was only meant to reach a set level of power and stop growing, but thanks to the energy from Juubi, we will all gain one tail more than we were meant to. That's right, I will eventually gain a 10th tail and ascend to the realm of the gods as the new Juubi and take Yumi's place as Lord of Hell. The only thing that could possibly stop me is this damnable seal. When I claim the throne of Juubi, I will be strong enough to break the seal, but in doing so I would anger the Shinigami, causing a battle that would likely lead to the destruction of your world, which would in turn draw the wrath of Kami. That would not end well for me. Hence the deal I want to make. Well, that was an exciting story, Naruto commented after a few minutes of shocked silence. So what's this deal then? It had better be a good one. Kyuubi released an amused chuckle at that. Well, it's only as good as you want it to be. Huh? The blonde asked in confusion. When I become the Juubi, I will have the power to grant you a wish at the cost of one tail's worth of power, as it would only take me a handful of centuries to regain my power. I think it's a fine trade. This is my deal, I will grant you 9 wishes, be they abilities, fame, or fortune, anything you desire, I will grant you in exchange for my freedom. Wow. That was all he could say. Seriously, what more can you say after basically being offered anything you want by a soon-to-be god? Okay, that's a good deal, a really, really good deal. One question though. Ask away. How will I survive the unsealing and when do you get the last tail? Naruto asked, wanting a sure answer before agreeing to this deal. I will reach my 10,000th year of creation in a little over a year from now, and you can't die from the sealing if you wish for immortality. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't stop the wide grin that stretched across his face. Oh yes, I suppose you're right. Well, it seems like we have ourselves a Kyuubi-sama deal. Ahahaha. Finally showing me some respect, eh? The demon laughed, its booming laughter echoing through the Soa around them. I figure since we're no longer enemies, we may as well get along. Naruto replied with his trademark grin. Now I think it's time I got out of here, I have a lot to think about and only a year to decide on my 9 wishes. Yes, I suppose it's time you get going. I can sense 5 chakra signatures approaching your position, I'll lend you some chakra so you can fight or flee if you need to, Kyuubi replied, sending a wisp of crimson chakra towards the blonde. Thank you, I'm running a bit low after that fight with Sasuke team and then the long run here, I'm sure Konoha already sent Hunter Nin after me. But that Naruto vanished from his mindscape, awakening in the real world. Forest, real world. Getting up from his spot, Naruto was just about to leap away when he heard the sound of someone landing on the branch behind him, a familiar wave of chakra tingling at his senses. Glancing over his shoulder, Naruto couldn't help but frown as 4 more figures came to a stop behind the first one. Hello Jiraiya-sensei, so they sent you to kill me. Getting up from his spot, Naruto was just about to leap away when he heard the sound of someone landing on the branch behind him, a familiar wave of chakra tingling at his senses. Glancing over his shoulder, Naruto couldn't help but frown as 4 more figures came to a stop behind the first one. Hello Jiraiya-sensei, so they sent you to kill me. Chapter 2. Preparation. Naruto, I'm not here to kill you, I'm here to bring you back, Jiraiya replied, smiling in his kind way. Before Naruto could reply, the 4 Jonin that had followed Jiraiya attacked, leaping from their branches with clear intent to kill. As the 4 Jonin got within striking distance, the 2 on the blonde's right side suddenly stiffened and dropped to the ground, while the other 2 leapt away in a rush. Landing on a separate branch, the 2 shinobi looked to their downed comrades in shock, noticing the 2 kunai in each of their comrades' skulls, kunai that were clearly thrown by an enraged Jiraiya. What the hell is going on here? You are attacking a fellow shinobi of Konoha, stand down, or I will consider this an act of treason. Jiraiya snarled, eyes narrowed in anger as 2 more kunai found their way into his hands. We can't allow the demon scum to return to the village, Jiraiya-sama, he must be eliminated. One of the Jonin shouted in reply. You heard him at the gate, he renounced his allegiance to Konoha, which means he is no longer a Konohanin. If you continue to interfere, we will be forced to arrest you for treason. Jiraiya blinked. Naruto blinked. They both broke out in laughter. Shut up. What's so funny? The 2 Jonin shout angrily, completely opposed to being laughed at. Why you arrest me? "Oh Kami, I needed that laugh," Jiraiya chuckled, eyes watering in amusement. In a blur of movement, the toad Sennin vanished from his spot and reappeared behind the two Jonin, his two kunai pierced deep into their hearts. Both Jonin dropped to the ground lifelessly, ignored by their killer as he simply wiped his blades clean and tucked them away, before turning to his young apprentice with a wide smile. "Right then, overconfident fools aside, I'm here to escort you back to the village, Naruto." "I'm not going back to Iro Sennin," Naruto replied, eyes bleeding crimson as he tapped into Kyuubi's power. "I hate it there, everyone but you, Tsunade Bachin and the Ichirakus hates me. Do you think I didn't hear them cheering after I left? No, I'm not going back there, and if I ever set foot in that village again, it will be so that I can reduce it to ashes. If you leave now, you'll be branded a missing nin," Jiraiya countered, hoping his apprentice would see reason. "You still have the Akatsuki after you, you'll be much safer in Konoha, Naruto." "It doesn't matter, I bet they've already marked me a missing nin, and I would probably be safer with Akatsuki than I would be in Konoha," Naruto replied, turning his back on his sensei. "You know that's not true, Naruto, Tsunade wouldn't let them do that," Jiraiya replied, frowning as he noticed that his words were no longer reaching the young teen. "I can't let you leave, Naruto, you're going back even if I have to use force, it's for your own safety." He didn't really want to force Naruto back, but Jiraiya knew he had no choice, he couldn't let his apprentice leave like this, it just wasn't safe. With both the Hunter Nin and the Akatsuki after him, an untrained shinobi like Naruto wouldn't last very long, the only question was which group would get their hands on him first. "So? This is how it's going to be, eh sensei?" Naruto asked, his shoulders slumping into defeat. "I'm afraid of Naruto, it truly is for your own good," Jiraiya replied, glad that the blonde has finally seen reason. As Jiraiya took a single step closer, Naruto exploded into action, his chakra flaring and his hands rising to a familiar position. Caught off guard by the sudden move by his apprentice, Jiraiya was unable to stop Naruto from drawing on the small reserve of chakra provided by the fox and casting his signature jutsu. Shadow Clone Technique. Hidden within the smoke of the appearing clones, Naruto began running as fast as he could go, putting as much distance between himself and his fearsome sensei. As the smoke cleared, Jiraiya could only look on in shock at the sight before him, his vision filled with an endless sea of orange. He knew Naruto could make quite a lot of clones, but this was really too much. There had to be over 3,000 of them, all running in different directions. Only a single clone remained behind, tasked to deliver Naruto's final message to his sensei. "I'll be back eventually to make the villagers pay, sensei. I can only hope that you'll take Tsunade Bachin and the Ichirakus and leave the villagers to their fate." With its message delivered, the clone turned and ran off after its brothers. Jiraiya could only sigh and turn back to the village, there was just no way he could find the real Naruto before the team made it past one of the borders, there was no point trying. "Ugh, that Gaki really knows how to make trouble for others, Tsunade is going to kill me for this." Konoha Hospital. As Sasuke returned to the land of the conscious, he noticed that he was laying on a bed within a hospital. Well, he was assuming it was a hospital based on the white ceiling and walls. He also noticed that his hands and feet were restrained and strapped to the bed. "Sasuke-kun, you're awake," an annoyingly high-pitched voice squealed from beside him. Looking to his right, Sasuke released an annoyed sigh as he noticed Sakura sitting on a chair beside him. "So, the dope beat me, eh? Well, this isn't over, I'll make sure that Baka is executed for daring to lay his hands on an Uchiha." "Sakura? What happened?" "The last thing I remember is the dope attacking me after I agreed to return to Konoha," Sasuke muttered weakly, adopting a mask of innocence. Damn that Naruto, I knew there was no way that Baka could beat you without cheating, Sasuke-kun." Sakura growled, easily falling for his manipulations. "You don't have to worry about the dope anymore, Sasuke-kun, after seeing what he did to you, we ran that demon out of the village." "Damn it, he can't be executed if he ran away, how am I supposed to gain the Manjikyu now?" Sasuke cursed, eyes narrowing in anger. "Whatever, as long as the dope isn't here to get in my way, I can escape and get to Orochimaru. Now, how do I get out of here? This is going to cost me, it had better be worth it." Looking over at Sakura, Sasuke applied his most charming smile. "That's good, thank you for taking care of me, Sakura. With that Baka gone, I can finally be with you without him getting in our way." "Oh Sasuke-kun, I knew you loved me," Sakura swooned, blushing a bright shade of red. "When I see that Baka Naruto, I'm going to kill him for getting in the way of true love." Suppressing his disgust, Sasuke lightly rattled his restraints and frowned. "Sakura dearest, would you be so kind as to undo these straps so that I may embrace you?" Sakura squealed, her blush darkening in color. "Of course I can, Sasuke-kun, anything for you." As soon as he was free, Sasuke vanished and reappeared behind Sakura, knocking her out with a simple chop to the neck. "Foolish girl, as if an Uchiha would ever be associated with such a weakling, for freeing me I will spare your life this once." But that he leapt out the window, made a mad dash for the nearest wall and escaped into the forest, headed straight for Itagakure. Hokage's office. Tsunade sat at her desk, waiting for Jiraiya to return with Naruto, her hands tightly gripping her sake bottle. Please come back safe Naruto, I'm sure we can make the village see you as the hero you are, they just need more time. Her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Jiraiya via the window, alone. Where's Naruto, did he head to the hospital or his house? Where is he pervert? I'm sorry Tsunade Hime, I couldn't bring him back, he was able to escape from me, Jiraiya answered in a solemn tone, prepared to leap away at the first sign of a thrown punch. What? Tsunade shrieked, the word was spoken with so much anger that Jiraiya truly feared for his life, you're a fucking Sannin, how did a beaten up and exhausted genin manage to escape from you? Shaking like a leaf in the wind, Jiraiya managed to provide a reply, and unknown to him, it was one of the few correct replies that saved him from being punched clear out of the village. I tried to bring him back, but we were attacked by 4 jonin that had followed me from the village. That didn't really help to sway him, and when I went to grab him, he created more shadow clones than should be humanly possible, and managed to run away. After a few calming breaths, Tsunade glanced up at him, her eyes burning with suppressed rage. And the jonin that attacked him? I killed them. Good, I suppose we can only hope that he comes back on his own, at least this day can't get any worse, Tsunade sighed, dropping into her seat. It was at that moment he chose to burst into the office. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Sasuke has escaped from the hospital. Great fucking great, how was he able to get out of the restraints? She growled, already having an idea of just how the Uchiha escaped. It appears he was freed by Haruno Sakura. The Chunin explained, quailing under the vengeful glare of his Hokage. Of course he was, send out as many teams as you can to find him. Tsunade replied, sensing that the Anbu within the office vanished in search of the Uchiha. Oh, and have Haruno Sakura taken to Ibiki, maybe he can find out why she felt the need to release a known traitor, just under an hour of his capture at that. Hi Hokage-sama, the Chunin saluted, running off to complete his duties. Tsunade sighed once more and slouched in her seat, pulling out a full bottle of sake and 2 cups. Sit down and tell me exactly what happened with Naruto. Jiraiya flopped down into one of the other chairs in the room, but before he could begin his tale, the office doors were thrown wide open, and in walked Danzo and his minions, otherwise known as Hamura Midokado and Kaharu Utatine, the Hokage's advisors. Great, what do you 3 want? Tsunade snapped, completely out of patience at this point. Of course it was Danzo who answered, we are only here to inform you of the council's decision on the rank and bounty of the traitor Hokage-sama. Oh? Is that so, and what has the Uchiha been marked as? Tsunade asked, a single brow raised in question. You misunderstand Hokage-sama, we meant the traitor Uzumaki Naruto, Kaharu replied, eyes darting to Danzo's form as she speaks. What? Jiraiya and Tsunade both shouted, leaping to their feet. Naruto is not a traitor, if anyone deserves to be put in the bingo book it's the Uchiha. Jiraiya snarled, fingers clenching open and closed in anger. The boy left the village without permission, that makes him a missing nin, and he will be treated like one. Uchiha Sasuke on the other hand, has just been misguided by the cursed seal and should be retrieved, we can't afford to lose the Sharingan, Danzo countered. Remembering something from his earlier battle, Jiraiya smirked, much to Danzo's annoyance. Uzumaki Naruto resigned as a shinobi before he left the village, as such he was no longer a Konoha nin, so we can't place him in the bingo book. Hearing this, Tsunade gave a smirk of her own, but their hopes were soon dashed as Danzo grinned and passed them a signed form. According to the law, he is still in service of Konoha, as the paperwork for retirement has yet to be filed. As such, Uzumaki Naruto is officially declared a missing nin, Hamura explained, causing both to frown deeply. By order of the Konoha Council, Uzumaki Naruto will be ranked an A-class criminal, with a kill-on-sight order and a bounty of 90 million ryo. Uchiha Sasuke will be ranked as a C-class missing nin, with a capture-only order and a bounty of 120 million ryo. That is all, good day Hokage-sama. With that, the 3 turn and leave, their goals accomplished. As soon as the 3 elders were gone, Tsunade dropped back into her chair, angrily crushing the sake bottle in her hand. The next day. Naruto awoke to the sounds of birds in the morning, a strange event as he was usually woken by the loud beeping of his alarm clock. Taking a few seconds to gain his bearings, the blonde teen leapt to his feet and prepared to set out. He was currently in a cave around the border of fire country and river country, a cave he was able to find before passing out from chakra exhaustion. Well, I'm finally free of Konoha, it feels so good not having to worry about what people think of me anymore or trying to gain their acceptance. Naruto mused as he set out, lazily walking through the forest in thought. Where should I go now? I can't go to Sauna, they're allies with Konoha, and I can't go to Wave either, that would be the first place they would look for me. The rustle in the bushes drew him from his thoughts, a kunai finding its way to his hand in an instant, but Naruto sighed in relief a moment later, it was only a squirrel. His heart still racing in his chest, the blonde sheathed his weapon in his pouch and resumed walking, losing himself in thought once more. I need to go somewhere they would never think to check, somewhere I can lay low to avoid Akatsuki and Hunter Nin. It also needs to be a place where I can do some research on what I want from the Kyuubi. The blonde frowned, racking his brains for any sort of idea. Wait, I've got it. That's the last place anyone would think to look for me. With a mischievous grin on his face, Naruto leapt into the treetops and set out, a clear destination in mind. 10 months later. The last 10 months had been quite good to Naruto, he was able to avoid both the Akatsuki and Hunter Nin by doing the one thing no one would expect of him, he laid low and became a civilian. After easily defeating a band of bandits for money, he applied a transformation and bribed his way into Kurang, the capital city of Fire Country and home to the Fire Lord. After entering the city, he immediately changed his looks the old-fashioned way, with makeup and dye. His spiky, blonde locks had been dyed a dark red, a pair of black contact lenses served to hide his distinct eyes, and an application of makeup served to cover up his whisker marks. With the addition of civilian clothing, he was completely unrecognizable. Once his disguise was in place, Naruto had set about with his two final tasks, finding a job and a place to live. He'd originally chosen to live in Kurang for one reason, it was said to house the biggest library in all the elemental counties, they had information on almost everything known to mankind, as well as books that were saved from the days before the Great Demon Wars. Through the use of some lies and a simple taught to him by the Kyuubi, Naruto was able to not only get a job at the National Library, but he was allowed to rent the attic space so he could serve as a security guard at night, it really was the best he could hope for. From then on his days were spent reading as much as he could while working, he would then spend his night sleeping, while an army of shadow clones read all they could. Naruto couldn't help but grimace every time he remembered just how he'd found out about the shadow clones' memory transfer. Flashback. He'd just arrived at a cave on the border of fire and river country, tired, sore and extremely exhausted from running away from Jiraiya. This cave was a good sight for sore eyes. Choosing to stop here for the night, he sent out a mental command for his clones to dispel. As soon as they'd all dispelled, he passed out from the immense pain, his brain throbbing from the thousands of different memories flowing into his mind. He woke up the next day after spending all night listening to Kyuubi berate him on his idiocy. It was thanks to said demon that he was able to survive the information overload from the dispersed clones and not end up a vegetable. He still had a painful headache for days, but he was excited with his new training method. Flashback end. Studying at night with clones was the only ninja activity Naruto took part in, he didn't want to risk being found out, no matter how unlikely that was, so he did his best to appear as a normal civilian teen. It took him over 6 months to finish everything of interest in the library, there were still thousands of books he hadn't even touched yet, but everything he found interesting was already read. Even with the help of his clones, there were too many books to read and far too much information to squeeze into his head. Regardless, he was now one of the most knowledgeable people in the country. He read about everything he found interesting, which ranged from a large variety of subjects, be it fact or fiction, he read it. Not many people would suspect it, but reading was in fact one of Naruto's favorite pastimes. He was first introduced to a book at age 5 by the Sandaime Hokage. Ever since that day he'd loved to read any book he could get his hands on. Which wasn't that many since he was never allowed in the library, anything he read he got from the Hokage. However, now that he had one of the greatest libraries at his disposal, he absorbed all the knowledge he could, read all the books he could get his hands on. While going through a few of the ancient preserved texts, he discovered something called manga, ancient comics depicting fictional stories written by long-dead authors. These were the most interesting and entertaining to him, as many of these manga provided him with all sorts of requests to make with his 9 wises, he could become one of the most powerful ninja to ever exist, and with what he had learned from the Kyuubi, it would be that much easier. Flashback. While his body was currently deep asleep, Naruto was still awake within his mindscape, going through a few of the memorized mangas and deciding what he wanted from the Kyuubi. It was at this moment that said demon looked over at what his host was reading and noticed something interesting. Interesting, I wonder how you humans were able to chronicle the multiverse. The what? Naruto asked in confusion, not recognizing the word. The multiverse, it is a place made up of endless portals, each leading to a separate world and dimension. Those books you are reading seem to tell stories of what happens in a few of these realms. Really? That's quite interesting actually, say Kyuubi, is there any way I could go to these other realms? I suppose you could if you were escorted by a god or a certified dimensional traveler. Without escort or permission, you would face punishment for breaking one of the decrees set by the elder gods. If you like, I can escort you through some of these realms after I ascend, but only 3 or 4, as I'll need to sleep in order to regain my energy. Yes, I think I would like that. There are some abilities in these books that I want, getting them straight from the source would be most beneficial. But that he returned to his reading, excitedly making plans for the future. Flashback end. 3 months later. It was finally time. All around the elemental countries many of the Biju were getting in contact with their hosts and explaining just what would be happening soon and why they would be gaining a new tale. With the approaching event, Naruto had made his way back to the cave on the border. He'd quit his job 5 days ago and spent the last 4 days traveling to this cave, a long trip as he had to travel at civilian speeds in order to avoid suspicion. While making such a trip was both long and boring, Kyuubi had informed him that the unsealing they had planned would be quite destructive and the power released would most likely attract a lot of attention, hence the reason they were quite a distance from the nearest village. Within his mindscape, Naruto watched in fascination as the Kyuubi twitched in pain, its howls echoing off the sewer walls. The last hour had been spent watching and listening to the beast scream in pain. It would appear that growing a new tale of power was quite a painful and lengthy process, but quite rewarding. He could easily feel the sheer amount of power rolling off the beast. He had thought the Kyuubi was powerful before, but now it was like comparing a fresh out of the academy genin with a cage. The difference in power was humongous. Who would have thought that one single tale of power would give so much? Finally, after several painful minutes, the newly crowned Kyuubi settled down and released a relieved sigh. Congratulations on your ascendancy, Kyuubi-sama. The blonde offered, grinning widely. Now then, shall we move on to setting you free? Indeed, we should hurry up, the sooner I'm free the better. Kyuubi replied, returning his grin. In order to allow me influence over your body and chakra you must tear off half the seal. Once I have completed my end of the bargain, you will remove the other half and set me free. Alright, that sounds easy enough. Naruto nodded, stalking up to the large cage and ripping off half of the paper tag that represented the Shinigami seal. Good, now what are your 9 requests? Be specific and make them count, once done they cannot be undone. Naruto's grin widened as he gazed up at the fox. First off. Last I'm on Naruto. Revenge. Finally, after several painful minutes, the newly crowned Kyuubi settled down and released a relieved sigh. Congratulations on your ascendancy, Kyuubi-sama. The blonde offered, grinning widely. Now then, shall we move on to setting you free? Indeed, we should hurry up, the sooner I'm free the better. Kyuubi replied, returning his grin. In order to allow me influence over your body and chakra you must tear off half the seal. Once I have completed my end of the bargain, you will remove the other half and set me free. Alright, that sounds easy enough. Naruto nodded, stalking up to the large cage and ripping off half of the paper tag that represented the Shinigami seal. Good, now what are your 9 requests? Be specific and make them count, once done they cannot be undone. Naruto's grin widened as he gazed up at the fox. First off. Chapter 3. Request. I have a question, Naruto stated, face scrunched up in thought. Oh? Is that so? What do you wish to know? The fox asked. Earlier, when we spoke about the multiverse, you mentioned some decrees set forth by the gods. Naruto began, cocking his head to the side. Kyuubi nodded in reply, already guessing what his host was about to ask. Indeed, the divine proclamations of the elder gods, what about them? I was wondering what exactly they are. I need to know if any of them will interfere with my requests. The blonde replied, confirming the demon's thoughts. There are many decrees set down by the elder gods, but from the gist of what I've managed to pick up from your thoughts, there are only 3 that would affect your request. Naruto could only frown at that, a bit miffed that he hadn't thought to ask sooner. I was afraid of that, what are they? Hopefully, they don't fuck up my plans too much. No they shouldn't, Kyuubi replied, causing the blonde to sigh in relief. The first one I should mention is that no mortal born is permitted to gain true immortality. Huh? Naruto gaped in confusion. What do you mean by true immortality? Kyuubi shifted within his cage, preparing to give a lengthy explanation. It's all a bit complicated, but I'll try to explain. You see, there are false immortals, and then there are true immortals. False immortals are those that are long-lived but still able to die. They may live for many millennia or be able to heal any injury at all, but they can still be killed if one were to find a means to do so. Kyuubi paused at that, allowing the blonde to absorb the information provided before continuing on. A true immortal, like a god or greater demon on the other hand, will never die. Even if our bodies are completely destroyed and our souls are shredded to pieces, we will always survive and reform. It may take a long-ass time, but we will eventually reform. That's interesting, if not a bit confusing. Naruto muttered, reviewing the information in his mind. Well, I'm a bit peeved that I may be killed one day. I don't think that decree will interfere with my plans. What's the next one? The next decree is that no being can rob another of their free will. It's one of the reasons we Biju can't just force our containers to set us free. Okay, that one may interfere with one of the abilities I wanted. Naruto fumed, running through ideas to circumvent this rule. Not as much as you would think, there is a loophole with that decree. Jubi replied, grinning knowingly. Oh? What is it? Naruto asked, perking up excitedly. It's one of the reasons you humans can still use your genjutsu without being punished. The loophole is that so long as the mind control can be fought off in any way, shape or form it is allowed. Jubi answered. All you have to do is change your ability so it can be fought off if the target has the willpower to do so. Yeah, I suppose that could work, after all I wouldn't want it to be too easy now would I? Might as well make them think they have a chance against me. Naruto replied as both he and Jubi shared an evil grin. Moving on, the last decree has to do with the multiverse. While I can escort you to a few of the many dimensions with the power I'll have left after this, there are a few rules to prevent mortals from playing God. One of which is the decree that no being can have a permanent influence on any dimension without permission from that dimension's patron god. So that means I can't do anything at all in these dimensions. That's a waste of time then. No, that's not it at all. You need to look underneath like that silver-haired rat would say. The decree means you can do whatever you want, go crazy and kill everyone, blow up planets, anything you want you can do, it just means that whatever it is you do won't last long. Yubi supplied, eyes glazing in remembrance. Usually, everything would wear off after a couple of days, or as soon as you've left the dimension. Okay, that makes it much easier then, but what's to stop me from just destroying a place over and over and over again? Except for the god you would piss off. The fox asked sarcastically. Right, I'll be sure to behave then. Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Do you have any more questions? Yubi asked, rolling his eyes at his host's actions. No, I suppose we can begin. Okay, what do you want first? Remember to be specific. Right, I guess I'll start it off with some false immortality. I want an extremely advanced healing factor. It should make me completely immune to all diseases, viruses and poisons. It should also slow down my aging process, as much as can be permitted. The blonde replied, his face scrunching once more in deep thought. I also wanted to heal all wounds as fast as possible and regenerate any lost body parts, including the head, brain and other essential bodily organs. Pausing once more, the blonde's eyes glazed in thought before widening. Oh. I should also be able to slow it down through concentration, in case I ever need some blood or an open wound. He added as a second thought, summoning was a major part of the ninja arts, and he didn't want to miss out on it just because his cuts healed too quickly. Finally, it should also be able to completely regenerate my whole body, as long as one single cell remains alive. Yeah, I think that's it. Anything to add? Damn. You really thought that one out thoroughly. I know I said be detailed, but. Damn, just damn. Heh. Naruto chuckled sheepishly, I've had an entire year to think these through, I had to make sure I had all my bases covered. Well congrats, lucky for you this doesn't break any decrees, I'll just have to rewrite your DNA a little bit, shouldn't take long, but I should let you know it's going to hurt. A lot. Before the blonde could reply, one of Yubi's tails began to glow with a bright green aura, it looked similar to the medical chakra he had seen Tsunade use yet more concentrated. The aura flowed up the demon's tail and formed itself into a ball the size of Naruto's head, the ball then slowly floated away from the tail, through the bars and into the blonde's chest. At first nothing seemed to happen, the seconds ticked by, and just as he was going to say something to the demon, he dropped to his knees in pain, screaming at the top of his voice, then everything went dark. Elsewhere. All across the elemental nations, all sensor-type shinobi felt a flare of highly potent chakra before it disappeared moments later, most chose to ignore it, but the ones that tried to trace it back to the source found that it seemed to dissipate into thin air. Back with Naruto. As he woke, Naruto could feel the slight difference in his body, all the aches and pains he'd felt throughout everyday life seemed to have simply vanished. Getting to his feet, he hopped around and was glad to see that the small yet annoying stab of pain he usually got in his spine and knees was gone, nothing hurt at all. Pulling out a kunai, he decided to test out his new healing factor and began making several cuts across his arm. Much to his amazed glee, the small cuts he made were fully healed before he'd even finished making them, even the long gash he cut deep into his arm seemed to heal before the kunai had left the skin, it was truly fascinating. Deciding to test his ability further, Naruto reinforced the kunai with his chakra and, in one rapid movement, cut his left arm off at the elbow, watching in fascination as the entire limb regenerated in just a matter of seconds. Grinning as wide as he could, he summed everything up in one word. Cool. Yes I know, I do great work, Jubi replied, his tone smug. Can we move along here? I want this finished today. Oops sorry, I was distracted, you have to admit this is a bit exciting. Naruto chuckled. Sitting down once more, Naruto returned to his mindscape, appearing before Jubi's cage in the blink of an eye. Yeah, let's hurry up and get this done, what's your second request? Naruto grinned widely, already imagining what he would do with this next ability. Oh, this one is gonna be awesome, I call it absolute shape-shifting. I want to be able to manipulate all objects, organic and inorganic, so that I can change their form into what I want. I should also be able to change what they're made of as well. As he spoke, his grin became wider and wider until it looked like his face was going to split. Ah. I can't do that one completely, complete matter manipulation is the realm of the gods. Jubi replied, causing Naruto's smile to drop. What I can do though, is allow you to change your form however you please, so long as you stay within the limits of your general size. I can also allow you to shape and change inanimate objects as you please. I think it's called alchemy in many dimensions, although there are many different rules where that's concerned. Not exactly what I wanted, but I suppose it's close enough, go ahead then. Naruto groaned, frowning in disappointment. As one of Yubi's many tails was covered in a purplish aura, Naruto noticed that the tail from earlier seemed to have lost its color, looking like they had been drained of all color. While the others were red like the fox's fur, the tail had turned a light gray. He assumed that's what happened when the power was drained from them. Before he could ask, the purplish aura had already formed a blob which seemed to change shape every few seconds. The blob flew at Naruto much faster than the sphere had. As the blob made contact with his chest, it seemed to spread and began covering his whole body, spreading until he was fully concealed. Once he was completely covered, the aura began sinking into his skin. He could already feel the changes beginning. This one was less painful than the last, so he was able to stay in the realm of the conscious, unfortunately. He spent several minutes of writhing in pain, groaning and moaning as his entire body seemed to burn, a powerful heat spreading out from his center. As quick as it had come, the pain vanished and Naruto gasped as he leapt to his feet, completely free of pain. Looking down at his recently regenerated hand, Naruto willed it to change, fully focused on what he wanted to happen. Almost immediately, his hand morphed into a 10-inch long steel blade, edge serrated and sharpened to a point. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at that, this ability would be extremely useful. This, I like. He chuckled as his body continued to shift into different people and objects. He noticed that he couldn't go more than 5 inches taller or 4 inches shorter than his current height, but his weight could be changed by becoming more or less dense. Yes, can we move on now? Getting back to the task at hand, Naruto began with his third request. This next one is pretty simple. I want to be able to absorb part of my enemies and add their strength and abilities to my own. Yubi paused for a moment, scratching its chin in thought. I can do that one, but I'll have to split it up. If you want physical changes, then you'll need to absorb part of their physical body. For powers and abilities, you'll have to absorb their spiritual energy. The demon replied after a few moments, its tail swinging lazily behind it. Okay, that's fine with me, but can you make it so I get their memories as well? Naruto asked quickly, before the demon could begin. It would make it easier to use their abilities, and I have an idea that it would help with. Alright, but since memories can be both spiritual and physical, you would need to absorb both in order to gain the memories. But that said, a bluish-green aura surrounds another of his tails and begins collecting at the tip of the appendage, much like the last 2 times. Taking the form of a swirling vortex, the aura began making its way towards the blonde, slowly gliding through the air and covering the distance between them. As it approached, Naruto could feel a slight tug from the vortex, a strange pull trying to suck him in. All too soon the vortex was entering his body and his palms were set aflame, pain filing his senses as he felt the skin on his hands twisting. A glance down proved his assumptions correct. He now had a spiraling green vortex, roughly the size of a small marble, carved into each of his palms. Those vortexes can be used to absorb both energy and physical materials, just will them to activate and they will begin to suck in what you want. Jubi intoned, cutting into his thoughts. They can only hold so much energy at a time, and they can't absorb physical materials bigger than they are, so be careful, absorb too much, and they'll shut down for a while. Sweet. Naruto cheered, looking down at his palms. He practiced turning the vortexes on and off, noticing that they were releasing a weak form of suction, which meant he couldn't use them over long distances. He would need to be close to or directly touching his target in order to use them. Alright, moving on to request number 4. Naruto chirped, his hands flashing green as his vortexes activated and deactivated over and over again. I want full control over all elements. No, that would be intruding on the realm of the gods again. Jubi stated. Damn it. Naruto cursed. Why hadn't the demon informed him of this when he'd asked about the decrees? It would have saved quite a lot of time. I can give you limited control over one element, Jubi countered. Limited in that you can control what it does, but you can't create it from nothing. That's not counting what you can do with chakra however. Elemental jutsu are a much lesser form of full manipulation. Naruto sighed in annoyance at this, he really would have preferred to have more power over the elements, especially seeing as he knew zero elemental jutsu, which happened to be a major part of shinobi life. Fine, I suppose that's better than nothing. He replied, pausing for a moment to consider which element he wanted. Give me control over electricity, that means all forms of electricity, from static electricity to full bolts of lightning. Oh? Can I inquire as to why you chose that particular element? I would have expected you to go to the fire, knowing your fetish for explosions. Jubi asked, chuckling to himself. Naruto grinned as he replied. Well, I have quite a few reasons, but the major one is that I want to see the look on that bastard Sasuke's face when his Chidori turns on him. That caused a demon to break out in laughter, its grin matching that of its host. Ah yes, that would be quite hilarious. Very well, electricity it is. With that, one of the demon's tails began to glow a bright yellow, the light flowing to the tip and taking the form of a lightning bolt. Faster than he could follow, the bolt streaked across the mindscape and struck Naruto in the chest, causing him to stumble back a step. Strangely enough, he felt absolutely no pain this time, though he could hear what sounded like locks clicking together in his mind. There was a sudden flash of light nearby, drawing his attention and causing him to turn around. As he glanced over, Naruto noticed a difference with his mindscape, there seemed to be a few new pipes around the place. Whereas before there were only blue and red pipes, signifying his and the demon's separate chakra systems, there were now yellow pipes all along the walls. I would suggest you only practice this ability outside your mindscape, who knows what sort of damage you could cause to your nerves in here. Right, noted. Naruto replied, grinning as small arcs of lightning danced across his fingers. Well then, what's your fifth request? For this one, I want to create a new summoning contract. I suppose you can't be seen using those weak little toads anymore, can you? I can't really create a new contract, but what I can do is give you an ability similar to what the Rinnegan has, it will allow you to create any creature of your choice out of your chakra. Yubi replied, explaining as simply as he could. Consider it a mix between a regular summoning and your shadow clones, with your chakra forming the body and a portion of your soul to give it sentience. Oh wow, that's awesome. Naruto cheered, excitedly hopping up and down. I just expected you to create a contract for foxes or just ask some other summon boss for permission, this is war better. Yeah, I'm awesome that way. Jubi chuckled, teeth bared. With a swish of a glowing tail, the demon sent a cloud of silver-gray energy towards the blonde, which slowly seeped into his chest. Just like the last time, there was no pain from, simply a flash of light that blinded him momentarily. When his vision cleared, Naruto turned to see that his mindscape had changed yet again, this time there were drawings of animals on the walls, ceiling and floor. Ah, I like the new decor, it gives the place a wild look. The blonde chuckled, paying the walls no further attention, he could test his new ability once he was no longer in his mindscape. Yes, quite, let's move on to your sixth request. Okay, I got this next one from one of those mangas I read, the one about the vampires. Naruto began, considering his next request. What really caught my attention were these seals the main character was wearing on his gloves, they were called the Cromwell Initiative, and they work to limit his power. But the strength I'll be gaining from using my absorption abilities, I would eventually become too strong to enjoy a good fight, so what I want are some seals to limit my power. Yeah, that's a good idea, it won't be any fun if it's too easy, will it? Jubi chuckled, eyes glazing as he seemed to reminisce about a past moment. I'll make it a 3-tier seal and lock away 90% of your power. One of the remaining tails gained a blood-red aura, glowing with power as it flowed up his tail and formed into a large gooey ball, a ball that soon flew across the void and into his chest. A tingle on his hands drew his attention, and Naruto glanced down, grinning as he noticed a pair of blood-red symbols etched onto the back of each hand, the kanji for seal tattooed directly onto the skin. As soon as he noticed them, Naruto could feel part of his chakra cut off from him, he could feel it there, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to grasp onto the closed-off parts, at the same time he knew he could release the seals if he needed to. The information on the release phrase flowing into his mind. Perfect. The blonde grinned, flexing his fingers as he did so. Alright then, what is request number 7? For this one, I want my chakra split back into its spiritual and physical halves. Naruto requested, glancing at the pipes that represented said chakra. I still want to be able to combine them into chakra, but I also want to be able to use both Ryoku and Kai, I think that's what they're called in the mangas. Right, this one should be easy enough. Jubi replied, raising one of his few colorful tails. An aura of alternating white and blue sprung to life around the tail, flowing off the tail and forming into a blue and white yin-yang symbol, which flew over and into Naruto. As soon as it entered him, he could feel his mindscape changing yet again, and he managed to close his eyes, just as everything disappeared in a flash of bright light. Opening his eyes, Naruto soon noticed that instead of the red, yellow and blue pipes on the walls, he now had 3 pools of differently colored water on the floor. Off to the left, there was a pool filled with clear water that gave off a white glow, to the right there was a pool filled with blue water, and in front of him, there was a pool filled with blood-red water. These were obviously the representations of his various energy sources. Looking down, he noticed a pipe filled with light blue water running from both pools and up into the ceiling. That must be his chakra. Which means the giant sphere of arcing yellow lightning floating above him was his control over electricity. Man, it's really starting to look nice in here, it's beginning to look less and less like a sewer. Naruto chuckled, taking another glance around the small room. Yes, that is an improvement, too bad I won't be here to enjoy the new decor. Jubi replied, chuckling as well. 2 more to go, hope you made them good. Of course I did, since I plan to have children someday, and I know these other abilities won't be passed on, Naruto began, grin widening as he spoke. I want the next one to be a bloodline, a Dojutsu to be exact. Jubi seemed to scoff at that, its eyes rolling humorously. Well, that's a simple one, considering the fact that I made that blasted Sharingan. This one will be a piece of cake compared to your last 6 requests. What do you want this bloodline to look like and do? I want it to be active from birth, that will make it far better than the Sharingan, Naruto replied, grinning cheekily. As for its appearance, it should turn the eyes black with a large diamond in the center. It should also have 3 stages which can be unlocked by adding more chakra. He paused for a moment, thoughts fluttering about as all sorts of ideas passed through his mind. The first stage should allow it to see chakra flow and chakra affinities, making the diamond white for this stage. Naruto continued after a moment, eyes sparkling joyfully. The second stage should increase perception, allowing it to see through illusions as well as track fast movements and pick up subtle details much like the Sharingan, but I also want it to have a zoom feature like the Byakugan. The diamond should turn blue for this stage. Again he paused to gather his thoughts, the demon waiting patiently as its host thought. Lastly, the third stage should allow you to completely hypnotize someone through eye contact, as long as you have more willpower than them of course. For this stage the diamond should turn red. Naruto finished at last. The abilities of the Dojutsu he wanted were highly similar to the Sharingan, with a few slight differences that would allow him to prove himself superior to the Uchiha bastard and his asshole brother. He couldn't wait to try it out. And quite the bloodline you've created, similar to the Sharingan and Byakugan yet more powerful just despite them. I like it. Jubi chuckled, eyes glinting in humor. For the 8th time that day, one of the demon's tails was surrounded by an aura of power, this time in black. The aura flowed right off the tail, across the mindscape and directly into Naruto's eyes, seeping into each of his eyeballs and fading away. This time he did feel pain, horrible, unimaginable pain, leaving him to do only the thing he could at that moment, pass out. After the first chakra flare, every sensor nin in their respective hidden village quickly reported to their cage. Teams had been quickly assembled to search out and find the source. After the 5th flare, many teams returned to their villages, informing their cages that the signal was coming from the border of fire and river countries. Asuna, Konoha and Aim would be sending their own teams to investigate, seeing as they were located in or bordered by fire. The other villages chose to back off, choosing to avoid being caught in enemy territory. Aim, after 3rd chakra flare. Pain, god cage of Aim and false leader of the Akatsuki, frowned as he glanced around at the transparent forms of his fellow Akatsuki members. I have been sensing large flares of chakra coming from the border of river and fire country. The chakra is well concealed and disappears quickly, making it difficult to trace and identify. Difficult but not impossible. Pain announced, his low tone echoing around the silent cavern. Soon after the 3rd flare, I was able to pinpoint the general location of the flare and identify the source. He paused for a moment, taking in the annoyed and expectant stares of his subordinates. None of them spoke up, knowing to remain silent when their leader was speaking. Pain did not react well to disrespect or interruption. The chakra signature is quite similar to that of the Kyuubi. Any difference with the signature can likely be attributed to the demon's host. Pain continued after a moment, Rinnegan eyes glowing in the dark. Seeing as the vessel is no longer protected by his village, we shouldn't have too much trouble capturing him. I don't know how he was able to stay hidden all this time, but now that we know where he is, I want him captured as soon as possible. That received a few grins from the more bloodthirsty members of the organization. Itachi, kiss him, he is your target and you are the closest to his location, do not allow him to escape again. Pain finished, his orders ringing with finality. Hi, Leader Sama. The 2 missing nin replied, their forms slowly fading away. Looking at the rest, Pain continued in a more even tone. The rest of you will continue gathering money. You will be called in when the Kyuubi vessel is captured. Your various talents will be required to keep him contained while I make adjustments to the Jido Meizo. Hi, Leader Sama. Suna, after 2nd flare. Tsubaku no Gara, vessel of the Ichibi no Shukaku and Kazukage of Sunagakur, was sitting within his office looking over the paperwork when he felt the 1st flare. He'd been made Kazukiage just last week, and he already had quite a lot of paperwork to go over. Most importantly was the newest treaty sent over by Konoha, a simple reaffirmation of their current treaty. After receiving reports about what happened to his first ever friend, Gaara had wanted to immediately cancel Suna's alliance with Konoha. It was only because of the council's insistence on the importance of the alliance that the treaty remained valid. Still, relations between the two villages had been quite strained. After the first flare, he'd immediately sent off to call his brother, sister and their sensei Baki. After the second flare, he'd gotten up and walked to the window. He could now identify why the chakra felt so familiar to him. The second he realized who exactly was releasing the chakra flares, he wanted to immediately rush to the source, but he had to wait for his team. It wouldn't do well to worry Tamari. So he stood and waited, gaze focused in the direction the chakra was coming from. Uzumaki. Konoha, after first flare. Tsunade, Godame Hokage of Konohagakure, was seated behind her desk soon after the first flare. Assembled before her were the remnants of Team 7, as well as Teams 8, Guy and 10, as well as Jiraiya. A while ago, some of our sensors reported a chakra surge coming from our border with the river. The chakra was reported to be similar to that of the Kyuubi. Tsunade explained, catching the frowns that marred most of their faces. You are all assigned to investigate the source. If it is Naruto, then you are ordered to bring him back, alive. Jiraiya, you're in charge. I'll join you once I can. Kakashi stepped forward to speak, his mask scrunched up in a clear frown. Hokage-sama, he is an A-rank criminal, we shouldn't bring him back alive. Kakashi was instantly silenced by a wave of killer intent, Tsunade and Jiraiya, pinning him with matching glasses. You have your orders, Kakashi, Tsunade growled, eyes narrowed in anger. Leave. Now. Hi Hokage-sama. 8 Flare, border of fire and river country. 3 different teams were steadily approaching the location of the chakra flares, blurring through the trees as they rushed towards their target, hoping to be the first ones there. Inside the seal. Naruto had just woken, he could still feel a twinge of pain at the back of his eyes, but it was nothing he couldn't handle, his healing factor was already working to heal any and all damage. Channeling a small amount of chakra to his eyes, Naruto grinned as the first level of his bloodline activated, a pair of white diamonds reflected in the nearby pool of water. Oh, this is awesome. Naruto grinned, carefully inspecting all 3 levels of his Dojutsu. I think I'll call it the Aojigen. The King's Eye. Why would you call it that? Jubi asked, eyes scrunched in curiosity. Why not the Diamond Eye? Because, with the 3rd stage you'll be able to give commands that must be followed, much like a king. Naruto replied, scoffing at Jubi's suggestion. Besides, Aojigen sounds way more impressive than Daigen. That makes sense I guess. Jubi grumbled, frowning at his wasted suggestion. Hurry up so we can finish, I can sense multiple chakra signatures approaching our position. I suppose we should hurry then. Naruto frowned, unable to sense said signatures. Moving on to the last ability, I want you to increase my extrasensory perception, allowing me to use telepathy, telekinesis and all other sorts of psychic abilities. Alright, that seems within reason. Jubi agreed after a moment's pause. Well, those are abilities usually reserved for the gods, seeing as they border on omniscience, there are a few watered-down versions granted to mortal, they will be limited in range and power, but should serve you well. Naruto grinned as the demon raised his 9th tail, a shining golden aura springing to life around the appendage, illuminating the mindscape with its radiance. The aura took the form of a large hand and darted across the mindscape, grasping him by the head and slowly seeping into his skin. Within seconds, the aura was gone, completely seeping into his skull and settling around his brain. There was a tingle at the front of his skull, then nothing. Is that it? Naruto asked, face blank. What? Jubi asked, raising a single brow in question. I don't know. Naruto shrugged. I was expecting a bit more, I dunno, unimaginable pain or something like that. PSH, whatever. Jubi snorted, rolling his eyes. Can we hurry up and get to the part where you set me free? Hold your horses, geez. The blonde yawned, making his way towards the cage. The demon's eyes glittered gleefully as the blonde grasped the seal, its glee fading as its host began pulling on the seal slowly, taunting him with a wide grin on his face. Naruto. Several meters from the cave. The 3 different teams had just arrived at the source of the chakra. At the same time. Leading to a 3-way standoff. The Konoha team was watching the Akatsuki team. The Suna team was watching both the Konoha and Akatsuki teams. The Akatsuki teams were watching Jiraiya and ignoring everyone else. Kakashi chose to speak first, to try and break the ice. So. What's everyone doing Boom. Only to be cut off by a giant explosion of chakra. In a blur of movement, all 3 shinobi teams were gone, avoiding the blast debris and taking cover behind whatever cover they could find. With a great splintering crash, trees and rocks were sent flying, destroying everything in their path. The shinobi teams remained hunkered down, channeling chakra through their feet in order to remain stationary, dodging what pieces of the destruction then could. Once things settled down, they returned to their previous positions, eyes widening at the sight that greeted them. A few feet away from their current position, what used to be a patch of forest leading to a well-concealed cave had been reduced to a crater over 50 meters wide and 10 meters deep at its center. In the center of said crater was a pillar of red malevolent chakra, billowing high into the sky and growing in strength by the second. Stealthily making their way to the edge of the crater, they found the source of the malevolent power, Uzumaki Naruto. His looks may have changed, surprisingly so at that, but they could still recognize this brand of demonic chakra. Hiba chose to speak first. What the hell is he doing? No one knew the answer, but Jiraiya took a guess. I think Kyuubi is escaping. Sakura turned to him, face scrunched up in confusion. That makes no sense, Naruto is the Kyuubi. She found herself promptly flung into a tree by Gaara, pinned down by a sand claw. Idiot girl, just because we're demon vessels doesn't mean that we are the demon we contain. Gaara growled, face blank, but his eyes narrowed in anger. He spared her a final glare before turning to Jiraiya. You were also incorrect, Jiraiya-sama. Naruto stopped being the container of the Kyuubi quite a while ago. This attracted everyone's attention. What do you mean? Itachi asked, Sharingan eyes narrowed. Earlier this morning there was a disturbance with Shukaku. When I went into the seal to check what was wrong, I noticed he had gained an extra tail. Gaara explained, causing a few of his audience to gasp. How did he gain an extra tail? Jiraiya asked, eyes wide with surprise. That shouldn't be possible. I'm not exactly sure how. Gaara replied, face blank and emotionless. As you know, he and I don't exactly get along, but from what I was able to gather from his ramblings, all the Biju should have gained another tail, meaning Naruto is now the container of the Kyuubi. Before any of the others could reply, a loud scream rang out from within the crater, drawing their attention to the reason they were all here in the first place. Naruto had dropped to his knees, head thrown back as he screamed at the top of his voice, crimson chakra wildly billowing around him. As fast as it had come, the scream cut off, most likely because the one screaming had just exploded. The three teams stared in shock and disgust into the crater, completely caught off guard by the violent death of the teen within, his blood and entrails covering the ground for meters around. All surprised by the teen's death, the Akatsuki pair were more concerned about the pillar of crimson chakra that was still within the crater, a pillar of malevolent demonic chakra that seemed to be taking a form of some kind. This could not end well. The chakra swirled around for several seconds, rapidly collapsing and compressing itself into a more humanoid form until, with a flash of blinding white light, the chakra vanished and a man stood within the crater. The man, looking to be in his early 20s, stood tall and proud within the crater, his head held high and a smug smirk on his face. He was roughly 6 feet tall, with waist-length black hair, a short beard of the same color and bright crimson eyes. On top of his head sat a pair of red fox ears with black tips, which accompanied by his longer than average canine teeth and sharpened claws, gave him a wild and feral appearance with a small hint of nobility. Despite seemingly forming out of thin air and chakra, the man was fully clothed in a stylish, if not functional, outfit. A simple black shirt, woven from what appeared to be an extremely expensive silk-like material, with a pair of tight-fitting black pants and a long, red overcoat, summed up his entire ensemble, with a pair of wooden jeta to protect his feet. Lastly, but definitely not the least noticeable part of his appearance, were the 10 furry tails that flowed behind him, slowly swishing about in a pattern of their own. Each tail was several feet long, dark red in color with a few inches of black at the tips. There was simply no denying just who this man was. Turning his head to take in the world around him, the man took a deep breath of fresh air and released a powerful shout. Freedom. His voice was deep and unnatural, sounding like it came from a creature several times larger than the man before them. At last. Taking the form of the newly released demon fox, Kankuro summed up the situation with 2 simple words. Oh shit. Almost immediately, the demon's head snapped to their position, crimson eyes lighting up in amusement and glee as it took in the sheer fright on their faces. Well, what do we have here? A feast for me? Jubi hummed, a wide smile slowly stretching across his face as he spoke, causing the more weaker-willed members of the group to whimper. I wonder if Naruto would be too upset if I killed some of his prey. Maybe I should just wait and ask him. Jiraiya, no matter how frightened he may be at this point in time, managed to catch what was said, his mind working as quickly as it could. What do you mean? Naruto's dead, we just saw him explode. Yes, I suppose he did blow up, didn't he? The demon replied, his grin widening ever so slightly. Oh well, you know how he can be, nothing seems to keep him down for long. It was at this moment Tsunade arrived with several Anbu squads at her back, ignoring much of the gathered shinobi. She quickly surveyed the scene and locked eyes with Jiraiya. "What's going on?" she asked, eyes flickering to the stranger within the crater for a moment. "We felt a huge release of Kyuubi's chakra, where's Naruto?" The Toad Sage found himself tongue-tied, preferring not to tell his temperamental teammate just what had happened to her surrogate brother's son whatever. Luckily, Kiba of all people came to his rescue. He's here and there, and there, and there. Kiba. A few of his fellow genin screamed. What? Too soon? Shikamaru sighed, pointedly doing his best to avoid Tsunade's eyes as she turned towards them. Luckily for Nara and Inuzuka, the Juubi chose to interrupt this time. Where is that boy? Juubi muttered to himself but just loud enough to be heard, drawing the attention of those gathered at the edge of the crater. It really shouldn't be taking him this long. Then again, he did just lose an entire source of energy. Hopefully it will return to its normal speed once he adjusts to the lack of my chakra. The demon paused there, eyes narrowed in concentration for several seconds, before he grinned wide and cocked his head to the side. "Ah, there you are." Following his gaze, the gathered shinobi noticed he was staring at what appeared to be a simple chunk of fleshy meat, a chunk of meat that seemed to be moving on its own power. Before their eyes the meat began shaking, then growing in size as it slowly rose into the air. Then it began to change. It began with the miraculous growth of an entire skeletal system, the bones quickly forming around the meat slab, then came the organs, veins, arteries, chakra coils, muscles and much, much more. They could only watch in shocked silence as this went on, eyes wide as what used to be a small chunk of meat slowly regenerated into an unharmed Uzumaki Naruto, complete with blonde hair and sparkling blue eyes. Grinning widely, Naruto took a long look at his surroundings, taking in the massive crater around him and the humanoid form of the Juubi beside him. Hearing a sharp intake of breath, his eyes snapped to one end of the crater, a smirk forming as he took in the shocked looks of the gathered shinobi. Before he could speak however, Naruto shivered as a gust of wind blew across his body, his naked body at that. Eyes wide and very much embarrassed, he quickly formed an image in his mind and willed his body to change, sighing in relief as he felt the changes begin. To the others watching, Naruto's skin seemed to ripple and shift strangely, then he just changed. He was now an entire foot taller, reaching the same height as his dark-haired companion and easily towering over many of his yearmates. His hair had lengthened, falling all the way down to his shoulders, although it retained its wild and spiky appearance. His trademark whisker marks were gone now, leaving his face clear and unmarred. Lastly, he was now wearing an outfit much like that of the demon beside him, except the colors were reversed, with his shirt and pants colored a dark red while his overcoat was pitch black. A pair of wooden jeta tying up the outfit and adding to his new height. While most shinobi would just apply a transformation to hide their naked form, Naruto had actually shifted his own skin into the clothing he now wore. A new layer of skin growing in the split second it had taken to create the clothing. Glancing over to his demonic companion, Naruto nodded minutely, giving Juubi the cue to open up a portal to the multiverse. Before any of the shinobi could react, Juubi easily tore a rip through the fabric of reality and stepped through, the younger blonde following a moment later. Standing outside of reality, Naruto glanced back at the shinobi that were quickly making their way towards the portal, causing them stop short as a wave of unimaginable killer intent rolled over them, killer intent beyond anything they had ever felt. Except for those that had once gone against the Kyuubi. "I will return eventually and when I do, the leaf will burn." Naruto spoke, his gaze focused solely on the Konoha shinobi, causing them to shudder at the sheer hatred and rage reflected in those eyes. With his piece said, the killer intent vanished and the blonde turned away, slowly walking into the depths of the multiverse as the portal sealed closed behind him. Last time on Naruto. Revenge. Standing outside of reality, Naruto glanced back at the shinobi that were quickly making their way towards the portal, causing them stop short as a wave of unimaginable killer intent rolled over them, killer intent beyond anything they had ever felt. Except for those that had once gone against the Kyuubi. "I will return eventually and when I do, the leaf will burn." Naruto spoke, his gaze focused solely on the Konoha shinobi, causing them to shudder at the sheer hatred and rage reflected in those eyes. With his piece said, the killer intent vanished and the blonde turned away, slowly walking into the depths of the multiverse as the portal sealed closed behind him. Chapter 4. Pirate. The very second the portal closed, Naruto dropped down to the ground, the world around him going dark as he lost consciousness. At the sound of a thud, Juubi glanced over his shoulder, smirking at the unconscious form of his companion. I was wondering how long it would be before you lost consciousness, a full body regeneration after losing the entirety of my chakra must have been very draining. Juubi chuckled, making his way towards the blonde. With a heave, the demon god pulled the blonde onto his shoulders and continued on into the darkness of the portal. Damn, always making trouble for me, this has got to be the 1000th time I've saved his miserable hide. The group of ninjas stood stunned at what had just happened. It was Gaara who acted first. Temari, Kankuro, Baki, come, we're done here. He ordered, leaping into the trees. The three threw one final look into the crater before they turned and followed after their cage. Kiss-em, we should report our findings to Leader Sama. Itachi murmured, turning and walking away. Are you sure, Itachi? Kiss-em asked, falling in step with his partner. This is really going to piss him off. Yes, I suppose it will, but there is nothing we can do, the vessel is no longer within our reach and the demon has been set free. Itachi replied. We must also inform him that all the other demons have gotten stronger. Hokage-sama, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki are leaving, should we engage? One of the Anbu asked, getting over his shock. At the sound of his voice, all the other Konoha shinobi snapped back to attention and turned towards their cage for orders. No bear, let them go, we have bigger things to worry about. Tsunade replied, her eyes locked on the center of the crater. We can't risk getting Team 7, 8, Guy and 10 involved in a battle with S-class shinobi, let's head back to Konoha. Hi, Hokage-sama. As the group leapt into the trees, heading towards the village, Jiraiya and Tsunade remained behind at the crater. What are we going to do now? Jiraiya asked, turning towards the village. I don't know, I just don't know. Tsunade sighed. With that, they jumped into the trees, quickly making their way back to Konoha. Naruto awoke with a start, quickly jumping to his feet as he took in his surroundings. He was standing within a strange hallway filled with many doors, the floor was made of some sort of pitch black wood with stars painted on, whereas the roof was pure white. The hallway seemed to go on forever, stretching far into the distance, with an endless amount of doors spaced evenly apart. He noticed that each door was different, varying in color and material, with small words etched onto a plaque placed beside the door. Glancing at the closest plaque, he realized that he could understand the words despite them being in a language he didn't recognize. Bleach Universe. Number of Realms. 5. Patron Gods. Shinigami King. Before he could puzzle out just what it meant, he heard a sound behind him, the scuff of a shoe on the wooden floor. Turning quickly, he slipped into a basic fighting stance, only dropping it when he saw who was behind him. Ah, I see you're awake. Jubi stated, smirking at the blonde's jumpiness. Yeah, thanks. Naruto mumbled, taking another look around. How long have I been out and what happened? From what I can tell, the regeneration took far longer than it should have and left me completely exhausted. You've been out for about a day. Jubi replied, also taking a glance around. As for your healing ability, I suppose it's my fault for not letting you know beforehand. That definitely got the blonde's attention, his head snapping towards his dark-haired companion. Over the years, your body adapted to having my chakra running through its system, Jubi continued. Once I was set free, you lost that source of energy. Alright, Naruto nodded after a moment. But that doesn't answer my question. I'm getting to it, Jubi snapped, rolling his eyes in mock annoyance. Your body took longer to reform because it had to do so while fixing your chakra coils, changing them so they'll work best with the amount of energy now flowing through you. You were also forced to create brand new coils to hold both your Riatsu and Kai. After you regenerated, your new coils didn't have enough time to completely sync with your body, which wasn't much of a problem until you went and shapeshifted right afterwards, that only served to make things worse. Quite frankly, I'm surprised you stayed standing as long as you did. The blonde nodded at that, face scrunched up in thought. So, how long will my body be out of sync then? It should have completely healed up while you were asleep, I don't think you'll be having any more problems. Jubi replied, turning towards one end of the hallway. However, you should give it some more time just to be safe. The blonde nodded at that, taking another look at his surroundings. Alright, so where are we? The multiverse of course, Jubi replied in a mocking tone, as if that should be obvious. Each of these doors leads to a separate universe, follow me. Following behind the demon god, Naruto made his way past several doors of varying colors and designs, until they reached a glowing orange door, one with tiny spirals etched into the wood. Glancing over at the plaque, he was stunned at what he read, completely caught off guard at the words etched onto the material. Naruto Universe. Number of Realms. 10. Patron Gods. Kami, Shinigami, Yami Jubi. Wow, I have a universe named after me. Naruto exclaimed, the surprise clear in his voice. Not really, each door and plaque appears different to whoever looks upon it, it makes it easier to search for what you seek. Jubi replied, stopping in front of the door. To me this simply reads Homeverse, and the door is pitch black in color, to you it says something else, and the door is a different color. Now come along, we have to hurry, I have too much to explain and too little time to do so. With that, he opened the door and stepped through, Naruto following close behind. Entering the room, Naruto found himself standing within a large circular room with 10 differently colored doors on the walls. The floor was covered with a comfortable red carpet, whereas the roof remained the pure white of the hallway. In the center of the room is a large round table with 3 chairs set around it at equal intervals. Built into the center of the table is a small basin filled with a dark liquid. This room is what's called the main universe, it's where all the realms connect and also where the patron gods reside. Kami and Shinigami are currently out, which saves us a lot of trouble, I really don't want to deal with them right now. Yubi explained, grimacing at the mention of his fellow gods. As I'm sure you can see, there are multiple doors leading to multiple realms, just as with the hallway, the number of realms differs from person to person. And what exactly is a realm? Naruto asked, he already had an idea, but he wanted confirmation. A realm is another universe similar to the one you come from, but with some difference, Yubi explained, waving a hand negligently at the doorways. There can be many reasons why a realm is created, major things such as me not being sealed within you or you being born a girl, stuff like that, not insignificant things, like if you didn't like ramen, or if you forgot to wear your shoes one day. Alright, I can see how that works. Naruto replied, glancing at one particular door. Why are there only 10 doors for me though? I can think of an endless number of things that could change. Ah yes, Yubi hummed, turning towards the table. Well, there may be thousands, if not millions of separate realms, most of those have been locked up by Kami or Shinigami for separate reasons. The doors that you can see are the only ones you are allowed to enter, now let's move on to the reason I brought you here. You mean I'm not just here for you to bore me with a lecture? Naruto asked with a sly grin. Aha, very funny, Yubi retorted, rolling his eyes once more. No, this is important, do you remember what I told you about the decree pertaining to the multiverse? You mean the one about no lasting changes? Yes, well I felt you should know that it only applies to other universes. Yubi explained. Within your own universe, even if it is another realm, any changes you make will be permanent. Naruto looked around at the 10 doors and couldn't help the grin that stretched across his face, he had 10 separate realms to do with as he pleased. I thank you for informing me of this fact, Yubi-sama. The blonde replied, his tone heavy with mock respect. This is the greatest gift anyone could give me, well next to 9 kick-ass abilities that is, but you know what I mean. Yeah, whatever. The demon scoffed, pulling an item out of his pocket and tossing it to the blonde. Now, take this. With a quick snap of his arm, Naruto snatched the item out of the air, opening his hand to take a look at it. The item in question was a simple silver ring with a red gem set into it, carved into the metal around the gem was a series of small symbols. A ring? What's this for? Naruto asked, slipping the ring onto his right index finger. It's not the ring that's important, it's the gem. Yubi replied, glancing at the small red stone. Well, you were unconscious, I took a small trip to a few of the universes you were planning to visit and placed a similar gem by each of their doors. The gem seemed to glow with an inner light as the demon's sight landed on it. Each gem is formed from my own solidified chakra and tied together with the others, as long as you have that ring, you'll be able to travel to the other gems or to my location. Yubi continued, causing the blonde to glance down at the ring with a glitter of awe in his eyes. Don't lose that ring, without it or myself to guide you, you'll be punished for traveling the multiverse. Once you've traveled to a gem it will destroy itself, preventing you from returning without a guide. When you've traveled to all the gems, it will be time to return to your own universe. Wow, thanks, this makes things so much easier. Naruto replied, grinning widely. I was afraid I'd have to go from door to door, reading the plaques. Glad to be of service, now get out of here, I need to rest. I expended far too much energy granting your requests and creating these gems. Yubi grumbled, yawning tiredly. Good luck on your travels and if you should run into any patron gods, be polite and try not to get in trouble. Alright, see you later Fox, enjoy your nap, Naruto replied, channeling his chakra into the ring. There was a strange pull, originating from his stomach and with a flash of red light, he vanished. The second the blonde vanished, Yubi spun on his heel, his eyes locked onto the basin carved into the table in the center of the room. Seconds later, the water within the basin began to glow, illuminating the entire room with its light. 2 orbs of light slowly rose out of the basin, hanging midair for several seconds before they split away and floated towards 2 of the chairs. The first orb was pure white in color, encompassed by a golden aura and releasing a feeling of warmth and light. In opposition to its companion, the second orb was pitch black in color and seemed to draw in all warmth and light from its surroundings. Are you sure it was wise to tell him about the realms? The black orb spoke, pulsating as it did so. Don't worry so much Shinigami, those worlds have fallen from grace and are set to be destroyed anyways. The white orb replied, its aura rippling as it spoke. Why not let the boy have his fun? It's the least we can do for him with the life he's led. Kami's right, the boy deserves his fun. Yubi added, taking the empty seat at the table. Besides, it will be quite entertaining to watch. Indeed. With a flash of red light, Naruto found himself standing in the endless hallway once more. Well, that was fast. He muttered, taking a look around. Now then, where am I headed first? A sound from behind drew his attention, causing the blonde to spin on his heel, hands up in protection. He was just in time to see a small red stone falling off a plaque, turning to dust and vanishing before it hit the ground. Well, that answers that. The blonde chuckled, making his way to the door and plaque. The door before him was quite different from that of his own universe. This one was painted with a design of a large ship sailing upon the ocean, the sky shining gold, while the ocean was a deep blue. Paying the door only a moment's attention, Naruto turned to the plaque, eyes glittering in curiosity. One Piece Universe. Number of realms. 16. Patron gods. D. B. What kind of name is D? Naruto wondered, brow raised in thought. Whatever, I better hurry up and head on in, I already know what it wants from this universe. Opening the door, he stepped into the room and took a glance around, the door shutting on its own behind him. This room was much different than the last. Well, it was also circular in shape, with doors on the walls and a white ceiling. In the center of the room was a giant pond that seemed to span most of the room, with only a small walkway around the edge to stand on. In the center of the pond was a tree that seemed to grow right out of the floor. It was a large tree, reaching up to 20 meters in height and 2 meters wide. Instead of leaves, the branches were completely covered in all sorts of different fruits, each a different color and shape. There were purple bananas with swirls on the surface, orange pears with circular patterns, even a pink pineapple with triangles interlacing on the surface. It was quite a majestic sight. Beautiful, ain't it? A voice spoke, causing the blonde to jump frightfully. Looking to the source of the voice, Naruto was met with the sight of a man, sitting just off to his right. The man was roughly 5'8" with short black hair and chocolate brown eyes, offset by a wide, cheerful grin stretching across his face. He wore a light blue t-shirt with a dark yellow vest over top, green shorts, and a pair of green flip-flops. On top of his head was a back pirate captain's hat with a red trim and a white skull and crossbones on the front. Yes it is, I take it that you're D? Naruto asked, doing his best to hide his shock and surprise. Aye, that be me, it stands for Davy Jones. The man replied, his grin widening. Ye must be Naruto. Taking the man's pirate accent in stride, Naruto asked. How did yo? The second ye entered my domain, I knew who you were and what it was you wanted. D replied, dipping his feet into the pool. Ah, you don't mind do you? Naruto asked, keeping his tone as polite as possible. Not at all, Jones replied, his eyes closing as his grin widened further. I might even lend ye a hand, in exchange for a favor that is. Oh? Well, I'm not one to turn down help from a divine being. Naruto commented, taking a step away from this strange being. I'm sure you're less evil than the last god I met, so what's your favor? Ach you. Bless you. Bless you. Thanks. There was a great disturbance in one of my realms, D answered, chuckling at the blonde's comment. Well, I could fix the problem, it would be easier to ask why we both are getting what we want. Alright, that sounds fair enough, the blonde replied, nodding to himself. What do you need me to do in order to fix it? Well, no, the targets you seek will lead that world down a dark path. I ask that ye kill him after ye get what you need, D answered, head cocking to the side. I ask that ye tread carefully though, by my grace, any changes ye make to that world will be permanent, so don't be killing anyone but the target. Alright, I can do that, Naruto agreed, he hadn't really planned to kill anyone, but if a god was asking. Who is it? I have more than one target in your world. In the blink of an eye the god had moved, appearing before Naruto and tapping him on the forehead before the blonde could react. When you see him, you'll know, I've given you a way to locate him. Now enter through door number 10, it's the red one over there, it'll take ye to your first target, and from there your journey begins. Hiding his surprise and creepiness at the godspeed, Naruto made his way over to the door and read the plaque on the side. It would do well to know this world's difference before he set out. One Piece Realm number 10. Divergence Point. Blackbeard pirates kill Portgas D. Ace. Monkey D. Luffy, in order to avenge his brother, fights and dies at the hands of Blackbeard. If I remember the manga correctly, Naruto mused, recalling his time reading the One Piece manga. I'll have less than a week between my first and second targets, a bit rushed, but I'm sure I can do it. Reaching out, he opened the door and stepped through, only to find himself standing within a small white room. What now? Have fun and goodbye, D's voice rang out, the door slamming shut before Naruto could turn around. The second the door clicked shut, everything around him changed. Naruto went from standing in a small white room to falling from hundreds of feet above the ocean. Crap, 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 crap. The blonde cursed, his voice carrying across the sky. Damn you, D. Okay, think Naruto, you're falling hundreds of feet, if you hit the water like this, it'll hurt a lot. Naruto raged, dozens of ideas passing through his mind as he fell. Damn it, what the hell should I do? Falling past a flock of birds, a light bulb flickered above his head. Duh. I can just grow wings and fly. Although I can't really risk it right now, not without some practice first at least. Something else then. Muting his healing factor momentarily, Naruto willed one of his nails to grow and used it to cut his thumb, allowing his blood to fully coat the appendage. Concentrating on an image, he flew through a set of hand seals and poured as much chakra as he could into the jutsu. Summoning technique. Crow. There was a puff of smoke, followed by the cawing of a bird and then another poof of smoke as Naruto crashed into the small bird and dispelled it. Damn it all to hell. Stupid me and my stupid limiting seals, what was that damn release phrase again? The blonde cursed, racking his mind as he tried to remember the information that had come with his limiting seals. Oh yeah, Cromwell initiative. Full release. As soon as the words passed his lips, Naruto felt a huge increase in the amount of chakra he could access, the block in his chakra dissipating as the seals on his hands faded away with a flash of light. Back at full power, the blonde poured as much chakra as possible into his hands and flew through another set of hand seals, doing his best to ignore the fast approaching ocean. Summoning technique. Crow. There was another puff of smoke, this time much larger than the last, and the blonde vanished into it. Caw-caw. With a loud caw. Accompanied its summoner's yell, a massive crow exploded out of the smoke cloud, a blonde-haired teen perched confidently on its head. Naruto grinned as he glanced down at his summon, the crow was even bigger than Gamabunta, similar in appearance to any other crow except for its eyes. Rather than the beady little eyes of the average avian, the bird seemed to have large black eyes with blue diamonds around the pupils, quite similar to those of its summoner. In addition to its strange eyes, Naruto found that he could not only control the bird with his mind, but he could also see through its eyes, something that would take some getting used to. Wow, that's really weird. The blonde chuckled, blinking repeatedly as his brain adjusted to this strange occurrence. Mentally commanding his summon to look down, Naruto gulped when he noticed that he was only a few meters above the ocean. Damn, that was really close. If I ever run into that jerk D again, I'll punch him square in the face, consequences be damned. Looking around, he tried to figure out just where and when he was, resorting to what he could remember from the manga. Luckily he was able to piece his location together, mostly thanks to the giant gate off in the distance and what looked to be an armada of ships approaching an island floating in the middle of a circular pit in the ocean. Huh, I guess that bastard knew what he was doing after all, this is just where I wanted to be. Naruto chuckled, turning towards the island. If I remember correctly, then this should be right at the end of the Enies lobby arc, I better hurry and get to my target before something happens. Just minutes ago, the Marines aboard their ships had been shocked and awed after witnessing the defeat of Rob Lucci at the hands of Monkey D. Luffy, an event that took them all by surprise. The strongest member of the CP9, defeated by a lowly pirate, unthinkable. But the defeat of the CP9 at the hands of the Straw Hat Pirates, the order had been given to the Marine ships, the Buster Call began. They just destroyed the convoy ship the pirates were planning to escape aboard, managed to trap most of the crew on the last section of the bridge, and aimed their cannons at the tower, where Monkey D. Luffy was trapped. Over the Den Mushy an announcement was made. Aim all cannons at the first prop. Whatever cannons were left turned to the tower, their crew prepared to open fire. Obliterate Straw Hat Luffy immediately. Atop a destroyed bridge, the crew of the Going Merry were doing everything in their power to save Luffy, trying to prevent his imminent death. Unfortunately, they were all trapped on one section of the bridge, fighting the Marine captains and lieutenants, while Luffy was trapped in the tower and unable to move. Who is it? Whose voice is it? Usopp yelled suddenly, his head swiveling about. I told you, they're my men. Frankie replied, misunderstanding his comrade's question. No. It's not that voice. Usopp yelled back. It's been around for a while. Huh? Monkey D. Luffy groaned in pain as he lay on the floor, slowly awaiting his death, there was nothing else he could do. He'd used up almost all his strength in the battle with Rob Lucci, his entire body was sore, and he could only move his fingers and toes, nothing more, there was no possible way for him to defend himself, no way to move or dodge. Then he heard a voice in his mind. Up below? Luffy muttered to himself, his voice thick with confusion. Look below? I can really hear it. Usopp yelled to the rest of his crew. What? Below? Who? Nami shouted, blocking a strike from a nearby Marine. What is it? Sanji asked, his leg flying out and striking down a Marine captain. I said look below. Chopper exclaimed, hopping around excitedly. They could all hear the same voice now, a voice within their mind, telling them to look below. Firing at Straw Hat Luffy in 5 seconds. Luffy? Jump into the ocean, Usopp screamed. Into the ocean, Usopp continued to yell. Usopp? Zoro asked, wondering what was going through his crewmate's mind. Turning to Robin, Yusa pointed at the tower excitedly. Robin. Can you drop Luffy into the ocean? Leave it to me. She replied with a nod. Are you trying to kill yourself? Zoro yelled, swords flashing as he cut down man after man. As the Marines prepared to fire, a massive shadow swept past, a cry resounding across the ocean. Caw. 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 Heads snapped up, every single person looking to the sky, their eyes wide as they gazed upon what had to be the largest bird in existence flying over the island and the ships. As they stared, the bird swooped down and landed directly on the ocean, protecting the tower and Monkey D. Luffy with its massive body. Hello Marines and pirates. A voice called out, drawing their attention up to the bird's head. Perched atop the bird's head, nearly hidden within its feathers, was a man, roughly 17 years old, with spiky blonde hair and sparkling blue eyes. He was dressed in a thin red shirt, loose red pants with a black hooded cloak over top, and a pair of wooden jetta on his feet. Having just landed where he knew the Going Merry was supposed to surface, Naruto ordered his summon to grab the ship with its talons and turned his attention to the marine forces. Hello Marines and pirates. He called out, drawing their attention. There were several moments of silence, everyone simply staring at him in shock, before a voice replied over the den mushi. Who are you? Are you an accomplice of these pirates? No, not at all. Naruto replied, his voice carrying across the ocean, amplified with an application of chakra. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, I just happened to be passing through the area when I witnessed this scene, and being the nice guy that I am, I decided to lend a hand to the losing side. Then you will die with the pirates. The voice replied moments later. All ships aim at that creature. Destroy it. Grinning darkly, Naruto watched on as all the marine ships began turning their cannons on him, aiming at the body of his summon. Time to see how powerful I really am. Shadow clone technique. With a poof of smoke, a dozen blondes leapt from the crow's head, landing beside each member of the Straw Hat crew and friends. Before anyone could react, still stunned from witnessing the clone technique, each clone grabbed a Straw Hat crew member and leapt away, dragging them onto the bird. With a blur of movement, a small group of clones appeared next to Rob Lucci, dragging him towards the crow as well. Ignoring the marine vessels and their cannons, Naruto made his way to Lucci's side and knelt down, his hands hovering over Lucci's wounds and mouth. What are you doing? Nami screamed, jumping to her feet, a difficult task without chakra to adhere her to the creature's head. You just put us all in the line of fire, we have to get out of here. Relax, we'll be fine. Naruto chuckled, grinning at the crew before turning back to the body, brow furrowed in concentration. Now be quiet and let me concentrate. The Straw Hats watched in amazement as some blood seemed to flow out of Lucci's wound, a dark yellow light streaming out of his mouth at the same time, both substances rising through the air and into the blonde's hands. What the hell was that? Sanji asked, eyes wide in shock. I don't know but we have bigger things to worry about, Robin replied, her eyes on the marine vessels below. Looking around, the rest of the crew gulped as they noticed that all the ships had finished aiming and were now preparing to fire, their cannons locked on the bird's form. Naruto, on the other hand, was completely unbothered as he stood, his hands forming a cross as he summoned his chakra. With a poof of smoke, a shadow clone leapt towards the bridge, Rob Lucci held squarely on its shoulders. His job complete, Naruto ordered the bird to take flight, grinning wide as it complied a moment later. Do not allow them to escape. All ships open fire. As the bird prepared to take flight, the marine vessels fired their cannons, hundreds of cannonballs targeted at one location. The Straw Hat crew closed their eyes and braced for impact, Naruto on the other hand, simply scoffed and lifted his right hand. With a force of will, the blonde released a pulse of telekinetic power, bringing the cannonballs to a stop midair. When they felt no impact, the crew opened their eyes, their jaws dropping to match that of their marine counterparts. Glaring at the lead ship, Naruto spoke, his voice easily carrying across the distance. You fools are lucky I don't have the time to kill you all. His tone was cold and left no room for misunderstanding, he would kill them if given the chance. Dropping the balls into the ocean, Naruto ordered his summon to take off, wanting to offer the Straw Hats medical attention as soon as possible. With a mighty beat of its gigantic wings, the crow took off, carrying Naruto, the Straw Hat crew, Frankie, Kokoro, Gon and Chimney on its head, the Going Merry in its talons. Akiji, admiral of the world government, had just arrived at Eni's lobby in time to witness the destruction left behind. He was soon debriefed by one of the vice admirals in charge, much to his shock, annoyance and veiled amusement. Still, he had a job to do. Contact Marine HQ, let them know that Eni's lobby was a defeat for the world government. He ordered, turning to one of the marine grunts. Oh. And make sure they post a bounty for this Uzumaki Naruto. Thanks for saving us back there. Luffy cheered, grinning widely despite his injuries. Glancing over at where the crew was sitting, all trying their best not to fall off their ride, Naruto grinned widely. Don't mention it, I'm sure you guys would have been fine without me. Maybe, but thanks anyways, where are we headed? Nami asked, glancing around at the ocean below. Water 7. Naruto replied, plucking the location of the island right from their minds. Far below and behind them, the Frankie family, Galila, Giants, King Bulls, and Yokozuna rode the puffing Tom back to Water 7, their eyes locked on the large beast flying above. Last time on Naruto. Revenge. Thanks for saving us back there. Luffy cheered, grinning widely despite his injuries. Glancing over at where the crew was sitting, all trying their best not to fall off their ride, Naruto grinned widely. Don't mention it, I'm sure you guys would have been fine without me. Maybe, but thanks anyways, where are we headed? Nami asked, glancing around at the ocean below. Water 7. Naruto replied, plucking the location of the island right from their minds. Far below and behind them, the Frankie family, Galila, Giants, King Bulls, and Yokozuna rode the puffing Tom back to Water 7, their eyes locked on the large beast flying above. Chapter 5. Knowledge. The trip back to Water 7 was spent with Naruto conversing with the Straw Hat crew. It had taken him several tries to explain to them that his abilities weren't the result of some type of devil fruit, then he had to make up some story to explain just how he learned to use chakra. And then, after 5 years meditating with no food or water at the top of the mountain, I was blessed by the sacred mountain goat people. Naruto finished his tale, doing his utmost to keep his face straight. Wow, that's so cool. Chopper exclaimed, eyes alight with stars. Looking around at the looks of awe on Luffy, Chopper and Usopp faces, Naruto's sweat dropped. How gullible can they be? With the blonde silly tale complete, Zoro decided to ask something that had been bugging him for a while, before the blonde started on another silly story. Hey Naruto. Zoro began, drawing the blonde's attention. What did you do back there, the thing with Lucci? The others perked up at that, they'd been wondering the same thing. Oh, that's… Naruto began, grinning wide as they all leaned in. A secret. The crow shook as its passengers all face planted at the same time, causing Naruto to break out in laughter. He was really having fun with these guys. For the first time in a long while, he could hang around people that didn't hate him or try to belittle him with each sentence, it was a nice change of pace. So the flight went on, with Naruto and the Straw Hats talking and exchanging stories, even though he already read about most of their adventures, it was still fun to listen to everyone talk. They landed on Water 7 an hour later, Naruto dropping his passengers and the ship off on Crap Island and dispelling his summons. Well, it's been fun guys, but I have somewhere else to be, take care. Naruto announced, he immediately found himself latched onto by a crying Luffy and Chopper. No. You can't go yet Naruto, join my crew. Luffy bawled, much to the embarrassment of his crew. We can have loads of adventures. Wish I could Luffy, I really do, but I still have things I need to do on my own. Naruto replied, smiling sadly. Maybe I'll come back and visit you guys sometime, okay? We understand. Nami smiled, assisting Robin as they tried to pry the two off of him. Maybe we'll meet again. Saying his goodbyes, Naruto turned and took off, running across the ocean, much to the awe of the others. As he left Water 7, he could feel some sort of voice at the back of his mind, a voice that was telling him which way to go. This, he assumed, was the help from Davy Jones. For the next 4 days, Naruto would run across the ocean during the daytime in order to build up his reserves and control, which was made harder because he only had a limited amount of chakra to use due to his limiter seals. Once he ran low on available chakra, he would release a level of the seal in order to summon some sort of sea creature to ride on, usually a whale or a giant turtle. He would then spend an hour or two resting before summoning clones to work on more chakra exercises, while he did a few physical exercises like push-ups, sit-ups and laps on whatever creature he was on. He continued like this for several days before he decided he was ready to absorb what he'd sucked out of Rob Lucci. Concentrating on his vortexes, Naruto commanded them to break down all the information and power he'd absorbed and merge it with his body. The first difference he noticed was with his body, his muscles seemed to bulge out and expand for several seconds before they contracted back to normal, his body returning to its regular appearance, still the increase in strength remained despite the lack of physical change. The next change was with his chakra reserves, unfortunately it wasn't much of an increase, mostly because the beings of this world didn't use any form of energy, so he'd only been able to absorb and convert an average academy student's worth of power from Lucci. Still, energy wasn't what he was after from Lucci, no. That came next. What he wanted were Lucci's memories and knowledge. He grinned as he felt the memories flood into his mind, there was a slight headache from the new information being downloaded into his mind, but compared to using shadow clones to read and train, this was insignificant. As soon as the absorption was complete, Naruto felt an unexplainable anger and needed to fight rising. Recognizing them as emotions from Lucci, he immediately pushed them down, forcing the emotions as far back as he could. He could still feel the anger simmering at the back of his mind. It was easy to keep it contained, but it was still there. Seems like I not only get their memories, but also their strongest emotion and personality traits. Naruto pondered, rubbing his chin in thought. I'll need to be watchful after each absorption or I'll risk losing control, just like with the Kyuubi's chakra. Sitting down on the back of his summon for the night, a giant sea serpent with the first level of the Aurigan in its eyes, Naruto dropped into his mindscape and made his way over to Jubi's cage. Rather than the large golden cage he was used to seeing, there was now a giant bookcase spanning the entire wall and reaching high into the sky, with hundreds of books on each shelf, all of them with the same blank white covers. As he watched, one of the books turned a dark yellow in color, and the words Rob Lucci appeared on the binding in black ink. Taking the book from the shelf, Naruto spent the rest of the night leafing through Lucci's memories, discarding the ones he found useless, while keeping those he wanted, namely information on the Rakishiki style. Unfortunately, he found that he couldn't rid himself of all the strong emotions and personality traits that came with the absorption, a pity. The next 2 days were spent on the back of a summon, working on the Rakishiki style and fitting it to his body since he was built differently from Lucci. 6 days after leaving the Straw Hat crew, Naruto arrived on Banro Island just as a giant ball of fire crashed into a cloud of darkness. Guess they already started without me. Naruto chuckled mentally, making his way towards the fight. He got there just in time to see Fire Fist Ace pass out, the large form of Blackbeard approaching the man's body with a knife. Well. Blackbeard chuckled, his deep tones booming across the area. I guess this is where the chase ends, Commander Ace. But that he raised his blade, preparing to bring it down on the back of his helpless opponent. Storm leg. A voice called out, resounding with power. The crescent-shaped blade of air flew towards Blackbeard, striking him square in the back and blowing him away, causing him to land several meters away with a painful thud. The other 4 members and horse of the Blackbeard pirates perked up, their heads snapping over to the source of the attack, a smirking blonde with his right leg extended upwards. Hey! Shouted Jesus Burgess, helmsman of the Blackbeard pirates. Who the hell do you think you are? Don't you guys read the paper? Blackbeard growled, shakily making his way to his feet. His back was a bit sore, but he was otherwise unharmed. That's Diamond Eyes Uzumaki Naruto. He's got a bounty of 120 million Beely for helping the Straw Hats escape Eni's lobby. It seems like I need to practice that technique some more. That should have cut right through him. Naruto mused, frowning minutely. Marshall D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard. Naruto began, lowering his leg and shifting into a loose fighting stance. I'm here for your head. Ahahaha. Teach laughed, his crew joining in a few moments later. Is that so? I just defeated one of the top commanders of Whitebeard's crew, what makes you think you can do any better? Taking a step forward, the large pirate swept a hand over his crew. Say you do somehow manage to beat me, you don't stand a chance against my crew, why don't you just turn around and leave us be? Glancing at each crew member, their faces twisted by devious smirks, Naruto spoke. I don't think I can beat you, Teach. With a blur of movement, he vanished, utilizing the Rakishiki's shave technique, and reappeared in front of Blackbeard. I know I can. Before the pirate could react, Naruto delivered a punch, one powered by the combined strength of both he and Lucci, right into Blackbeard's gut. The blow sent the man flying several meters back, directly into his crew, who tried to catch him, but all found themselves sliding back several inches. Blackbeard yelped in pain, dropping to one knee. Quite the punch he's got, eh, Captain? Lafitte, Blackbeard's navigator, chuckled. Yeah. Blackbeard gasped, rubbing his sore gut. I must still be tired from fighting Fire Fist, lend me a hand with these guys. Nodding to each other, the 5 men sprang apart at once, each taking their assumed form of combat. Lafitte sprouted wings, long white angelic wings, and took off into the air, his cane in one hand and a pistol in the other. Jesus Burgess and Blackbeard pulled out a pair of pistols each, while Doc Q hefted his scythe, and Van Augur jumped to the top of a nearby pile of rubble, taking careful aim with his rifle. Smirking confidently, Naruto activated the second level of his Jagen and slipped back into his fighting stance, prepared to move at a moment's notice. Guess it's time to see how much I've improved. With an unseen signal, the 4 gunmen opened fire, all focused on one spot. Using his telekinetic ability, Naruto threw up a psychic shield with a snap of his wrist, causing the bullets to smoothly curve around him. With that, he took off running towards the group, his movements blurring as he picked up speed. Up in the air, Lafitte holstered his pistol and hefted his cane, hovering midair as he sought an opening. Atop his junk pile, Van continued firing bullets at Naruto with his sniper rifle, causing the blonde to slow as the bullet struck his shield. As Naruto closed the distance, Doc Q ran to meet him, his scythe raised high in the air behind him. As the scythe came swinging down, Naruto leapt into the air, leaping over both the scythe and its wielder with ease. Landing behind the shocked doctor, he spun around and lashed out with a powerful kick to the back, one that sent the man flying. As Doc flew off across the landscape, Naruto ducked down, narrowly dodging a left hook from Jesus. He spun fluidly once more, a chakra-reinforced fist lashing out and impacting with his opponent's torso, him flying in the opposite direction of Doc Q. Without a moment's pause, Naruto flowed from his punching position into a roll, bullets peppering the spot where he once stood. Leaping to his feet, Naruto was forced to lean back quickly, barely avoiding a powerful uppercut from Blackbeard. The large pirate recovered quickly, despite his size, and followed up with several more punches, to no effect. With his Aojigen activated, Naruto could easily see the blows coming, allowing him to dodge them easily with an application of the paper drawing technique. This left him open however, giving Lafitte an opening to strike, which the man capitalized on. However, as the man approached, Naruto picked up the sound of his wings flapping, giving him a chance to react. Avoiding another punch, Naruto grabbed onto Blackbeard's arm and jumped up onto the man's shoulders, using him as a springboard to leap over the approaching Lafitte. The fast kick while sailing through the air sent the winged pirate falling to the ground, crashing into Blackbeard and sending them both tumbling head over heels. Landing on his feet, Naruto deflected more bullets with his shield before waving his hand and sending a burst of psychic energy in Van's direction, which caused the man's rifle to fly out of his hands and land several feet away. Shave. The blonde shouted, vanishing from his spot and reappearing in front of Van, his right arm pulled back and his index finger extended. Finger gun. With lightning-fast movements, he struck out and jabbed his finger right into Van's left shoulder joint, piercing through the skin, bone and cartilage. "Yua!" screamed the sniper, his arm hanging limply at his side, causing Naruto to grin darkly. He could feel Lucci's bloodlust slipping out the more he fought, and he couldn't deny that he liked the feeling. Jumping off the mountain of rubble, Naruto turned around and surveyed the damage he'd caused, his teeth bared in a wide grin. Aku and Jesus were just rising from his enhanced blows, Lafitte and Teach were also making their way to there, but Van would most likely be out of the fight without his other arm, so Naruto dropped his shield. Unfortunately, he sensed a presence beside him at that exact moment, the moment he was no longer protected. Turning quickly, his eyes widened as he was immediately sucker punched, well kicked, by Doc's horse. Flying across the battlefield, the blonde grunted as he came to a painful stop at Doc's feet, the man wasting no time and swinging his scythe down at Naruto's chest. Rolling to the side, Naruto was able to avoid a fatal strike, losing his left arm in the process. Seeing this, the rest of the Blackbeard crew smirked, their confidence bolstered at landing such a critical blow on such a domineering opponent. Sneering at the kneeling blonde, who had rolled over and was looking at the stump where his arm once was, Blackbeard spoke. "Well, I'll congratulate you for lasting this long against us, kid, but you've lost, you won't last long without your arm." Staring back at the large pirate, Naruto cocked his head to the side as if contemplating the idea, his face blank for several seconds before he grinned widely. "Nope." Standing up, the blonde stopped concentrating on slowing his healing and allowed his healing factor to do its job, laughing inwardly at the look on his opponent's faces as his arm regrew in a matter of seconds. "What the hell?" raged Jesus, eyes wide in shock. "What kind of devil fruit power is that?" "None." Naruto replied, flexing and testing his new arm. "This is all me." "That's impossible." Doc shouted, his eyes narrowing in thought. "Believe what you want, are we going to fight or what?" Naruto asked, rolling his arm. "Time to end this, guys, get over here." Blackbeard ordered, hiding his shock behind a mask of anger. The rest of his crew dashed over to his position, falling in behind him as a pitch-black aura began to surround their captain. Holding his hand towards Naruto, Blackbeard drew on his fruit's powers and focused. Black spiral. Feeling a powerful tug on his body, Naruto suddenly found himself flying towards Blackbeard, pulled along by an invisible force. With a blur of movement, the large form of Jesus dashed past his captain, his fist plowing into Naruto's face and smashing him into the ground, causing a large crater to form around his body. Grinning victoriously, Blackbeard stalked over to the blonde and picked him up by the throat, his chest rising and falling in laughter. "My fruit gives me control over darkness and gravity." The pirate began, a black aura rising around his hand. "It also allows me to nullify all other fruit abilities with a single touch. I don't know what fruit you ate, but let's see how you heal without it." Nodding to Doc, who raised his scythe, and Lafitte, who unsheathed a blade from within his cane, Blackbeard held the blonde up. They struck together, slicing off Naruto's limbs and bisecting him horizontally at the waist, the blonde grinning at Blackbeard the entire time. Before they could even lower their weapons, all of the blonde's limbs regrow, his clothing included, much to the shock of the Blackbeard crew. Laughing at the look on their faces, Naruto grinned as he spoke. "You can't beat me, Blackbeard, you may as well just give up, this is getting boring." The crew all stumbled back, looking at him with wide, fearful eyes. What are you?" Van stuttered out, his horse sharing the same shocked look. Changing his eyes to their final form, a red diamond on a black background, Naruto replied. Me? I'm complicated. Focusing on another of his powers, Naruto narrowed his eyes and concentrated, grasping at the electrical signals passing through his opponent's bodies. Kneel. As soon as he gave the command, he reached out and shut down their motor skills, causing them all to fall to their knees. This was mostly done for the shock and awe factor, a spike of Lucci's bloodlust, adding a shot of excitement to the whole thing, could see the fear in their eyes, hell, he could even smell it rolling off of them. Time to die, teacher. Naruto chuckled, grabbing two of his discarded limbs off the ground, using his shape-shifting powers to fuse them together and forming a large executioner's axe. Any final words? Wait, why don't you join my crew, with your powers and mine we can rule, Teach began, only to be cut off as Naruto swung the axe, taking off the top half of his head. Duerty. Naruto deadpanned as the body fell to the ground. Looking into the eyes of the remaining members, Naruto smirked, he liked seeing the fear in their eyes. With that single glance, he captured them all with his powers, their eyes glazing over as he hypnotized them. Take Fire Fist Ace to Water 7 and hand him over to the Straw Hat Pirates. He ordered, all three nodding as they complied. Let them know who saved Ace and give them my greetings, also tell them that I hope to see them again someday. After leaving Water 7, you can continue with your lives. Yes, Naruto-sama. They all replied in an emotionless tone, their voices resounding as they spoke as one. Standing, they made their way over to Ace and picked him up, slowly leaving to carry out the blonde's orders. Looking down at Blackbeard's body, Naruto scoffed and knelt, his hands hovering over the pirate's head. Just like with Lucci, a stream of blood flowed into one vortex, while a black light flowed into the other. Unlike last time, however, instead of holding onto the samples, Naruto immediately broke them down and absorbed them into his body. Seconds later his body seemed to swell to 3 times its normal size, muscles bulging and straining, before shrinking back down to normal. As with Lucci, the energy absorbed was minuscule in value, but he gained a much larger physical increase from Blackbeard. Where Lucci was built for quick movement and fast strikes, Blackbeard was all about strength and endurance. Naruto could feel his body becoming stronger and stronger by the second. Ignoring the headache from the added memories, Naruto immediately fought down the feelings of greed and extreme thirst of adventure he got from Blackbeard, pushing them all aside as he dropped into his mindscape. He appeared before the bookcase, noticing that another one of the books had been colored in, this time in black with gray text on the binding. Taking the book down, he began the process of erasing all unneeded memories, finding that by getting rid of a large amount of memories, he was able to lessen the emotions that threatened to overwhelm him. Once finished, Naruto stretched out his new muscles while reviewing the fight, the entire battle playing over and over in his mind. I'll admit that I've gotten much stronger, those were some of the strongest men this world has to offer. That doesn't mean I'm the best though, not yet anyways. I'll need to keep working towards my goal. Taking a final glance around, he began pouring chakra into the ring on his hand, preparing to leave this universe behind. I should see if I can come back here sometime, the Straw Hats make such good friends. In a flash of red light, he was gone. Arriving back in the familiar halls of the multiverse, Naruto turned to the door before him, this one completely different from the last two. While the last two doors were made of wood, this door seemed to be made of 2 large stone tablets with a mural engraved onto their surface. Embedded in the center of each door was a small red stone, roughly the size of an apple, with what appeared to be millions and millions of faces writhing in agony within the stone. That definitely sent a shiver up his spine. Now that's just creepy, wonder what world this is. Looking at the plaque, the blonde smirked as he read it. Fullmetal Alchemist Universe. Number of realms. 2506. This caused him to whistle. Damn. That's a lot of separate worlds, I wonder why there's so many. Patron gods. Truth, Ishvala, Leto. Alright, time to go in. Naruto decided, reaching over and grabbing the door. Maybe if I ask nicely, I can get what I need without having to visit a bunch of realms. In one quick movement, he opened the door and stepped inside, prepared for anything. Within the room, Naruto was met with nothing, absolutely nothing at all. All around him, as far as his eyes could see, there was nothing. The room he entered was an endless wide expanse, no doors, no people, nothing at all. Well. This is boring. He deadpanned. I quite agree. The voice came from directly behind him, causing Naruto to spin around, slipping into a defensive stance. Instead of seeing the doorway he just entered from, Naruto was met with the same wide expanse extending behind, except there were 3 figures standing before him. Who are you? He asked, keeping his tone polite as he reminded himself that these were gods. I am Ishvala, god of creation. Spoke the figure on the right. He was a man roughly in his mid-30s, taller than Naruto by a good 3 inches, with a skinny but muscular frame. His eyes were bright red in color, his skin a dark brown, causing his neck-length silver hair to really stand out. He was dressed in a plain black, high-collared, long-sleeved shirt with baggy, black pants and sandals. Over top of his shirt, he wore a sash going from his right shoulder to his left hip and back around. The sash was yellow in color, with 3 black lines vertically running around the entire thing. "I am Leto, the sun god." The second figure, now identified as Leto, replied. This one was an old man, but while his face was old and wrinkled, he had the body of a weightlifter, thick and muscular. He stood straight, reaching almost 7 feet in height, with pitch black eyes and a fair complexion. His head was entirely bald, with a long black beard and what looked like a metal, spiky circlet on top. For clothing, he was dressed in a simple gray sleeveless robe, bound at the waist by a golden braid of rope with brown sandals on his feet. In his left hand was a large wooden staff with a large yellow metal sun attached to the top. With his height and stern look, he made quite an imposing figure. "And I am Truth, guardian of the gate," the final figure commented. As it turned out, Truth was the weirdest looking of the lot, more so than his companions. He was completely white in color, with absolutely no features at all, just plain white. He would have blended right in with the background had it not been for the small black aura that encircled him and gave him shape. He stood at roughly 4 feet tall. On closer inspection, one could just barely make out a large gleaming smile on Truth's face. "It's an honor to meet you, I am Uzumaki Naruto." He greeted with a bow, remembering to be polite. "What is it you seek within our realm, Uzumaki Naruto?" Ishvala asked with a sneer, his face twisted in disdain. "I come seeking information on alchemy, Lord Ishvala," Naruto replied, remaining bowed. Truth's smile seemed to grow even larger, while Leto frowned and Ishvala scoffed. "Another one of yours, Truth." Ishvala grunted, he and Leto turned to walk away. Glancing over at Truth, Naruto gave him a questioning look. "They're just upset that everyone that comes through here always seems to be after information on alchemy," Truth explained, his grin never fading even as he spoke. "Since that's my domain, I get to handle them all." "Ah," Naruto replied, not understanding at all. "Tell me Uzumaki Naruto," Truth continued, head cocked to the side. "Why do you seek this information? From what I can tell, the people of your realm are unable to use alchemy." "I don't seek information on alchemy per se," Naruto replied, carefully choosing his words. "You see, I have an ability that allows me to manipulate my form and physical makeup. What I seek is information on the atomic and molecular makeup of all objects. Without that information, I'm limited in what materials I can shift my body into. My realm is less advanced than yours, so any information there on the subject is limited." "Ah, I see." Truth chuckled, his grin threatening to split his face as he raised a hand. "Very well, I will give you what you seek, Uzumaki Naruto. That is, if you can handle it." Hearing a sound from behind, Naruto spun around, only to see a much larger version of this universe's door appear from thin air. With an ominous creak, the door slowly slid open, revealing a black void suspended between the 2 stone slabs. He could see many shadows moving about within the doorway, shapeless beings scurrying about, causing ripples in the darkness of the void. All of a sudden the void seemed to split apart, a giant gray eye appearing in the tier and staring down at the blonde teen. Staring back in shock, Naruto realized that he could hear what sounded like thousands of voices whispering within the void, a loud hiss with no identifiable words. Stumbling back in shock, he was caught off guard as dozens of small, shadowy hands leapt from the void, latching onto him and slowly dragging him forward. He tried his best to fight them off, struggling with all his might and calling on his many abilities, but nothing seemed to work. The shadowy limbs seemed to be indestructible. With a frantic shout, Naruto found himself torn off his feet and pulled into the void, the doors slamming shut behind him. "I wish you luck, Uzumaki Naruto." Truth chuckled, grin lessening minutely. "Knowledge is power and all power has its costs. What are you willing to lose in order to gain what you seek?" Within the void, Naruto moaned as he felt tremendous amounts of information flood into his mind, all pouring in without pause. The pain was unimaginable, pure, unfiltered knowledge being inserted into his mind, knowledge about a great many subjects. Having some experience with his clones and information overload, he was able to resist the effects at first, however the sheer amounts of information flooding in was just too much to limit, threatening to destroy his mind. Shortly after the mental pain began, Naruto was struck with extreme physical pain, his body being torn apart at the microscopic level. As more and more knowledge was forced into his mind, he could feel more and more of his body breaking down and flowing away into the void, being drained away by the beings within. Yet as quickly as he broke down, he felt his healing factor repairing the damage, his very cells regrowing by the second. He tried many times to retreat into his mindscape, hoping to escape and somehow lessen the pain, but he couldn't focus long enough to consciously do so, and something seemed to be keeping him conscious despite the pain he won. After what felt like ages of breaking down and healing over and over again, the pain began to lessen, the flood of knowledge slowing steadily before coming to a complete stop. Painfully cracking an eye open, the blonde groaned as he realized that he was still within the void, still held within the tight grips of the shadowy appendages. Moments passed with no change before the blonde noticed something differed. There was a vertical line of white light shining through the dark, a light that was slowly growing in size by the second. The line grew and grew until he soon found himself staring out at the wide expanse of the god's realm, the gate opening fully and the shadow hands releasing their grip, the blonde managing to stumble 3 steps past the gate before collapsing, unconscious before he hit the ground. "So you survived after all." Truth chuckled, stalking over to the unconscious teen. "You are an interesting one, Uzumaki Naruto." Within his mindscape, Naruto looked on with shock, trying to comprehend the sheer amount of damage that had just been inflicted on his mind. The walls of his mindscape were all covered in slowly healing cracks, many parts had whole chunks of stone missing, the walls close to complete destruction. Shuddering at how close he'd come to breaking, the blonde made his way towards the bookcase, which was now covered in a rainbow of colorful books. The entire wall was like one giant rainbow, books of all colors and sizes filling the shelf, each filled with a different tidbit of information. Sighing in exasperation, Naruto willed 10 clones into existence beside, requiring their assistance in the sorting of his newfound knowledge. "What is it with all of the gods I meet trying to kill me?" he pondered, beginning his work. After a full day of rest and work within his mindscape, Naruto awoke to the blinding whiteness of the god's realm. Well, look who's finally woken up, for a second there, I thought you'd been reduced to a mindless husk." Turning to his right, Naruto groaned deeply as he saw Truth looking at him, his grin present as always. Rubbing his eyes with one hand, Naruto stood from the floor. "What happened in there?" he asked, keeping his tone polite despite the annoyance he felt with the god before him. "I expected the mental damage from the information overload, but what was the physical pain? It felt like my entire body was being broken down and absorbed." Truth chuckled at that, his grin widening even further. "You should know the rules of alchemy, Uzumaki Naruto. In everything there is equivalent exchange, nothing is gained without losing something in return," he replied, the amusement missing from his tone. "In this case, you gained the combined knowledge of thousands of alchemists. In exchange, the gate stripped you of the combined life force of thousands of people. Not many can enter the gate and exit whole. That regeneration of yours is truly fascinating." Naruto deadpanned at that. "You really couldn't have mentioned this beforehand." The grin stretched even wider. "Where's the fun in that?" Mentally grumbling about annoying gods who need to be taught a lesson, Naruto gripped his head in pain. "I'll be taking my leave now, I have many things to do and so little time, thank you for your assistance with my goals, Truth," he murmured, giving the god a much shallower bow. "Don't mention it," Truth replied, turning and walking away. "You're an interesting person, Uzumaki Naruto, I'll be keeping an eye on you." Joy Naruto mumbled, vanishing in a flash of red light. "Oh yes, quite interesting indeed." Mentally grumbling about annoying gods who need to be taught a lesson, Naruto gripped his head in pain. "I'll be taking my leave now, I have many things to do and so little time, thank you for your assistance with my goals, Truth," he murmured, giving the god a much shallower bow. "Don't mention it," Truth replied, turning and walking away. "You're an interesting person, Uzumaki Naruto, I'll be keeping an eye on you." Joy Naruto mumbled, vanishing in a flash of red light. "Oh yes, quite interesting indeed." Chapter 6. Power. With a flash of red light, Naruto reappeared in the familiar hallway of the multiverse, standing before yet another door, one that was completely different from all previous doors. For one thing, rather than metal or wood, this door seemed to be made out of some sort of yellow-orange substance, one that happened to be completely transparent, although, he could only see complete darkness on the other side. "This is amber," Naruto realized, his mind automatically providing him with a name for the material he was closely observing, one that he'd never encountered before. But that name came a sudden influx of information, all pertaining to the material making up this door, a material that he previously knew nothing about. With this sudden influx of detailed information came a familiar pain, causing the blonde to hiss and rub his temple, his face scrunched up in a grimace. He couldn't help but curse the entity known as Truth at this particular moment. Maybe knowing everything about everything wasn't such a great idea after all. The blonde winced. "Curse your hindsight. Why are you never there when I actually need you?" Sighing, the blonde turned his attention back to the slab of amber serving as a door, his keen sight picking up the many red, star-shaped objects embedded into the stone. He counted 28 of them, all placed in a circular pattern around the door handle. Already having some inkling of where this door led, Naruto took a glance at the plaque, grinning as his assumption was proven correct. Dragon Ball Universe. Number of realms. 26. Patron gods. Shenron, Black Smoke Shenron, Ultimate Shenron, Purunga. The Dragon Ball Universe, eh? Naruto mused with a wide grin. That's awesome, I'll finally be able to do something with all this Kai. He'd already tried many times to practice with both his Kai and Riryoku, trying to control the two energies and perform techniques with them. Unfortunately, he was never good with chakra control and jutsu creation. He soon found that without the proper knowledge, Kai and Riryoku were quite difficult to control and manipulate, much more than chakra. In fact, using hand signs did absolutely nothing to control these two energies. He would require the proper methods used in the universes where these two energies originated. Still grinning widely, the blonde grasped the door handle and pulled open the large amber slab, stepping through the doorway and into the room without pause. The room he entered was completely designed to look like a cave, an extremely large cave at that. All the floor and walls were made of a dark rocky substance, the roof above extended upwards indefinitely, seemingly having no end at all. All he could see when looking up was darkness, complete and utter darkness. On closer inspection, Naruto noticed what appeared to be large claw marks, covering most of the floor and walls, some looking to have been formed by a claw many times his size. At the other end of the room, directly across from the door Naruto had entered through, there were multiple doors lined up one next to the other, 26 of them in total if he counted right. Hearing something scraping on the ground to his left, Naruto turned quickly and found himself staring into the large crimson eyeball of a massive serpentine dragon. The creature in question was covered from head to toe in large green scales, the only uncovered part being its yellow-brown underbelly, although said underbelly also appeared to be formed of a material that was just as tough as the protective scales. Trailing from the dragon's head, all the way down to its tail, was a line of light green spikes, which coupled with its razor-sharp teeth and large red eyes, to give it a truly fearsome appearance. Both ninja and dragon stared at each other for several seconds in silence, one glaring fiercely and the other shaking fearfully. Naruto gulped, his heart pounding powerfully, as the mighty beast leaned forward until it was only a few centimeters away from him. Luckily for the blonde shinobi, the dragon simply took a long sniff before backing off, causing Naruto to sigh in relief. Giving an amused-sounding snort, flames leaping from its nostrils, the dragon backed away from the blonde, its body slowly snaking upwards and away, revealing to the blonde that it had slithered down from the darkness above, a portion of its tremendous bulk remaining hidden within the darkness. Looking up once more, Naruto almost jumped out of his skin when he found another 3 sets of glowing eyes observing him, their owners fully hidden in the darkness above. Under the full scrutiny of these 4 mighty beasts, Naruto did the only thing he could think of, he gulped and bowed low. Hello. The blonde squeaked, his eyes returning to the soul dragon whose body he could actually see. While he may consider himself quite powerful, Naruto was no fool, drawing the ire of a god was one thing, drawing the ire of a dragon god was quite another. In reply, the dragon simply snorted once again before retreating back into the darkness of the cave roof, its eyes dimming and closing as it did so, the other 3 following soon after. Okay. Naruto muttered, scratching his head in confusion. I'll take that as a sign to continue on. Despite his seemingly calm exterior, the blonde was anything but. Damn, that thing was huge. Naruto shouted mentally, eyes perceptibly wide. Hell, it was at least 3 times the size of Jubi and Gamabunta. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Naruto slowly, as to not draw any more attention from the great beasts above, made his way over to a green door, the closest to his position. Looking at the plague, he frowned as he read the words carved onto its surface. Dragon Ball Realm number 18. Divergence Point. Goku and Vegeta failed to defeat Majin Buu, resulting in the destruction of many worlds. With a frown on his face, the blonde opened the door and stepped through, only to find himself standing in an enormously large room. The first thing he noticed was the huge mahogany desk in front of him, behind which was seated a massive red man with long black hair, beady, black eyes and a shaggy black beard. The man was dressed in a purple business suit with a white shirt and orange tie, on top of his head was a purple helmet with 2 horns on the sides. He also happened to be as tall as Gamabunta, even while sitting, and was staring directly at Naruto. Naruto paled as he realized just who was glaring down at him, King Yama, the judge of the dead. Who the hell are you? Yama growled, his deep voice booming throughout the room. Only the dead should be able to enter this place. Greetings Yama-sama. Naruto replied with a bow, his tone as polite as possible. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I came here seeking 2 souls. Is that so? Yama asked, brow raised curiously. Who do you seek and why? It's my duty to guard the afterlife, and I can't just let anyone that asks stroll around like they own the place. Naruto could almost swear that he heard the large ogre mumble something that sounded like damn Saiyans under his breath. Choosing to ignore it, he decided to simply answer Yama's question. I'm not here to cause any trouble or to free anyone Yama-sama. Naruto replied, remaining bowed. I just happen to know that you have Frieza and Vegeta here, I want to fight them. At the sound of the 2 names, Yama's eyes widened comically. you have some kind of death wish, boy. Those are two of the strongest beings I've locked up in hell. Yes, I know. Naruto replied, his eyes glinting with determination. I still want to fight them. Emma snorted before pointing to the door to his left. Whatever, just another soul for me to judge later. Go through that door and jump off the path, that will take you straight into hell, you'll have to ask around in order to find those two though. Thank you Yama-sama, Naruto replied, running towards the door. Yeah, don't mention it. Just try not to bother me when you die. Yama yelled at the blonde's vanishing back. Exiting the check-in station, Naruto found himself standing on Snake Way, a long pathway floating above a plain of golden clouds. Walking to the edge of the pathway, Naruto glanced over the edge and frowned, his sight was completely blocked by the golden clouds. Taking a few steps back, Naruto formed an image in his mind and concentrated, his back cracking and splitting as he shifted. With a spray of blood, a pair of large avian wings burst from his back, the feathers pitch black and glossy. While he had no experience flying, the information he'd gotten from the gate shiver allowed him to make the wings the correct size and strength for someone his size. He also made sure to shift his bones so that they were lighter and hollow, allowing for easier flight. Hopping up and down to loosen up, the blonde gave a few test flaps of his new appendages, finding them to be in perfect working order. Prepared to begin, the blonde took a deep breath before taking a running leap over the edge, his wings catching the wind and slowing his fall. Breaking through the cloud cover, Naruto found himself flying several hundred meters above hell, which looked in no way like how he imagined it. He'd expected fire and brimstone, instead he was met with grassy and rocky, as well sparkling red pools of liquid. Quite frankly, this place looked like the human realm to him, just in different colors and hues. Looking around, he spotted several white clouds floating a few feet above the ground below, these he recognized as souls from the manga he'd read. While a majority of them looked like small white clouds, Naruto noticed that a few souls had kept their original forms, but these were few in number, mostly one for every dozen clouds. The blonde spent over half an hour flying around before he found a soul that he recognized, one that could help him find one of his targets. Turning his skin into a diamond-hard substance, Naruto retracted his wings and dropped down from the sky, hitting the ground so hard that the surrounding area exploded, sending souls flying and forming a deep crater around the blonde. Hello Captain Jinyu. Naruto greeted cheerily, stepping out of the crater unharmed. Who are you? The soul asked, raising a hairless brow in question. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, but that is unimportant. Naruto replied, coming to a stop a few meters from the purple-skinned being. I am seeking two souls within this realm, you're going to tell me where they are. Ginyu sneered at the blonde's tone, his eyes glinting aggressively. Why the hell would I tell you anything? Ginyu asked, his tone arrogant and spiteful. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto stared at Ginyu for a few seconds before he smirked, eyes shining with confidence. Making a cross seal with his hands, the blonde grasped at his chakra, grinning as he felt the raw power flowing through his coils. Shadow clone technique. With a poof of smoke, 50 clones popped into existence around him, causing a few curious souls to back away, forming a large circle around the two fighters. You'll either help us freely. Naruto spoke, 51 voices speaking as one. Or we'll make you. Ginyu gave a smirk of his own and slipped into an offensive stance, looking completely at ease with the situation. Then again, compared to the powers of the beings inhabiting this universe, the clone technique wasn't all that impressive. Make me warm. The horned alien chuckled. As one, the 50 clones rushed forward, the original hanging back and observing. In a blur of movement, Ginyu moved, his arms flying and striking out at the first wave of clones. In less than a second, over half of the clones were dispelled, Ginyu proving to be far too fast for them to handle. With the death of their brothers, the remaining blondes absorbed the memories and adapted, easily avoiding blows that had killed them moments ago. As more and more clones died, the ones remaining grew stronger and faster, dodging and counter-attacking with greater and greater ease. Despite this, Ginyu soon found himself standing alone, the last of the clones vanishing in a wisp of smoke. Is that the best you can do? Ginyu asked, smirking confidently. Smirking in reply, Naruto simply crossed his fingers once more and drew on his chakra, pouring it into the jutsu. Shadow clone technique. The look on the Jinyu's face as over 500 blondes popped into existence was quite hilarious. Despite the overwhelming odds, Ginyu was quite the formidable opponent, so much so that he was able to take down over half the clones, despite their continuously growing advantage. Still, he was but one man against hundreds of skilled warriors. Ginyu soon found himself overwhelmed by the clones, several dozen of them swarming and restraining him. Just as the original Naruto opened his mouth to demand his opponent surrender, a light purple shockwave exploded through the clones, blasting them away and dispelling them. Holding out his hands, Ginyu began launching Kai blasts into the remaining mob of clones, dispelling them by the dozen. But the clones taken care of, Jinyu rushed the original Naruto, moving at high speeds with his horns bared. Luckily for Naruto, high speeds for Jinyu meant low Jonin speeds for the blonde, speeds that he could easily follow with the powers of his Aojigen. With raw chakra rushing through his coils and lightning buzzing around his brain, heightening his reflexes, Naruto was able to dodge the rampaging Jinyu with some ease. With a quick spin on his heel, the blonde stuck at his opponent's back with a powerful kick, one that was quickly blocked by a recovering Jinyu. Having blocked the incoming blow, Jinyu struck out with a punch, his fist blurring across the distance between them. Narrowly ducking under the blow, Naruto cocked his right arm back and extended his pointer finger. Shifting the finger into a long metallic spike, Naruto struck out at his opponent's chest, the tip of the spike glowing a pale blue. Finger gun. With a loud squelch, the spike pierced right through Jinyu's battle armor and into his chest, missing his heart by a few scant inches. The spirit gasped in pain as a bullet of air and chakra shot through his torso and out his back, traveling for several meters before dispersing. Taking advantage of his opponent's moment of weakness, Naruto withdrew his finger and lashed out with a kick, cracking the battle armor and blasting Jinyu away. Landing several feet away, Jinyu shakily stood, a look of shock clearly stretching across his face. His armor had a hole through the center, several cracks spread across its surface from the blonde's kick. How did he break my armor so easily? Jinyu pondered in shock, his eyes wide with pain. It takes even Lord Frieza a few hits to damage it, who is this boy? Deciding to play it safe, Jinyu kept his distance as he made his battle plans. He was obviously outmatched in close combat, especially when those clones were taken into advantage. He hasn't used any long-range Kai techniques yet. Jinyu realized, reviewing the quick battle between him and the blonde. I'll try to keep my distance and catch him off guard, if only I could use my body switch technique, but I don't even have a real body in this place. Ignoring his wounds, Jinyu began powering up his Kai, a purplish-pink aura springing to life around him. Sensing his opponent's intent, Naruto dashed forward at his opponent, planning to take advantage of the few seconds it would take for Jinyu to power up. He wasn't fast enough however, Jinyu was ready far quicker than the blonde expected, his aura dying down as he prepared to strike. Milky Cannon. Jinyu shouted, his arms extended and his palms facing forward, both hands glowing with a white and purple aura. With a loud boom, a beam of pinkish energy flew at Naruto, moving far too quickly to be dodged, and struck the blonde square in the chest, causing a massive explosion with the blonde at its center. The explosion lasted for only a moment before fading, leaving a massive crater and dust cloud in its wake, a group of floating souls lying unconscious at its edge. As the dust cleared, Jinyu searched for his opponent with his limited senses, deeply wishing for his scouter at that moment. Finding no sign of the young blonde, he dropped his hands to his sides and straightened, his head turning from side to side. Did I get him? He wondered out loud, sounding a bit surprised that wasn't enough power to completely vaporize the blonde. No. A voice replied from behind, causing Jinyu to stiffen. Even as he turned, he knew that it was far too late, he was too slow to do anything. There was a spike of pain from his right side, and Jinyu glanced down with wide eyes, his entire arm had been torn off at the shoulder, massive amounts of blue blood pouring from his remaining stump. With a tug, he was spun around, Naruto's hand flying up and gripping him by the throat. How did he survive? Jinyu panicked, his eyes darting about frantically. I know that I hit him with that attack, it wouldn't have exploded otherwise. Pushing his frantic thoughts away, he brought his remaining arm forward and fired a Kai blast at point blank into Naruto's face, or he tried to at least. No matter how hard he tried to blast the blonde's head off his shoulders, nothing happened. I bet you're wondering why you can't feel the use of your Kai. Naruto began, grinning at the look of confused terror in his opponent's eyes. One of my abilities allows me to completely nullify an opponent's abilities by simply touching them, as long as I'm holding onto you, you won't be able to use your Kai. Grinning at the flash of horror in his opponent's eyes, Naruto loosened his grip and poured more chakra into his eyes, turning the diamond red as it shifted into its third and final stage. Now then. The blonde continued, watching as Jinyu's eyes glazed over. You're going to tell me what I want to know. Hi, Naruto-sama. Jinyu replied in a dull tone. And you're going to provide me with some much-needed knowledge. Naruto continued, the vortexes on his hands glowing as they activated. Hi, Naruto-sama. Jinyu replied once again. Arriving at his first location, Naruto spotted Frieza exactly where Jinyu said he'd be, namely right next to the bloody pond, as the name specified, it was a large pond filled with what appeared to be blood, a lot of it. Approaching his target Naruto spoke, drawing inspiration from his much-hated ex-teammate. Boy Frieza, he called, tone as arrogant and overbearing as possible. Fight me. Without even sending a glance in his direction, Frieza raised a hand with his pointer finger extended, the tip glowing with a white and pink energy. Death beam. The beam of energy flew far faster than Naruto could track, yet alone moved, and pierced right through his heart. Frieza had quite the aim, the blonde noted. Bastard. Naruto shouted, resorting to his old attitude in an attempt to further annoy the tailed alien. You ruined my shirt. This definitely gained Frieza's attention, seeing as he quite expected his opponent to be dead, well deader, since this was hell after all. He glanced over at Naruto and frowned, eyes flashing with annoyance. Go away boy, consider yourself lucky to have survived that attack. With that he turned his attention back to the bloody pool, completely ignoring the blonde. Naruto stood there grinding his teeth in annoyance, he could feel Lucci's anger threatening to break free of his mental restraints. How dare this arrogant prick just brush me off like that. Naruto growled mentally, eyes flashing red as he activated his. Gah, he reminds me of that Uchiha bastard. Flashback. Hey Sakura-chan, want to go on a date later? You know, to celebrate being on the same team? Naruto asked excitedly, grinning brightly. They had been assigned to their teams an hour ago and were now waiting for their sensei to show up. Go away Baka, who would ever want to go on a date with you? Just leave me alone, you're interrupting my time with Sasuke-kun. Sakura shouted, glaring at the blonde before going back to ogling her crush, who proceeded to completely ignore her. Jumping on the desk in front of the Uchiha, Naruto glared at his rival angrily. I don't see what's so great about your team, fight me so I can show Sakura-chan that I'm loads better than you. Without even glancing at the blonde, the Uchiha threw out his hand and sucker punched him in the face, sending him crashing to the floor. Ha! Serves that Baka right, you're so cool Sasuke-kun. Sakura squealed with stars in her eyes. Flashback end. Thinking about the Uchiha brought up more and more memories of his homeworld, and with each passing second, Naruto could feel his anger rising until it felt like he was going to explode, like he could just scream out with rage. As he got angrier and angrier, he could feel his Kai flowing faster and faster, brushing up against his skin, as if asking to be let out, so Naruto let it go free. Just like Jinyu's memories had provided, Kai was intrinsically connected to his emotion, most of all anger and rage. The angrier he got, the stronger and easier to control his Kai became, it was a bit like the Kai Ubi's chakra in that way, and Naruto was quite experienced with that form of power. Frieza immediately spun around when felt a large spike of power from behind, power that was coming from the blonde-haired boy standing behind him, more power than he would have expected from such a weak-looking child. This boy was quite experienced with keeping his power hidden, 1 second the kid has less energy than a Cyberman, the next he's surrounded in a dark blue aura of raw power, and from what he could tell, the blonde seemed to have as much power as that Saiyan monkey from Namek. Brah! Naruto screamed out in anger, his rage growing as he continued reviewing his memories and continued drawing on his large well of Kai. He could feel the power bursting from within him, strengthening every cell it passed through and increasing his power. He also felt his own anger overpower and absorb Lucci's, adding it to his rage and increasing his power further. As he felt the last of his Kai leave his reserves and circulate through his body, Naruto looked upon the shocked face of Frieza. You should feel honored Frieza, you will be my first test of this power. The blonde chuckled, his mind clear and focused, but the rage and power remaining, his Kai serving to focus his mind despite his high emotions. Manipulating the power flowing through him, Naruto formed balls of Kai in each hand and began launching them at Frieza, a simple technique picked up from Jinyu's mind. His Kai blasts were much slower than Jinyu's due to his lack of experience, which allowed Frieza to easily dodge them, however they proved to be far more powerful, causing large explosions and leaving behind a few craters. How can he be so powerful at his age? Frieza pondered, staring at his opponent's form. Well, no matter, he is still far weaker and less experienced than I am, I won't lose to some child. As soon as the blonde stopped launching Kai blasts, Frieza closed the distance with him and engaged him in close combat, his movements a complete blur. Naruto could feel his body moving much faster and hitting much harder now that his Kai had been unlocked, despite the fact that Frieza was moving much faster than Jinyu had been, Naruto found that he could easily keep up now. He and Frieza were disappearing and reappearing all over the landscape, exchanging powerful blows each time they reappeared, something the blonde would have found impossible to accomplish moments ago. Eventually Naruto was able to land a solid blow on Frieza, a blow that sent the tailed alien flying right into the side of a mountain. Drawing on his Kai once more, Naruto formed a large ball of energy with it, utilizing the knowledge Jiraiya had provided him to form a Rasengan. The ball of power was at least 5 times bigger than his normal Rasengan, spiraling sphere, pure physical energy swirling about in his palm, it was quite inspiring. Spiraling Kai sphere. Cocking his hand back, Naruto leapt towards Frieza's form, the alien having dug himself out of the crater he'd formed. Frieza's eyes widened fearfully as he gazed upon the approaching technique, his instincts rising up and forcing him to dodge. It was these instincts that saved Frieza's life, allowing him to quickly dodge and avoid the brunt of the technique, watching with wide eyes as it struck the ground beside him. With a powerful boom, the Kai-based Rasengan exploded, destroying much of the surrounding landscape and sending the two fighters flying, much to the shock of both fighters. Oh wow. Naruto gaped, staring at the massive crater created by his technique. That was pretty sweet. I've seen better. A voice shouted, drawing the blonde's attention. Upwards. His eyes snapped up, eyes widening as he saw Frieza's hovering form, his entire body covered in an aura of pinkish-white energy. Oh shit. Naruto muttered, knowing that this did not bode well. Indeed. Frieza chuckled, a confident smirk on his face. Death Comet. The aura flashed, growing a few inches in size, before firing multiple waves of energy at the blonde, waves that exploded upon contact with the ground, following the blonde as he dashed across the barren landscape. The landscape for miles around was completely destroyed in this ensuing chase, Naruto running as fast as he could manage in order to avoid Frieza's technique. Eventually the blonde's luck ran out, a wave of Kai smashing into him, followed by another and another and another. Over and over the blast slammed into him, each exploding and destroying everything surrounding the blonde. After several seconds, the blast stopped coming, a smirking Frieza making his way to the ground. Smirking into the crater he'd formed, a massive dust cloud hiding much of it from view, Frieza turned back to the bloody pond, his moment of entertainment over. Huh, that was a pretty good attack. A familiar voice spoke, causing Frieza to spin around, eyes widened in shock. With a pulse of power, the dust cloud was dispelled, revealing the unmarred form of Uzumaki Naruto, a wide grin splitting his face. How? Frieza snarled, eyes glowing in anger. How did you survive? Before the blonde could reply, Frieza released an angry scream and struck, fully aiming to eradicate his opponent. His hands flew up as he fired blast after blast of Kai at the blonde, who simply remained unmoving, the blasts exploding upon contact, to no effect. Grinning as the energy washed off his impenetrable diamond skin, Naruto slowly rose off the ground, utilizing both his Kai and the Rakishiki's moon step technique to achieve flight without his wings. Once airborne, the blonde launched himself forwards at speeds far faster than before, vanishing from sight and appearing behind Frieza. Dodging the powerful tail that lashed out at his head, Naruto grabbed hold of it and began to spin, dragging Frieza along as he did so. Ignoring his opponent's angry shout, Naruto released his hold and sent his foe flying, grinning wide as Frieza was sent crashing into the side of another mountain. In a burst of speed, the blonde found himself hovering several meters above Frieza's crash site, his entire body shifting into osmium, the densest, heaviest substance known to the alchemist world. With that, he dropped to the ground, smashing into the ground and destroying the entire mountain in the resulting explosion. Returning to normal, Naruto grinned as he took in the purple smear that had once been Frieza, the impact had reduced him into a bloody paste. Oh, the alien wouldn't stay dead for long, he'd reform eventually, this was the afterlife after all. Still, it was enough for Naruto to get just what he wanted. Kneeling next to the largest smear of Frieza, Naruto activated his vortexes for the second time that day and began absorbing, sucking up his opponent's blood and lingering Kai. Well, that was quite fun. Naruto chuckled, hopping out of the massive crater, which was already healing and reforming. That was far too easy though, I guess that's what happens when you underestimate your opponent. Then again, with my act at the start, I wouldn't take myself seriously either. With a chuckle, the blonde took off into the sky, searching for a nice, secluded area to train. Having claimed what he was after, Naruto spent much of the following week training in a secluded part of hell, practicing with his Kai and mastering his techniques. Using Frieza's knowledge and memories, he was able to not only increase his strength and speed to new levels, but he'd also managed to increase his own energy levels, more so than his absorptions from the One Piece universe had accomplished. The energy he'd absorbed from Frieza and Jinyu had more than doubled his Kai reserves and increased his Reiatsu reserve slightly, while the physical power he absorbed wasn't much compared to Lucci's speed and Teach's strength. The majority of this world's physical prowess being tied to their Kai levels rather than actual physical fitness. Still, he was quite pleased with what he could do with his Kai. When using Kai to enhance his physical prowess, his speed rose from roughly low levels to nearly high Kage level, whereas his already extraordinary physical strength surpassed even Tsunade at her strongest. The only downside was that it took several seconds to call up enough Kai from his reserves, and when it came to the ninja world, several seconds was a lifetime. It was lucky for him that he was quasi-immortal then. As with all previous absorptions, Naruto gained some powerful emotion from his victims, an increase in pride from Jinyu, and a great amount of rage and arrogance from Frieza. Just like with Lucci, Frieza was a being of anger and power, but the sheer amount of rage and bloodlust had been 100 times stronger than anything Lucci had felt, as to be expected, as anger led to strength in this universe. By the time he managed to rein in his rage and anger, Naruto had destroyed over 3 mountain ranges with his small Kai blasts alone, a remarkable feat as it took several hundred blasts to reduce such large mountains to rubble. Despite reining in Frieza's emotions and discarding his non-essential memories, he'd been forced to discard a majority of the alien's attacks and techniques in order to bring the emotions down to a manageable level. Still, he could feel the anger just simmering under the surface. Ready to lash out at any time. After spending a week working on his Kai control and practicing Kai-based flight another 2 days mastering the few techniques he'd kept from Frieza's repertoire, Naruto felt ready to battle Vegeta, who was beyond Super Saiyan level at this time, hence, far stronger than Frieza and Jinyu combined. But that he set out towards one of the locations Vegeta was known to frequent, Needle Mountain. As with the Bloody Pond, Needle Mountain lived up to its name, it was a large mountain range with several needle-like protrusions jutting out in many random directions. As he approached the mountain, Naruto sensed a large amount of barely concealed power coming from the mountain, the owner feeling no reason to suppress his power. Yes, he's there. Naruto mused as he sped forward with a small burst of Kai. He found Vegeta at the base of the mountain, his back leaning against the rock wall, arms crossed and his eyes closed, the classic signs of a brooder. As Naruto landed a few meters away, Vegeta opened his eyes and glanced over, sensing the power hidden within his guest. So, the Saiyan Prince began, taking a step forward. You must be the kid Frieza's been looking for, you sure don't look like much. Looks can be deceiving. Naruto replied, not surprised that Frieza would be looking for revenge. But feel free to underestimate me like Frieza did. Don't worry kid, I won't hold back on you. Vegeta smirked, slipping into a fighting stance. A true Saiyan fights with all his strength and utterly crushes his opponents. The spike of his Kai, taking the form of a light blue fiery aura, served to emphasize his statement. Slipping into a stance of his own, Naruto grinned back at the Saiyan Prince. Good, at least you won't have any excuses when you lose. Vegeta scoffed as he disappeared in a blur of movement, Naruto following him seconds later. They took to the air, disappearing and reappearing as they sped around exchanging blows, both fighters smirking confidently. Vegeta was soon able to gain the upper hand, landing a powerful axe kick to the top of Naruto's head, sending the blonde plummeting to the ground. As soon as his opponent fell towards the ground, Vegeta began charging up his Kai, his arms thrown back as violet-colored balls of energy came to life in each hand. "Alec gun!" he cried, hands flying forward and unleashing his attack, both balls of energy merging together to fire a violet beam of energy. Hearing the shout, Naruto recovered midair and attempted to dodge, moving far too slow to entirely avoid the beam of power. The lower half of his body was caught in the attack, everything from his waist down vanishing as it was disintegrated by the blast, causing him to plummet down to the ground in pain. Vegeta's smug smirk was soon replaced with an angry frown as his opponent's body was fully regenerated, clothes and all, before it even hit the ground. Great, another cell. The Saiyan thought with a grimace, his smirk returning a moment later. At least I'll get a good workout out of this. Taking the pause in battle as an advantage, Vegeta clenched his fists and leaned forward, his teeth grinding together as he gathered his Kai. His powerful aura shifted from a light blue to a blinding yellow, his power exploding around him as his hair began flashing from yellow to black, his eyes glowing powerfully. "Rah!" Vegeta cried out, drawing on his anger to further increase his power. Recovering from his fall, Naruto looked up as he sensed Vegeta's energy spike, grinning as he took in the Saiyan's flashing appearance. "Oh wow, he's going Super Saiyan already?" Naruto mumbled to himself, grinning wide. "And it looks like he's straight to Super Saiyan 2, I must have made a good impression." Deciding not to waste the few seconds it would take for Vegeta to power up, Naruto released all 3 levels of his limiter seals and raised his left hand above his head, his pointer finger extended. Eyes narrowed in concentration, the blonde began drawing up as much Kai as he could, focusing it to the tip of his finger. Vegeta had just powered up to Super Saiyan 2 when he noticed his opponent's actions down below. Naruto was standing on the ground with a large orb of dark blue energy on the tip of his finger. That looks like. But how? Vegeta gasped, eyes widened in surprise. Deciding to figure it out later, he raised both arms to his side, his hands open and glowing with his now yellow-colored Kai. As Naruto poured more and more energy into the ball, it grew in size until he was holding up a ball of energy roughly 10 times his size. With a smirk he flicked his finger in Vegeta's direction, releasing the technique and launching the ball of power straight at the Saiyan Prince. "That ball," he whispered, grinning wide. This was one of the many attacks he'd gained from Frieza, and one of the few that he'd actually decided to keep, mostly due to the fact it could destroy whole planets if enough energy was added. As the ball closed the distance towards him, Vegeta pulled both his hands forward, with his wrists touching and the palms facing out, a ball of yellow energy phasing in and out of existence between his hands. Final flash. he shouted, a large beam of yellow energy flying from his palms and crashing right into the death ball. Both techniques clammed into each other, pressing against each other for a few seconds, fighting for supremacy. Brah! Vegeta shouted, pouring more power into his technique, the beam flaring brightly as it plowed through the death ball and slammed into the ground. The explosion was massive, wiping out the entire mountain range and leaving behind a massive crater, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and smoke. As Vegeta caught his breath from the exertion, his eyes widened as he sensed a presence appearing behind him, his opponent's familiar energy brushing against his skin. Spinning around, he launched a knife hand strike at his opponent, smirking as his hand pierced through the other blonde's chest, impaling him on Vegeta's arm. The Naruto on the Saiyan's arm gasped in shock, its eyes wide and afraid, before it smirked and vanished in a puff of smoke. Staring dumbly at what just happened, Vegeta gasped in shock as a beam of blue energy slammed into his back, drilling through his power armor and exiting from his chest. Death beam? A voice called from below, his opponent's chuckle following him all the way down to the ground. He'd avoided the final flash with a well-timed substitution technique and fired a death beam the second he received the clone's memories. Dropping to the ground, Naruto grinned as he found Vegeta's unconscious form in a small crater, a hole pierced right through his chest, although it was already healing. Man, you really do live up to your reputation. Naruto chuckled, kneeling beside the prince. That was a pretty tough fight, even if it ended a bit quickly. If you had dodged my death ball instead of fighting against it, I may have had a harder time winning, Naruto continued, his vortexes activating. Well, not unless I use my other abilities, that is. Absorbing Vegeta's power was like Frieza times 10, the physical increase was greater, the amount of energy was much larger, and the raw anger and pride he gained was far more potent. It had taken him over 6 hours of punching large boulders with his physical strength alone before he calmed down. He'd been forced to regenerate his arms 3 times, but he'd also reduced over 3 dozen boulders to dust. He had then spent an hour discarding all of the memories he had no use for, only keeping 3 techniques out of the lot. The final flash, another planet destroyer which he would enjoy testing. The Big Bang attack, a powered-down version of the Death Ball which was faster to create and deploy. The Destructo Disc, a disc-shaped attack that was fast to create and launch, and was great for cutting through objects from a distance. Naruto had toyed with the idea of keeping and using the fusion dance with one of his clones, but had quickly discarded the idea for 2 important reasons. First, he didn't want to risk it, not knowing what could happen, and 2, it looked really stupid and he didn't feel the need to degrade himself like that, even if no one was watching. After 2 weeks of practice with his many techniques, as well as increasing his control over his increased energy levels and avoiding a very angry Frieza and Vegeta, both of whom were searching all over for him, Naruto decided it was time to leave this universe. Before that, however, he made a small trip back to Yama's office to gloat and annoy the troll, being forced to vanish in a flash of red light when said troll tried to crush him. Arriving back in the familiar halls of the multiverse, Naruto hummed to himself as he took in the newest door, the portal to his next destination. The door was completely white in color, the purest white he'd ever seen, with a single weapon painted on its surface. The halberd. Naruto's mind provided. Having some idea of where this door would lead, Naruto took a glance at the plaque, grinning as his assumptions were once more proven correct. Bleach Universe. Number of realms. 5. Patron gods. Shinigami King. With a grin, he opened the door and entered the room, a cheerful skip in his step. This is going to be fun. Entering the room, he was met with yet another wide expanse, not unlike that of the Fullmetal Alchemist realm, except for the single obsidian throne several meters away. Damn it, not again. Glancing around, he noticed that the realm doors were all lined up around the door he'd just entered through, 3 doors on the left side and 2 on the right. Another glance around showed that he was completely alone in this void, the throne was empty, and there was no god appearing before him, quite different when compared to the universes he'd visited. Shrugging to himself, he decided to take this as a good sign and move forward, namely through a door and into a separate realm. After a glance over the multiple doors, he chose to simply close his eyes and pick one at random, his fingers landing on the second door from the left. The door was pitch black in color, with a purple plaque affixed to the center, golden words etched across its surface. Bleach Realm Number 2. Divergence. After Aizen fails to recover the Hejioku, he is deserted by his army, forcing him to flee both the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. No Aizen to deal with, that makes this so much easier. Naruto mused, grabbing the doorknob. It's a bit of a pity though, I really would have liked to break his nose. For the second time in under a month, Naruto found himself stepping through a doorway and falling towards the ground, the doorway exiting several hundred feet above the ground. Already having some sort of experience with this type of situation, the blonde drew on his Kai and stopped his fall, hovering midair and allowing himself to remain airborne. Taking a glance at the ground below, the blonde noticed that he was hovering several meters above a sea of white sand, immediately recognizable as the silver desert of Hueco Mundo. Roar. The quick dash to the side was the only thing that saved the blonde from becoming lunch for a rampaging Jillian, the large beast dashing past him, its maw snapping shut on his previous location. That's when he realized that he wasn't alone, crowding up behind him were close to a dozen Jillians, all bent over and feasting on a torn corpse of another Jillian. Or they were at least, until one of their number broke away with a roar, drawing their attention. As one, three of the Jillians snapped their mouths wide open, an orb of crimson power swirling into existence between their lips. "Oh shit." Naruto shouted, just barely avoiding the multiple hollow flashes as they blasted past him. Having avoided the three beams, he was forced to dodge further as the remaining Jillians attempted to eat him, the mouths snapping closed with loud cracks. "Screw it." Naruto growled, his hands forming the familiar cross-shaped seal. "No one tries to eat me, prepare to die you bastards." Shadow clone technique. With a light poof of smoke, 20 clones popped into existence around him, wasting no time as they dashed away from his position, drawing the Jillians away. With the clones serving as a distraction, Naruto rose high above the mob and began gathering his Kai, looking forward to the slaughter ahead, a bit of his absorbed emotions leaked through. With a single thought, he shifted the entirety of his right arm into a massive blade, an exact copy of Zabuza's Kubikiribich, except for the fact it was over 12 feet long and 3 feet wide. The blade was formed from hardened carbon atoms, making it stronger and harder than a diamond, with its edge sharpened to a point. Raising the giant blade above his head, Naruto flew right through the mob of hollows, slashing and stabbing masks as he went. As more and more of the hollows died to his blade, the rest began ignoring him and his clones, preferring to tear apart and feast upon the remains of their fallen comrades. Seeing as the short battle was over, Naruto simply shrugged and shifted his arm back to normal, his clones dispersing as he turned away from the feasting Jillians. Taking a quick glance around the landscape, he was able to spot the fortress of Las Notches off in the distance, a massive structure amidst the emptiness of the desert. It took him several minutes to reach the fortress, the blonde coming to a stop at the fortress walls, hundreds of beady little eyes observing him from the sands below. It would appear that his energy output, despite being a different form of energy, had been detected by the various Arankor within the fortress, seeing as one of their number was steadily making their way to his position. As he landed a few feet from the wall, he was approached by who he recognized to be Tia Harable, the third strongest of the Espada. While her face was completely blank of emotion, Naruto could clearly see the curiosity burning in her eyes, her mask wasn't as good as she thought. "Who are you?" Harable asked, coming to a stop a few feet away, her Frachian forming up around her. "What is a human doing in Hueco Mundo?" "Greetings, miss." Naruto began, hinting for her name despite already knowing it. "Harable." She replied without pause, eyes narrowing perceptibly. "Miss Harable," Naruto continued with a soft smile. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, I am here seeking a fight with Ulquiorra's cipher." That definitely brought some emotion to her face, her eyes widening in surprise. "I will let him know." She promptly disappeared with a buzz of static, her Fachian exchanging a look before joining her. Naruto simply shrugged and took a seat, hovering midair as he hummed to himself, awaiting Harable's return. Several minutes passed before she returned, her mask back in place and her Frachian absent. Simply quaking a brow as she noticed his hovering state. "We will be waiting for you in the arena, follow me," she ordered, turning and walking towards the fortress. Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto decided to follow. "Well, this was kind of easy." Naruto commented on her back. "I expected more of a fight before getting what I wanted." "We hollows have lived for a very long time." Harable replied, turning her head to glance at him. "It gets quite boring around here, watching your battle with Ulquiorra will prove to be quite entertaining. Also," she continued after a moment's pause, "you are quite unlike any other human or Shinigami we have encountered, we look forward to seeing how you fight." They arrived at the arena a few minutes later, passing by a group of lingering Arankor, all of whom were watching him closely whilst conversing. The arena itself was simply a large, walled-off expanse of desert with several seats carved into the walls, all of which were filled with hollows awaiting the coming battle. In the middle of the arena stood Ulquiorra's cipher, his eyes closed and both his hands tucked into his pockets, clearly he was waiting for his opponent. As soon as they entered the arena, Harable vanished with a buzz of static, heading to the stands without further comment. Shrugging to himself, Naruto proceeded into the arena, steadily making his way towards Ulquiorra. Glancing around at his surroundings, he noticed that every single member of the Espada was present, each giving him a curious look, even the ever-lazy Sterk was paying close attention. As Naruto made it to the center of the arena, Ulquiorra opened his eyes and observed his opponent, emerald eyes glinting with curiosity. "How do you know me, human?" Espada asked, his tone cold and emotionless. "I don't believe we have ever been acquainted." "We haven't." Naruto replied with a wide grin. I heard your name mentioned in the desert and decided to come and fight you. Is that so? Ulquiorra asked, his eyes and tone void of emotion. And how exactly did you come to be in the desert of Hueco Mundo? Great, another brooding team, just my luck, Naruto mused, his grin lessening. That, he began, building suspense, although Ulquiorra looked unbothered, is a secret. Then I will just have to force you to share this secret. Ulquiorra stated simply. Prepare for battle. Still grinning, Naruto dropped into a fighting stance, his opponent remaining unchanged. Both remained unmoving for several moments, then, out of nowhere, Naruto felt a light pressure slam down onto his shoulders. It wasn't harmful or restrictive, but it was quite noticeable nonetheless. So, you can withstand my spiritual pressure. Ulquiorra mused, quaking a curious brow. You truly are an odd human. Thanks. Naruto replied, deciding to make the first move. Shave. In a blur of movement, he vanished, only to reappear an instant later with a loud thud, his foot lodged in the crook of his opponent's neck, not that it seemed to have even fazed the other man. His face still blank of emotion, Ulquiorra simply glanced at Naruto's extended leg, eyes narrowed in thought. You certainly hit harder than any regular human. Ulquiorra commented, unaware that his opponent could hit much harder. But, not hard enough to break through my iron body technique. With that, his right hand lashed out of his pocket, striking the blonde square in the chest. Shifting his skin into an unbreakable carbon compound, Naruto simply remained still and allowed the Arrancar's blow to connect, rendering the blow ineffective. That definitely brought some emotion to the Hollow's face, shock. It appears that you need to hit harder as well. Naruto chuckled, his tone mocking and cheerful. Taking advantage of his opponent's shock, Naruto shifted his right pointer finger into a metal spike and struck back, aiming for his opponent's torso. Finger gun. Naruto took a great amount of dark pleasure at the look on his opponent's face as his finger pierced right through his iron body, breaking through flesh and bone, and leaving a small hole directly below the Arrancar's hollow hole. With a slight rasp and pain, Ulquiorra buzzed away from the blonde, eyeing him warily. Word of advice Ulquiorra cipher, Naruto chuckled, his finger returning to normal. Don't underestimate me, you just might die. Yes, you are correct. I was quite mistaken to underestimate you. Ulquiorra replied, his back straightening as his wound hissed shut, leaving a patch of bare flesh behind. I will take you seriously from now on. With that he drew his sword, an emerald aura of power springing to life around him, the pressure on Naruto's shoulder increasing. Joy. The blonde muttered. Standing a fair distance away from the battle, 9 members of the Espada watched the battle in mild surprise, a noticeable gap between them and the other Arrancar. Oh wow, the kid actually made Ulquiorra draw his blade. Grimjo noted, teeth glinting in the light as he grinned widely. I would too if some human was unfazed by my punch. Noitra responded, his grin matching that of his fellow Espada. Especially, if said human managed to pierce my iron body, I'd definitely get serious then. There's also the fact that Ulquiorra's iron body is one of the most powerful among us Espada, second only to mine. Yes, there is something strange about that human. Stare commented, yawning lazily. At first I assumed he was concealing his Reiatsu, but there wasn't any Reiatsu in his previous attacks, not even that movement skill of his, no one is that good at concealing their Reiatsu. I concur, he either has no Reiatsu or he has yet to unlock it. Baragan grunted, eyes narrowed and focused. I wonder how he entered Hueco Mundo though, there was no sign of a portal opening in the desert. Naruto had spent the last few minutes dodging around Ulquiorra, he found it nearly impossible to follow the Arrancar's fast movements, forced to rely on his instincts and reflexes to avoid the other man's blade. Of course, he could have simply activated his and improved his perception, but he was just having far too much fun, this fight was quite enjoyable after all. He was mostly dodging for the fun of it, if he wanted to, he could simply allow the blade to glance off his nigh impenetrable skin. It may have been a tad hypocritical of him to not only underestimate his opponent, but to toy with him as well, but he didn't really give a damn, he was quasi-immortal, it's not like he could die from such a mistake. While he could dodge, if just barely sometimes, he could find no openings in Ulquiorra's style, the 4th Espada was a master swordsman, a skill Naruto was looking forward to incorporating into his repertoire. 5 minutes passed, the blonde dodging every single blow and Ulquiorra continuing on persistently, until. There. Having repeated the exact same pattern several times, Ulquiorra added a brand new movement at the very end, catching the blonde by complete surprise. With a powerful swing, he brought the blade down, removing the blonde's left arm at the elbow. Naruto jumped back at that, pretending to stare in shock at his missing limb, his blood pouring out and staining the desert sand. Surrender human, you have lost your arm. Ulquiorra stated, sheathing his blade. As you have clearly seen, you cannot dodge me forever, you cannot win. Gritting his teeth in false anger, Naruto glared at the hollow, eyes glowing in his amusement. I told you not to underestimate me. The blonde yelled, bringing his remaining arm up and firing several Kai blasts into Ulquiorra's chest, sending the espada flying. What the hell? Grimjo shouted, eyes wide with shock. Those weren't Kido spells. Yes, there was no Riatsu in those attacks at all. Sale commented, eyes glimmering with amusement and curiosity. What is he? I don't know. Haribal's reply was cut off by a powerful spike of power in the arena, a shockwave blowing out from Naruto's position. Rah! Naruto shouted, his Kai levels rising as he continued powering up, drawing on every single drop of power in his reserves. What is that aura? Ulquiorra wondered, closely examining the dark blue aura surrounding his opponent. He was about to draw his blade again, already learning from his previous mistakes to not underestimate the blonde, when said blonde vanished in a blur. He's gotten faster, what is that? The Hollow's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden pain in his right shoulder, a quick glance showing that he was missing his arm, the entire appendage having been torn off at the shoulder. His shock was clear on his face, his emotionless mask wiped away. What the hell just happened? The sound drew his attention to the front, Naruto appearing a few feet in front of him, his missing arm in the blonde's hand. You should surrender, Hollow, you've lost your arm. Naruto snickered, his tone light and mocking. You can't win. How did he do that? He has no Riatsu yet his speed and strength speed have improved over tenfold, to the point he could tear through my iron body with no resistance. Ulquiorra pondered, his eyes focused on his opponents. What was that aura? What is this energy he uses? You should take your own advice, human, don't underestimate me. Ulquiorra replied, his arm regenerating in a flare of power and a blast of gore. I don't know how you manage to get faster and stronger, but it seems like I can't afford to hold back anymore, prepare yourself. But that he drew his sword, his Riatsu spiking in preparation for something. You shouldn't have held back in the first place. Naruto chuckled, grinning darkly. I need to hurry this up. Naruto mused, paying close attention to Ulquiorra as the Hollow's Riatsu continued to rise in power. I'm losing far too much blood from this wound, he's going to get suspicious when I don't pass out from the blood loss. Movement from Ulquiorra drew the blonde's full attention, the Hollow raising his blade and pointing it towards Naruto. His Riatsu spiking once more, Ulquiorra spoke. Enclosed. I can't believe Ulquiorra is being forced to use his Resurrection. Haribal thought to herself, highly shocked by the skills being displayed by this human. To be able to push the fourth strongest of the Espada this far, who is this kid? Sterk wondered, eyes narrowed in concentration despite his lazy countenance. The kids have no chance now, no way Ulquiorra can lose. Yami smirked, fully confident in the skills of his fellow Espada. Atmersai Lago, black-winged great demon. With a burst of power, Ulquiorra's blade exploded in black and green Riatsu, the energy surrounding the Arankar and shooting up into the air, forming a black cloud which rained down green Riatsu. Several seconds passed before the rain stopped, the aura dying down and revealing Ulquiorra, the Arankar standing in the full glory of his released form. As Ulquiorra's released form came into view, Naruto felt a tremendous amount of spirit pressure slamming down on his shoulders, pressing down on him and attempting to crush him. While larger than the first flare of Riatsu, this was nothing he couldn't handle, his own supply of Riryoku being greater than that of his opponent despite being dormant. Still, he didn't mind feigning weakness, stumbling slightly and falling to one knee. You should have surrendered when you had the chance. Ulquiorra spoke, steadily approaching the blonde. Do not despair, I won't kill you. Yet. I'll just make sure you can't run away, we have far too many questions for you. But a flare of power, a lance of green energy came into existence in the Arankar's hand, the Hollow vanishing and appearing before the blonde in a burst of speed, his weapon raised high above his head. Lance of the lightning. He's gotten faster. Naruto noted, preparing to counterattack. As the weapon dropped, Naruto spiked his Kai and dashed to the side, narrowly dodging the blow and grabbing the Arankar by the wrist. What Ulquiorra screamed in his mind, eyes widening in shock as his aura and Riatsu vanished instantly. My Riryoku, I can't feel my power, what has he done? Raising his other hand in his panic, Ulquiorra lashed out at the blonde's neck, hoping to land a blow on his one-armed opponent, but it was ineffective against the blonde's impenetrable hide. It seems we are at a standstill. Ulquiorra observed, frantically reaching for his Riryoku, to no effect. Smirking in reply, Naruto finally allowed his arm to regenerate, much to the astonishment of all the gathered Hollows. Without pause, he channeled all his Kai into the arm and stabbed it forward, piercing right through the Hollow's chest and impaling him on the arm. You never stood a chance in Hollow. Naruto whispered, enjoying the look of shock and pain on his opponent's face. I could have ended this quickly, but you reminded me of someone I really hate. At that, Naruto yanked his arm back, tearing out a portion of Ulquiorra's spine. Regenerate that. He muttered to the dying Hollow, blood and gore dripping from his hand. As the audience started on in shock, Naruto absorbed Ulquiorra's blood and Reiatsu, retrieving what he came for from the hollow. He was quite surprised to note that Ulquiorra was actually healing from the wound. It was slower than before, but he was regenerating nonetheless. As he stood, Naruto looked up in amusement as the other Espada and a ranker dropped into the arena, their faces a mix of awe and rage. "You don't really think we'll let you go, do you?" Neutra asked, his massive blade slung over one shoulder. "Not after you almost killed one of our own." Remaining silent, Naruto broke down Ulquiorra's samples and absorbed them, the hollows watching in surprise, as his body seemed to swell before returning to normal. Then they all gasped as a massive spiritual pressure crashed onto their shoulders, the weaker ranker dropping to the ground, while the rest managed to brush it off. "Impressive Reiatsu for someone who just unlocked it." Stare commented, gaining odd looks from his fellow ranker. "That's what you did right. You used Ulquiorra's Riryoku to unlock your own." Grinning widely, Naruto remained silent. "Boy, answer him." Grimjo shouted, hand gripping his sword handle in anger. Chuckling in amusement, Naruto opened his mouth and spoke. "Cromwell initiative. Full release." He simply received curious looks from the hollows, but he paid it no mind, his attention focused on the reddish glow coming from his hands, the seals deactivating and releasing his full might. Without warning, an unbelievable pressure slammed into every hollow there, dropping all but the top two Espada to their knees and rendering all below the 6th rank unconscious. The pressure was so immense that even Baragan and Sterk, both known for their terrifying Riryoku levels, were shaking where they stood. "I hate to fight and run." Naruto chuckled, his tone cheerful and pleased. "But I don't quite feel the need to slaughter you all right now, ta-ta." Black cavity. The swipe of his arm created the needed portal, the fabric of reality splitting apart and revealing a dark void, quite the useful technique. What was he? Sterk wondered, glancing down at his fellow hollows, some of whom were already recovering with the lapse of spiritual pressure. 1 month later. After his fight with the 4th Espada and his expedient escape from the Arankar army, Naruto found himself exiting his portal in the forest of Minos, the furthest he could get from Las Notches. He chose in this spot in order to avoid the Arankar as he trained, as his Kai, Chakra and Riryoku had greatly increased from his recent absorption. After leafing through and sorting Ulquiorra's memories, Naruto found that Ulquiorra's inherent apathy was a great counter to the emotions of his previous victims, especially where the anger and bloodlust was concerned, although he was quite experienced in keeping said emotion suppressed. This little tidbit led to him keeping a great majority of Ulquiorra memories, as centuries of apathy would be helpful should he absorb more memories in the future. The first 2 weeks of his training was spent playing around with his Riryoku and mastering Ulquiorra's main techniques, namely the Hollow Flash, Royal Hollow Flash, Black Hollow Flash, and the weaker but faster Hollow Bullet. In addition to his offensive techniques, he spent a great deal of time practicing with the sound technique, managing to fuse it with the Rakishiki's shave technique, allowing him to achieve speeds comparable to instantaneous teleportation at full power. Unfortunately for him, his first test of the technique had led to a full regeneration of his body, requiring him to shift into a stronger material before moving at those speeds. The final technique added to his repertoire was the probe circuit, which he used to supplement his sensing abilities, as well as his sparsely used mental abilities, allowing him to sense both energy levels and minds from great distances. As for the rest of Ulquiorra's techniques, he was pleaded to discard the iron body and negation techniques, both of which were highly defensive in nature and of no use to him. He'd already proven that his shape-shifting abilities were far superior to the defense of the iron body technique. And he could easily create impenetrable barriers should he ever require them, rendering both technique useless. With his Riryoku-based training out of the way, Naruto moved on to his physical training, namely the implementation of Ulquiorra's sword style. It took him a few days of practice to fit the style to his body build, but it was well worth the effort, allowing him to jump from an untrained initiate to Ulquiorra's master level in a matter of days. Deciding he would need a weapon to fight with, Naruto chose to simply create one himself, using his abilities and pilfered knowledge to do so. It was quite an easy task to accomplish however, simply requiring him to tear off one of his arms and shifting it into the blade he wanted, far simpler than building one with raw resources. As for the weapon, he decided to wield something known as a gunblade, a sword with a gun-shaped hilt. When the weapon's trigger was pulled, it would release a shockwave through the entire device, causing the blade to vibrate rapidly for increased damage. It was quite a formidable weapon, one that was gifted with a fitting name, Dread. As his month of training came to an end, Naruto was more than prepared to move on, leaving the dark forest of Minos behind in a bright flash of red light. As he reappeared in the multiverse, Naruto was surprised to find himself in a room rather than the endless hallway that usually greeted his transitions. However, this was a room he recognized greatly, it was after all, the room where he'd last seen the Jubi. Taking a look around, he found no one else in the room, which meant that Kami and Shinigami were still away, whereas Yuubi was likely still resting from his breakout. With none of his patron gods there to greet or speak with him, Naruto decided to go ahead with his plans. He steadily made his way to the closest door, a sky blue wooden door with a single word etched onto its plaque. Home. Chuckling darkly, the blonde threw open the door and stepped through without pause, his entire frame vibrating with excitement and glee. As the door closed behind Naruto, 3 figures appeared around the room single fixture, their forms fading into existence at the blink of an eye. Sharing a glance, the 3 smirked and took their seats, the dark-haired male standing a moment later and heading towards a shadowed corner. I'll get the popcorn. Chapter 7. Return. For the 3rd time in 2 months, Naruto found himself plummeting towards the ground, having exited a doorway several hundred meters above the ground. Fuck. The blonde cursed, stopping himself midair. Who the hell picks these damn exit locations? Taking a look around, Naruto noticed that he was hovering above a large crater, the same crater he'd created after unsealing the Jubi several months ago. Home sweet home. The blonde chuckled, grinning darkly as he stared off into the distance. I better let everyone know that I'm back, just in case they missed me. He snorted at that and flew off, looking forward to the coming encounter. It took him just a few minutes' flight to reach the village, approaching and landing in the nearby forest, roughly an hour's walk from the village walls. With that, he shifted into a civilian man in his mid-30s with short brown hair and dark eyes, wearing a light gray shirt and pale green pants. The sword, usually kept at his waist, was transformed into a gleaming silver necklace, with a miniature version of the weapon attached to it, while his limiter seals and vortexes were moved to his chest. He'd found out a long time ago that those didn't disappear when he shifted. He could only move their positions. Suppressing his energy levels to civilian standards, he made his way towards the village, cheerfully skipping along as he did so. It was so good to be back in his own realm. He arrived at Konoha's gates an hour later, the area empty except for the 2 gate guards, a pair of chunin that always seemed to be on guard duty. As he passed through the large city gates, he was stopped by one of the 2 guards, Katetsu if he remembered correctly. Halt, state your name and business in Konoha. He called out from his booth. Naruto recognized him from the mob over a year ago, the chunin looking far more cheerful than the blonde had ever seen him, not in his presence at least. Not many in Konoha had looked cheerful whenever he was around. Good afternoon, my name is Ulquiorra Cypher. Naruto replied, using the name of his last opponent. I'm here to see the Hokage, it's in regards to the bounty for Uzumaki Naruto. As soon as the words left his mouth, a 4-man Anbu squad appeared via body flicker, surrounding him in a small circle. Playing the role of an average civilian, Naruto pretended to be amazed and shocked by the little trick, jumping frightfully as the 4 men appeared. Please come with us sir. The dog-masked Anbu commanded, Naruto easily recognizing the voice as Kakashi. Okay. He replied meekly, allowing one of the Anbu to place his hand on his shoulder. In a blur of twisting movement they were gone, the Anbu body flickering him to the Hokage tower, bringing them right outside Tsunade's office. Still playing his role, Naruto pretended to be sick from the fast travel, watching slyly as one of the Anbu relayed his message to the Hokage. He was soon ushered into the room, the door closing behind him as he entered, the Anbu taking their positions in the corners. Entering the room, Naruto was pleased to see the remaining members of the Rookie 9 and their senseis at the missions desk, a stoic Iruka sitting behind said desk and handing out missions with his fellow chunin. Team Guy stood at Tsunade's desk, looking like they had just been interrupted mid-conversation, and he could sense Jiraiya outside the window, probably waiting for the room to empty before making a top-secret report to Tsunade. Perfect, everyone's here. Naruto chuckled, taking in the strange gathering of teams. Do I have great timing or what? Greetings Cypher-san, Tsunade began, her eyes focused demandingly. I was informed that you have information pertaining to Uzumaki Naruto. Deciding to test a theory he'd had for a while, one that Kyuubi had refused to confirm or deny, Naruto answered. Ah yes, I know where your Yondame's son is. He practically felt the Anbu and Jonin in the room stiffen, Jiraiya stumbling and nearly falling from the wall outside, while the other kids his age and Iruka looked shocked and confused. Using his telepathy on the Hokage, Naruto confirmed his theory, his father was Namikaze Minato, the bastard who had sealed the fox into him and single-handedly ruined his childhood. He was also pleased to find the identity of his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, a talented kunoichi that had died giving birth. Much to his anger however, Tsunade and Jiraiya had known both his parents and had both kept this information from him, neither feeling the need to inform him of such an important fact. Furthermore, both had been named his godparents, yet they had abandoned him on the day of his birth, one to spy on women and write his perverted books, the other to drink and gamble her life away. Naruto felt utter rage at the revelation, his anger spiking to the point that he could feel his Kai bubbling under his skin, yet he managed to rein it in. It wouldn't do to lose his mind and kill them all, not yet anyways. Unaware of the sudden mental intrusion, Tsunade narrowed her eyes and spiked her chakra, her killing intent flooding the room and causing the Genin and Chunin to shudder. "How do you know about that?" she growled, fingers digging furrows into the wood of her desk. "That is an S-rank village secret, speak quickly before I have you taken to the T&I department." She flinched back as the man's face twisted into a hateful sneer, his eyes burning with suppressed rage. This was no ordinary civilian. "I just took a guess based on our similar appearances, I wasn't 100% sure about it until the thoughts crossed your mind, Tsunade Bachan." The man spat back, causing eyes to widen in shock at the familiar address to the Hokage and the meaning of the man's sentence. "That means you're..." Kurenai gasped, eyes wide as she put two and two together. "Correct," he replied, his body rippling much like it had during their last encounter as he shifted and changed. In the place of a 30-year-old civilian male, with plain brown hair and eyes, the 13-year-old form of Uzumaki Naruto was revealed. He seemed to have put on some muscle and grown to an admirable height, removing the short and stocky appearance of his youth and replacing it with that of a tall and well-toned teen, the athletic frame of a true shinobi. He stood at just under 6 feet tall, making him the tallest of his gathered peers, Shikamaru coming in at a close second. His face had lost all of its baby fat, giving him an angular facial structure, which combined with his now slanted eyes and fair complexion to give him a bit of a regal appearance. His whisker marks had also completely disappeared, although his sapphire eyes had retained their vibrancy. Another change in his appearance was with his outfit. He was no longer wearing the orange monstrosity of his youth or the black and red outfit from their previous meeting. He now wore a black long-sleeved t-shirt with a dark blue Jonin vest over top. The vest was kept open, revealing the kanji for Maelstrom that was written on the shirt in blue. In addition to this, he wore baggy black pants with a pair of blue stripes running down both sides and a stripe of white tape wrapped around both ankles. On his feet were a pair of pitch black Jetta, a matching pair of gloves adorning his hands, a red Uzumaki swirl stitched onto the back of each glove. Over top of his new outfit, Naruto now wore a crimson Akatsuki-style cloak, black Uzumaki swirls, replacing the clouds of the original ensemble. As soon as he had fully revealed himself, Jiraiya jumped through the office window, the look of shock and surprise on his face, matching that of his fellow Konohinin. "And Naruto?" Iruka stuttered, surprise and relief showing clear on his face. "Hello Iruka-sensei," Naruto greeted, smiling kindly to his surrogate father-brother. "It's good to see you again." "What the hell Naruto Baka, where the hell have you been this entire time?" Sakura screeched, ruining the moment as she marched up to him. Glaring at the pink-haired banshee, Naruto spoke in a tone so cold that sent chills down everyone's spines. "Sakura, be silent before I kill you." Despite his words and actions at their last meeting, everyone in the room was clearly shocked. The Naruto they knew would never threaten anyone, yet alone his Sakura-chan. "Why so surprised?" the blonde asked, quaking a brow in question. "You all seem to be forgetting that I am still your enemy." At those words, the Anbu finally reacted, surrounding the blonde with their kunai drawn. "What are you doing?" Tsunade shouted, leaping to her feet angrily. "Stand down." "With all due respect, Hokage-sama." Kakashi began, his uncovered eye narrowed at his former student. "He is still an A-class missing nin, one that has just threatened the life of a Konohinin and stated clearly that he was our enemy." Turning her attention to the blonde, Tsunade frowned sadly as she spoke. "Naruto, after what happened 2 months ago, the villagers have all realized that you are not the Kyuubi or Juubi or whatever, wouldn't you please come back home?" Naruto stared for a moment. Then he blinked. Then he exploded in laughter. "What's so funny about that dope?" Kiba growled, eyes narrowed at the slowly recovering blonde. "Now that we know that you're not a demon, you can come back." Naruto straightened from his bent position, one hand rising to wipe the tears from his eyes. It had been quite a while since he'd laughed so hard. "What's funny in Yazuka is the fact that you all seem to think that I'll simply forgive you people in return as if everything was alright." Naruto ranted, eyes glowing balefully as his anger rose, his Kai bubbling beneath the surface once more. "It took over 13 years to figure out that I'm not a demon. Well, it's far too late now, I swore an oath of revenge, and I won't stop until this village has been reduced to ashes." His eyes snapped to Jiraiya and Tsunade, causing the two to flinch back at the sheer hatred and rage in those vibrant orbs. "And don't think I'm going to let the two of you off the hook either, you were my godparents, and yet you abandoned me for your own selfish reasons." He snarled, causing their eyes to widen. "Don't deny it, I can see it clearly in your minds." That definitely spread shock through the more observant members of his audience, since when could the blonde read minds? Sakura, being the stupid fangirl that she was, I don't like her, chose that moment of silence to throw her 2 cents in. Naruto Baka, quit trying to be cool, as if you could destroy the village, you couldn't even beat Sasuke-kun without a cheating, stop acting. Faster than most could follow or react, Naruto sped around the Anbu and appeared in front of the girl, his hand flying from his side and grabbing her by the chin as he effortlessly lifted her from the floor. Didn't I tell you to be silent? The blonde growled, a wave of his hand knocking away the retaliatory kunai from the Anbu. You must really have a death wish, Haruno. She glared right back and spoke through scrunched up lips. Go ahead, I dare you. You won't hurt me, I'm your precious Sakura-cha. Crack. With a squeeze of his fingers he broke her jaw, dislodging several teeth at the same time, and released her. The others gasped as Sakura shrieked and dropped to the floor, alternating between sobbing in pain and spitting out teeth, a humorous sight as far as Naruto was concerned. As soon as it was clear of danger, the Anbu struck, each drawing a standard issue tanto and impaling the blonde through various vital points, aiming for a fast and painful kill. No. Jiraiya, Iruka and Tsunade cried out, eyes wide in shock and fear. Naruto simply glanced down at the blades piecing his body, looked up at the gathered ninja with a bored expression on his face, and continued the conversation. Now then, I bet you're all wondering why I'm here today. He spoke, ignoring the 4 different weapons piercing what everyone thought were his major organs. He had easily shifted his organs out of the way the moment the weapons had touched his skin, compared to most of the beings he had faced. These Anbu had been moving at a snail's pace. How the hell are you still alive? Ino shrieked, her mouth gaping in shock. That's for me to know and for you to never find out. Naruto replied, eyes reflecting his boredom. Troublesome blonde, Shikamaru sighed, equally as bored as the blonde. He's always healed fast, Ino, based off of what we saw 2 months ago, it's obvious that his healing capabilities have been increased to extraordinary levels. I'm neither going to confirm or deny that. Naruto replied, earning a smirk from the Nara air. Now then, can we get back to the topic at hand? Hi Naruto, why have you returned here? Kakashi asked, roughly tugging on his blade, an action that hardly fazed the blonde. I have 3 reasons, Naruto replied, tugging the other 3 weapons from his body and tossing them to their owners. The first is to deliver a few messages. What messages? Asuma asked, lighting a cigarette. Well, as we speak, I have a few clones running around the village, looking for the few people within this village that I care about. I need to inform them that I'm back and that they are free to leave the village without fear of being hunted down by me. Naruto answered, eyes flickering over the other shinobi. That includes you, Shino, Shikamaru, Choji, you and your clans have never treated me badly. Noted. Shino replied with a nod. This also includes Iruka-sensei, Lee, Niji. Naruto continued, giving them each a glance. As for the rest of you. Naruto chuckled, taking in the looks on their faces. Well, try not to die. He almost broke out in laughter at the look on their faces, a mix of incredulity, anger and fear, it was quite hilarious. The second reason I'm here is to claim my inheritance. The blonde continued, smirking darkly. My clones have already entered the Namikaze estate and they are currently sealing every item of value, everything that is rightfully mine will be taken. That caused jaws to drop, shock spreading through the gathered shinobi. I wonder how much I can get for the Rasengan or the Hiraishin in Kumo. Naruto pondered out loud, smirking darkly. Or maybe I would be interested in a little trade. You can't do that. Kakashi bellowed, growling in anger. You can't stop me. Naruto retorted, chuckling in amusement. We may not be able to kill you, but we can still capture you, Naruto. Tsunade added, preventing the beginning of the fight. You can't fight all of us as well as the other ninja in the village, Naruto, as much as I care for you, I have my duty as Hokage. The duty you wouldn't have if it hadn't been for me. Naruto replied, eyes rolling in annoyance. But that's not important, I don't need to fight you, in fact. I've already left the tower. Poof. All eyes widened in shock as every shinobi there realized they had been speaking to a clone this entire time, a clone that had somehow managed to survive being stabbed in the vitals, unless the blonde had somehow managed to replace himself undetected. With Naruto's disappearance, the various shinobi rushed out the door, a body flickered out of the tower, leaving a sobbing Sakura alone. Give up Naruto, you can't win. Tsunade called out, leaping onto a nearby rooftop. Surrender now, and we'll be lenient on your punishment. Naruto smirked and released one level of his limiter seals, his power swirling around within him. You're forgetting the third reason I returned. He replied, eyes glinting mischievously. You never said what it was done. Kiba yelled from below, the Inyazuka looking forward to the coming fight. Ah, so I didn't. Naruto chuckled, scratching his chin sheepishly. Well, the third reason I returned was to make a point. As he finished speaking, the blonde unleashed the unsealed portion of Reiatsu on the whole village, which seemed to have varying effects on the various citizens. All civilians were knocked to the ground in fear, while the Genin and Chunin were forced to one knee, pressed down by some sort of invisible pressure on their shoulders. The weaker Jonin found themselves frozen in place, unable to move or even think straight, while the stronger Jonin and above were simply weighed down by the light pressure. What is this? Many thought, shocked by the sudden pressure. It feels like killing intent, but it's different. How strong have you become, Naruto? Jiraiya wondered, stumbling under the sudden pressure. Don't underestimate me. The blonde ground out, eyes glinting maliciously. I'm no longer the weak fool you used to know. Look around, Tsunade, your soldiers can barely handle a quarter of my power. This caused many eyes to widen, many wondering just how strong the blonde had become in just over a year. Now then, the blonde began, vanishing and reappearing atop the Hokage tower in a burst of instantaneous movement, spreading more shock and surprise at the sheer speed displayed. I'll leave you all with a parting gift. He didn't even use any hand seals, Neji noticed, Byakugan eyes active and focused. That wasn't a body flicker. That was as fast as Sensei's improved version of the body flicker. How is that possible? Kakashi wondered, mind racing rapidly. It sounded like static when he moved. Was it a lightning technique? Tsunade mused, already working on breaking down and understanding the technique. Ignoring any stray thoughts from his opponents, Naruto raised his right arm in the air, a ball of dark blue energy forming in his hands. Is that the Rasengan? Jiraiya pondered, eyes focusing on the small ball of energy. No, there's no discernible chakra in that technique. What are you doing, Naruto? As Naruto slowly formed his technique, he took in the looks of shock, awe and fear on many faces. This is how it should have been from the start. They should have either worshipped me or feared me, just like Gaara and his village. The blonde mused, soaking in the looks and the emotions behind them. Now it's far too late, I'll take their choice away and revel in their fear. He had formed this attack far slower than normal, preferring to take his time in order to not only make it stronger, but to build up suspense, leaving his audience to wonder at his plans. Holding his arm out towards the Hokage monument, he spiked his power once more and released his technique, aiming at 2 of the 5 Hokage. Hollow flash. In a flare of blue light, a beam of concentrated power left the blonde's hands, flying across half the village and slamming into the Hokage monument. The resulting explosion was massive, shaking most of the village and kicking up a large cloud of dust, hiding the monument from view. The wave of the blonde's hand created a gust of wind, clearing the dust and revealing the monument, much to the fear of Konoha's citizens. The beam had blasted a large circular trench through the monument before exploding, destroying the faces of both the Yondaime and the Godaime Hokage, a truly devastating technique. Looking down at them all, Naruto smirked, the fear and terror was nearly palpable. That was one of my weaker techniques, I could use more, but I feel no need to kill you today, you must all live to regret what you have done. Naruto spoke, his voice echoing throughout the village. I will burn this village to the ground, I will subject you all to true misery and despair until I feel that you have been suitably punished. When I feel that your punishment has been served, then and only then will you have my permission to die. With that he rose slowly from the rooftop, further shocking his opponents, before blasting off into the distance. 2 hours later, Suna. Tsubaku no Gaara, Kazekage of Sunagakur, was currently trapped behind a pile of paperwork in his office. It was at that moment that he felt the sudden appearance of a familiar presence, one that was nearby and quickly approaching his tower, far too quickly to be normal. He was just about to call for his team when he heard a voice behind him, the presence instantaneously appearing within his office. Congratulations on the promotion of Kazekage-sama, the voice spoke from directly behind him, causing the Redeed's eyes to widen. It's good to see that you followed my advice. Turning on his heel, Gaara-san lashed out at the intruder, only to find no one there. Is that any way to greet an old friend? The voice called once more, from directly behind him yet again. Turning back around, slower and more relaxed this time, he was met with the sight of Uzumaki Naruto sitting across the desk, giving a small but noticeable smile. Gaara simply sighed, the corners of his lips quaking upwards in the slightest manner. Uzumaki Naruto. Please Gaara, Naruto chuckled, giving his friend a beaming grin. We're friends, call me Naruto. Yes. Friends. Welcome back Naruto, Gaara replied with a wider smile, taking a seat at his desk. Where have you been? I tried asking Shukaku where Juubi could have taken you, but he hasn't been very helpful. Ah, I've been traveling, getting stronger, meeting new people, you know how it is. Naruto replied, not feeling a need to go into the whole story, it wouldn't really matter much. Well nevertheless, I'm glad to see that you're okay. Gaara replied, fully aware that the blonde was leaving something out. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Can't a guy just drop in to say hello to a friend? Naruto asked, his tone jokingly serious. Konoha and Suna are still allies, so you must have a reason to risk coming here. Gaara simply stated, face stoic and blank of emotion. Yeah that's true, Naruto chuckled, scratching his cheek sheepishly. I actually came here to talk to the Kazakage. I wasn't aware you were the Kage until I saw you sitting behind the desk, congratulations again. Thank you. So what is your business with me, Naruto-san? Gaara asked, switching into what Kankuro had dubbed Cage mode. Just here to deliver a message, Kazakage-sama. Naruto replied as he also got serious, hopping off the other's desk. Oh? Gaara asked with a raised brow. And what might that be? I have declared Konoha as my enemy, I have launched the first strike in the coming war, I will destroy that village, and there is no one that can stop me. Naruto stated, eyes hard and dangerous. My message to you is to stay out of the coming battle if you value the lives of your citizens, I don't need any backup and help, I simply need you to stay out of it. Gaara narrowed his eyes at that, clearly picking up the subtle threat from his friend. Thank you for the warning. Naruto grinned, switching from dangerously serious to cheerily pleasant. Don't mention it, it's what friends are for after all. You saved me from my darkness, Naruto, I will always support you. Gaara replied, a smile adorning his face once more. I will have to talk to the council though, they are the reason the alliance still stands, it will be difficult to convince them however. Ah well, Naruto chuckled again, scratching his head sheepishly. You can't really try to convince them that one missing nin is a better ally than a whole hidden village, can you? No, I cannot, Gaara sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. They would most likely ask for my resignation if I were to push the issue. Well then, don't tell them, Naruto summed up with finality. From what Jiraiya told me over a year ago, the Akatsuki has decided to take a 3-year-long break, while Orochimaru needs 3 years between his body swap technique, this gives me a year and a half of free time. Gaara simply curled a brow at that, motioning for the blonde to continue. I will spend that time making a name for myself in the world, building a reputation and gaining powerful allies. And when the time comes, I'll handle the Akatsuki and Orochimaru. Naruto explained, grinning confidently. That should give you more than enough of an argument to have them at least consider neutrality, if not a full-out alliance. It sounded like a good enough plan to Gaara, he could support his friend and not risk war with Konoha should Naruto fail, it was a bit cold, but he had a village to look out for. Very well, Gaara agreed with a nod. Until then you will remain an enemy of Suna. Heh, that's just fine with me. Naruto replied, reaching into his coat and drawing a tri-pronged kunai. Before I go though, I have something for you. Gaara took the kunai and stared at it, eyes wide as he realized just what it was, this was one of the most famous kunai in the world after all. I recently retrieved my inheritance from Konoha, Naruto explained, causing his friend to look up in shocked understanding. While I may not be able to perform the Flying Thunder God technique just yet, I've already figured out how to make the seals that will send me a signal when activated. Should you ever require my assistance, just throw this kunai and I'll come as fast as I can. It had taken him less than 30 minutes to go over his father's technique notes, less than 10 to rework the signal seal and place it on one of the spare kunai. Theoretically, the seal would send out a signal when thrown, which would allow the receiver to lock onto its position and teleport to it. With his knowledge on seals being non-existent, he had barely been able to make the signal seal using the step-by-step notes and had yet to figure out the reverse summoning seal, which would allow him to travel to the kunai instantly, so he had to stick with using his speed. Flying or the black cavity technique. Nodding in reply, Gaara tucked the kunai within his robes, making sure to keep it separate from his other weapons. Thank you Naruto, I will use it should I require your assistance. Alright then, I'll see you later Gaara. Naruto replied, vanishing from sight in a blur of instantaneous movement, combined with a buzz of static. Looking at the spot where Naruto had just stood a second ago, Gaara sighed and shook his head. Goodbye my friend, until we meet again. With that he returned to his paperwork, cursing himself for ever accepting this job. The next day, Iowa. Stalking up to the village gate, a large metal construct protecting the hidden stone village, Naruto was stopped by the 2 gate guards. Halt. One called, frowning as he took in Naruto's hair and eyes. State your name and purpose in this village. Namikaze Naruto here to see the Tsuchikage. He answered, using a name they would definitely recognize. Then Namikaze. As in Namikaze Minato, the yellow flash. One guard asked, paling to a shade normally reserved for a certain snake. Naruto frowned, hating the relationship but demanding the reputation it garnered, especially in Iowa. Yes, he was my father. Namikaze. One of the guards yelled, both jumping over their booth and rushing him. Sighing in annoyance, Naruto vanished and reappeared between the two, his hands whipping out and swatting them away. In a speeding blur, the 2 Iwanin were sent crashing into the village walls, cracking the stone and losing consciousness. First with Sakura's jaw and now these 2, I really need to limit my strength further. Naruto mused, staring down at his hands. Unlike the last 2 worlds I visited, the people here are fragile, I can't expect them to survive hits that would have been shrugged off by Vegeta or Ulquiorra. Keeping that thought at the back of his mind and returning to his current situation, Naruto turned his attention to the giant gate that stood before him, his thoughts taking a more devious and fun-garnering turn. I might as well bring the cage to me rather than going to him, it will likely save more time and make it easier to convince him. His thoughts decided, Naruto raised an arm and extended a finger, channeling and focusing his Kai at the fingertip. Pouring a great amount of dark blue power into the technique, he manipulated it into a bowl roughly the size of his head, one that was slowly growing in size as time passed. Once the bowl was roughly doubled in size, Naruto flicked his finger, launching the technique at the city gates. Death ball. In a blur of blue light, the ball of Kai struck the gate and slowly began to sink into the metal, melting the nearby material into a thick gooey sludge. Once half the ball had sunk into the gate, Naruto launched a small blast of Kai at it, causing an immediate and terrifying chain reaction. The ball exploded with the force of 1,000 explosive tags, sending massive shock waves throughout the village and knocking over many people close to the gate. Less than 10 seconds after the explosion, the Tsuchikage appeared on a nearby rooftop, a contingent of Jonin, Chunin and Genin appearing around him an instant later. As the dust cleared, they were met with quite the terrifying sight, the massive gates and walls that had protected the village for decades had been completely destroyed, and massive and spacious remaining in their place. Standing on the other end of the crater was a boy that happened to look like a miniature version of their greatest enemy, his hair a golden blonde and his eyes a vibrant blue. "Who are you? What do you want?" the Tsuchikage shouted, his face calm but his eyes burning with rage. He was a very short old man, with a big red nose, triangular beard and angular mustache. Despite his comical appearance, Inoki was an extremely powerful shinobi. One that had gained the title of Inoki of both scales and was regarded as one of the 3 pillars of the shinobi world due to his great power, a title shared by only he, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Salamander Hanzo. "My name is Namikaze Naruto, son of Namikaze Minato." Naruto called back, suppressing his flinch at the claim. His reply seemed to cause a great amount of unease among the Iwanin, many of them gasping and slipping into their fighting stances, their combined killing intent being brushed off by the blonde. Inoki on the other hand seemed to actually calm down at that, his rage vanishing and his eyes focusing, the man either prepared to speak or battle. "I'm here to talk about an alliance," Naruto added, causing some to blink and growl. "Why would we want to ally with Konoha?" Inoki called back, eyes narrowed in thought. "Not to mention the fact that you destroyed our gate, you are not making a good first impression, Namikaze." In the blink of an eye, the blonde vanished from his spot several dozen meters away and appeared a mere 10 feet from the large group of shinobi, surprising and terrifying many with his impressive speed. Luckily for many Iwanin, a signal from their cage put a stop to their preemptive strike, saving them from the blonde's retaliatory carnage. "Ah yes, the gate. Well, that was mostly to gain your attention," Naruto replied sheepishly, his grin causing many of the gathered shinobi to growl angrily, it was much like that of his father. "Also, your guards felt the need to attack me when they learned my identity, so I felt that destroying your gate would more than make up for it." That actually drew a small smirk from the elderly Cage, the man's eyes glazing momentarily as he visited a past memory. "You also seem to have misunderstood me," Naruto continued, drawing the Cage from his thoughts. "I'm not a Konoha in fact, I actually plan to destroy Konoha and build a new village on its ashes. I have come here to ask that you ally with me when the time comes." This caused a great many to blink and gape in surprise, completely blindsided that the son of the most powerful Hokage sought the destruction of his own village, a village both his parents died to protect. "Why would you seek to destroy your father's village?" Inoki asked, highly curious of the blonde's reasoning. "And if you were able to somehow succeed, why should we ally with you and not take Konoha's land for ourselves?" "My father's." The word was spat out with such venom and malice that a few of the Iwanin actually recoiled away from the blonde. "Village, as you say, has made me its enemy for reasons I choose not to share, and when I finally destroy them, you will see that I make a far better ally than enemy." Inoki narrowed his eyes at the unspoken threat, seeing the blonde in a slightly new light. "Very well, Namikaze, should you actually succeed in destroying Konoha, I will consider joining you." Many of the gathered nin began to protest at this point, but a pointed look from their Cage, as well as a killing intent-laced chakra spike, was enough to silence them. "The wise decision," Naruto replied, his hand slipping into one of his pockets and causing the various nin to stiffen. "I would like to offer this as an apology for your gate, as well as proof of my commitment to our future alliance." With that he slowly withdrew his hand, causing the shinobi to relax as he was holding a simple sealing scroll, a scroll that was soon tossed to the elderly Cage. Inoki simply eyed the scroll warily before handing it to one of his jonin, standard procedure when dealing with neutral and enemy shinobi, who opened it and read. A few seconds passed before the man's eyes widened, his jaw dropping as he stared at the scroll. It's. He stuttered, unable to complete his sentence due to his immense shock. "Get on with it, man." Inoki snapped, highly annoyed at the man's suspense-building behavior. "It's the instructions to the Rasengan, as well as the Yondame's speed training routine, Tsuchikage-sama," the man shouted, causing all those who heard him to copy his earlier expression. Snatching the scroll away, Inoki stared at it for a few seconds as his men celebrated behind him before turning his attention to the blonde, a wide smile stretching across his face. "I look forward to our future alliance, Namikaze," and Inoki spoke, holding a hand out to the blonde. Naruto immediately took the man's hand, his grin widening as he shook hands with the powerful Kage. "Please, call me Naruto." Naruto spent a good week in Iwa going over terms with Inoki and the village council, taking time to also give pointers to the many who attempted to learn the Rasengan, which accounted for over 80% of the active shinobi roster. By the end of the week, most Iwanin were on the second step of learning the technique, but it was slow progress, most found it difficult to complete the first stage alone. Naruto was quick to calm them, however, as Jiraiya had taken 3 months to master the technique and the Iwanin were lacking the bonus of a shadow clone's assistance. They were well aware that it would take them quite some time to fully master the Rasengan. In the end, it was decided by the Tsuchikage and the council that they would gladly ally with the blonde. One of their stipulations, however, was that the alliance would only come into effect once Naruto had destroyed Konoha or built his own village. In exchange, they would grant him sanctuary should he ever require it. Past all the legal jargon of the contract, Iwa would basically assist in the financing of his village, as well as lend him several shinobi, while the village was still weak. Once the alliance was settled and the village was stabilized, they would switch to a system of tax-less, free trade with Iwa sending ores and minerals, while Naruto reciprocated with food and lumber, resources that were very abundant in Fire Country. In order to keep the alliance a secret and prevent a war between Iwa and Konoha, it was decided that Naruto would be put in Iwa's bingo book, marked as a criminal and enemy of the state. On Naruto's suggestion, as he was getting incredibly bored with politics, he was set up to fight a battalion of Iwanin in order to decide his rank. Quite the challenge, as the last man to take on a battalion of Iwa's best had been the Yondaime Hokage himself. This battle would allow Naruto to show off his power, as well as prove once and for all that he had the strength required to take down a hidden village. The battle was quick and gruesome, the blonde blazing through his opponents and marking kill shots in red paint. It took him less than 2 minutes to slaughter them all. 500 of Iowa's best, including Inoki of both scales, all cut down and killed in a matter of minutes. The blonde definitely lived up to his heritage and bold claims. In the end, he was marked an SS rank threat with a simple flee on side order, the second to receive such a ranking in all of Iowa's history, the first being his father. But that display, the citizens of the next day, the bingo books were sent out and Naruto left Iowa, highly pleased with what he had accomplished. 3 days later, Konoha. For close to 2 weeks after a certain blonde's sudden appearance, Tsunade had spent much of her time arguing with the village council and elders, said blonde being the topic of their many conversations. It was only the revelation of Naruto's heritage and acknowledgement of his power that prevented the updating of his bingo book entry and the release of the Hunter Nin, ending the argument with Tsunade's victory, much to the chagrin of many council members. However, this was the safest option to take. As far as the council was concerned, they couldn't place the son of their beloved Yondaime in the bingo books. What would Iwa do with such information? They were also unable to send Hunter Nin after him. Based on his display a few weeks ago, the team could probably tear those Hunter Nin apart in a matter of seconds, all without breaking a sweat. In the end, they had decided to change his entry from an A rank threat to be killed on sight to a B rank threat to be captured on sight. It was their hope that someone would be able to defeat and return the wayward Namikaze. A belief that was dashed away only a matter of days later. Tsunade found herself repeating the same action she'd performed for the last few days, namely holing up in her office and drinking sake, her thoughts revolving around her godson and her plans to gain his forgiveness. It was at this time that Shizune barged in, the younger woman looking terribly flustered and shocked. "Tsunade-sama, you have to see this," Shizune yelled, waving some books around. "Go away, Shizune, I'm not in the mood for more paperwork," Tsunade replied, her head dropping to the desk with a tired groan. "It's about Naruto-kun," Shizune continued undeterred. "He's in Iwa's bingo book." "What? Let me see." Tsunade shouted, leaping to her feet and snatching the book from her assistant, quickly flipping to the back pages. "It's on page 3. Shizune pointed out, greatly shocking Tsunade. Only the highest ranked threats were placed at the front of the bingo books, and seeing as pages 1 and 2 were simple introductory paragraphs. Flipping to the page, she was shocked to see that it was indeed an entry for Naruto, an image of the boy posted in the top left corner, looking exactly as he had a matter of days ago. The entry below the picture did not serve to calm her racing heart. Name? Namikaze Naruto. So they know his real name. Tsunade blanched, horrified that the information had gotten out despite all of her attempts to keep it under wraps. Now the whole world knows of your heritage, Naruto. Rank. SS. That caused her eyes to widen to new lengths. That can't just be because of his father's identity. Inoki is far too smart and sly to hold such a grudge. What have you done, Naruto? Description. Age. Roughly 13 to 14 years of age. Height. Between 5 foot 6 inches and 5 foot 8 inches. Appearance. Spiky, blonde hair. Sapphire blue eyes. Usually adorned with a red cloak with black spirals. Wields a sword of unknown make and origin with a strangely shaped hilt. The sword is usually strapped to his waist. Last affiliated village. The village hidden in the leaves. Rank before leaving the village. Genin. Reason for entry. Charged with the destruction of the village gate. Charged with the slaughter of 500 Iwan of Chunin and above rank. Charged with the assault and attempted murder on Inoki of both scales, Sandaime Tsuchikage. He did what Tsunade raged, eyes widening as she read the entry. How strong are you, Naruto? To not only defeat a battalion of Iwan, but to fight and survive a battle with Inoki, this is no mere feat. Known abilities. Extraordinary speed and strength. Capable of an unknown speed technique on par with the Yondaime Hokage's Flying Thunder God and the Yondaime Raikage's Lightning Armor. This unknown technique is only recognized by the sound it leaves behind, a buzz of static. Excellent swordsmanship skills. Expert user of shadow clones. Capable of man-powerful and sealess jutsu. Recommended course of action. Flee on sight, do not engage target if you value your life. Below that was a chart showing an estimation of the blonde's abilities. The portion had a question mark, while the Taijutsu, Kinjutsu and Ninjutsu portions were off the charts. This was truly an SS rank shinobi. Tsunade read and reread the entry many times before she turned to her desk, activating a seal and summoning of Jiraiya's toads, the creature simply staring at her as it awaited its orders. Find Jiraiya, tell him to drop everything and find Naruto, I want him protected from Iwa. Tsunade ordered, receiving a salute from the toad before it disappeared in a puff of smoke. Turning to Shizune, Tsunade made a difficult choice. She would have to update their bingo books as well, otherwise Konoha would be made to look like a fool due to their lack of information. Update our bingo books with the information supplied in here, add in anything we may know that they don't, and move him up to S rank with a capture-only reward. Hi Tsunade-sama. Shizune replied, running off to complete her orders. With that finished, Tsunade sank back into her desk and poured another glass of sake, her thoughts continuing their revolution around a certain blonde. Please be safe and return to us, Naruto. Odo, training ground. Boom. Crash. Crack. Growling angrily, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes darted about the training ground, searching for something else to destroy in his rage. He had of course just viewed the newest editions of the various bingo books. Damn it. How did he get so strong? He's been gone all this time, and as soon as he pops up he's this powerful. Sasuke ranted, kunai and shuriken flying as he continued venting his anger. No, this can't be the Deadlast, it must be power from his demon, that must be it. Well, no matter, nothing can stand against the power of Sharingan. I will kill Itachi, then I'm coming for you, Naruto. But Naruto. Hovering high in the air above a certain training ground, Naruto chuckled as he watched the destruction of the training ground. Sasuke was definitely pissed off today. He had flown straight to Rice Country after leaving Iowa, using his heightened sensing abilities to locate the Uchiha and his powerful mentor. Using Kabuto's form, he then snuck into the base and presented Sasuke with a copy of Iwa's bingo book, enjoying the look on the other teen's face as he read the newest entry. That had been 10 minutes ago. He'd spent the rest of his time watching his ex-best friend venting his anger, silently laughing at the Uchiha from high above. That's it, Uchiha, train as hard as you can. Naruto chuckled, his eyes sparkling maliciously. The stronger you are, the harder you'll fall. Sending one last glance at the ground, he spotted Orochimaru exiting the underground village entrance, glancing up suspiciously, just as Naruto vanished in a blur of movement and sound. Soon Snake, just you wait. Hovering high in the air above a certain training ground, Naruto chuckled as he watched the destruction of the training ground. Sasuke was definitely pissed off today. He had flown straight to Rice Country after leaving Iowa, using his heightened sensing abilities to locate the Uchiha and his powerful mentor. Using Kabuto's form, he then snuck into the base and presented Sasuke with a copy of Iwa's bingo book, enjoying the look on the other teen's face as he read the newest entry. That had been 10 minutes ago. He'd spent the rest of his time watching his ex-best friend venting his anger, silently laughing at the Uchiha from high above. That's it, Uchiha, train as hard as you can. Naruto chuckled, his eyes sparkling maliciously. The stronger you are, the harder you'll fall. Sending one last glance at the ground, he spotted Orochimaru exiting the underground village entrance, glancing up suspiciously, just as Naruto vanished in a blur of movement and sound. Soon Snake, just you wait. Chapter 8. Sage. 3 weeks after leaving Iowa, Naruto found himself traveling and training, incorporating his stolen recovered inheritance into his vast repertoire. Seeing as he had just over a year to accomplish his goals, Naruto decided to travel on foot rather than flying, as it would allow him more time to train while making his journey. During the 3-week walk to Kumo, he divided his time between walking and training, walking during the day while his clones trained and spending his nights training incorporating his clones' knowledge. Despite his power and grand repertoire of techniques, he was highly lacking in jutsu, and the few that he did know were pretty much mastered already, so he was trying to increase his jutsu repertoire. While staying in Iowa, he had been given a scroll filled with minor earth manipulation exercises, as well as a few C to A rank jutsu. He'd also taken the opportunity to raid Odo's library while in Kabuto's form, claiming a scroll on fire manipulation, as well as several high-level Gen and ninjutsu scrolls. Heck, he'd even managed to copy some of Orochimaru's personal jutsu. As for his inheritance, his father's belongings had contained several scrolls on wind and lightning manipulation, as well as several high-level jutsu, mostly wind and lightning jutsu, due to the Yondame's elemental affinity. His mother's belongings on the other hand, had been small in number, but he'd managed to collect a few scrolls on water manipulation and some basic jutsu, basic but rare as they were Uzumaki clan techniques. After close to 5 weeks of walking and training, he finally found himself within reach of Lightning Country, the journey taking far longer than he'd expected. With the assistance of a few hundred clones, he was able to quickly master wind and lightning manipulation, an easy task due to his wind affinity and his control over electricity. He'd also managed to master most of the wind and lightning jutsu, his superb control allowing him to recreate Kakashi's 1000 birds and lightning cutter techniques. An accomplishment that had made him cackle in glee as he imagined the looks he would get from his former sensei and teammates when they learned of this. As for the fire, water and earth elements, his abilities at manipulation would be considered adequate at best, requiring further training to fully master. Jutsu-wise, he'd made sure to master at least 5 techniques of each element, giving him some variety and elemental firepower. The last of his training was centered on Orochimaru's jutsu stash, although he chose to discard many of the jutsu due to them being inhumane or too evil for his taste, which included over 80% of the stolen scrolls. The few that he had kept had been mastered or reworked as much as he could manage, increasing his variety and power. The first technique was the Hidden Shadow Snake Hands, a technique that allowed the user to launch small summoned snakes from their sleeves or wrists depending on their mastery of the technique. Lacking the snake summoning contract, he'd remade the jutsu using his shape-shifting ability, turning it into a powerful technique with many uses. Rather than launching snakes from his sleeves, he would instead launch many child-sized shadowy black, razor-sharp clawed hands, which would claw and grasp at his foe in an attempt to rip and tear them to shreds. He'd gotten the idea from his experience with the gate, knowing how terrifying and intimidating those little hands could be, all from first-hand experience unfortunately. In honor of the original technique and for the look of horror and shock it would bring to Orochimaru's face, he named the technique Hidden Shadow Claws. The second technique was named the Many Hidden Shadow Snake Hands, which allowed the user to launch a greater amount of larger snakes, a much more powerful version of the Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. After mastering the jutsu, he'd reworked it into his clawed version and named it the Multiple Hidden Shadow Claws, increasing the number and size of the shadowy claws. The rest of the techniques were of the same manner, involving the use of snakes to accomplish many things, including attacking enemies and healing the user. A few of these he had no use for but had kept because of the great shock value, such as the Gathering of the Snakes technique, the Body Shedding technique and the Formation of 10,000 Snakes technique. Other than training and walking, he spent much of his travel time destroying bandit camps, saving villages and fighting off bounty hunters, using his new techniques to do so. The bounty hunters had come as a bit of surprise, he hadn't actually expected anyone to try and take down such a powerful target, but his name had spread far and wide, and many were after the reward on his head. Luckily, after wiping out a camp of 300 bandits with a final flash and then proceeding to beat down the many bounty hunters who had thought to attack him while he was weakened, he'd proven that he deserved his fearsome reputation, and only the strongest of hunters bothered him now. An hour's walk away from the border of Bear and Lightning countries, passing through the border town of Kumikabu, Naruto felt a familiar chakra signature approaching his location. Deciding to not meet the owner in the village, he took off towards the forest, blurring through the village and appearing in a clearing several miles outside of the village. He was only forced to wait a few minutes before the chakra signature reached him, the owner moving at speeds comparable to his own, while he was still sealed at least. Eyes locked on the figure's form, Naruto frowned, he'd so hoped for a nice and event-free day. "What do you want, Jiraiya?" Naruto asked, preparing himself for what would likely be an exciting battle. "Naruto, I've been looking for you all over the continent." Jiraiya sighed, smiling cheerfully despite the look on his former apprentice's face. Tsunade sent me to protect you from Iwa and to bring you back to Konoha where you'll be safe. Naruto chuckled at that, highly amused at Tsunade's offer. Did you fail to read the bingo book entry, Jiraiya? Naruto asked, quaking a curious brow in question. I can take care of myself, you and your village can no more protect me than you can protect yourselves. I was hoping it wouldn't come to Naruto. Jiraiya sighed, slipping into a fighting stance and spiking his chakra threateningly. But as a ninja of Konohagakure I must complete my duty, you'll have to come with me, Naruto. A smirk replacing his frown, Naruto straightened up and did some stretches, his own chakra spiking and brushing against the Sanin's aura. I was hoping you would say that, Jiraiya, you have something I want and this is a perfect opportunity to take it. Before Jiraiya could ask what he meant, Naruto rocketed towards him at high speeds, his first aimed at the older man's face. Dodging the blow, Jiraiya countered with a punch to the blonde's torso, but the blow was caught, the teen spinning on his heel and flipping over his shoulder and onto the ground, hard. The force of the attack actually caused them to bounce, a series of cracks resounding throughout the clearing, as several of his bones broke, blood spraying from his mouth as he gasped in pain. A moment later, they dissolved into mud, a second Jiraiya rushing towards Naruto from the forest, a low-power spiraling sphere in his hand. The powered-down technique hit Naruto square in the back, causing him to go flying into a tree, the technique carving spirals into his back. As soon as he impacted the tree, Naruto exploded into many blades of wind, slicing and reducing the tree to dust. White clone. Jiraiya realized, eyes darting about in search of the blonde. He must have learned it from his father's notes. Hopefully he doesn't know the flying thunder god yet or this will be much harder than I thought. Feeling a rumble through the ground, Jiraiya leapt away as Naruto burst from the ground, his blade swiping through the Sanin's previous location. Turning towards the airborne, Naruto reared back his arm and made a punching motion towards Jiraiya, grinning inwardly as he saw the widening of the Sanin's eyes. Hidden shadow claws. From within his cloak sleeves, 6 dozen shadowy hands shot towards the clawing and grasping for the Sanin's limbs. As the attack approached, Jiraiya snapped out of his shock at seeing the copy of his former teammate's signature technique and flew through a set of hand seals, his chakra pooling in and saturating his long mane of hair. Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's hair lengthened before wrapping around his frame, turning into thousands of needles that jutted out from his frame, completely covering and protecting him. In a puff of smoke, the shadow hands were skewered and dispelled, Jiraiya landing safely and turning towards his wayward student. That was similar to Orochimaru's technique, where did you learn it? They asked, eyes narrowed in suspicion and thought. Not that it matters or anything, Naruto replied, waving a hand nonchalantly. But I snuck into his village and raided his library, including his private collection. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock at that announcement, he had been trying for over a decade to locate Orochimaru's main base, and had yet to have any luck, how had Naruto found it? Deciding to ask later, he prepared to end the fight, his hands blurring through another set of hand seals. Needle hell. In an instant, his mane of hair snapped forward, thousands of rigid hair strands shooting towards the blonde. Despite its impressive capabilities, the attack was completely ineffective, the needles simply bouncing off of the blonde's impenetrable skin and dropping to the floor. Regardless of its apparent failure, the technique had served its true purpose, it had bought Jiraiya the time he needed. Time to end this, Naruto. Jiraiya muttered, his bleeding hands flying through a set of hand seals and slamming into the ground. Summoning technique. There was a large puff of smoke, fully hiding the clearing from sight before a gust of wind blew it away, revealing Jiraiya's summon, Gamabunta, chief summon of the Toad clan. What? Jiraiya. Why have you summoned me? The Toad boss bellowed, his brow furrowed as he puffed on his pipe. Look down, Bunta. Jiraiya answered, his tone low and solemn. Looking down, Gamabunta searched around until he saw a familiar mop of blonde hair in the clearing below, the owner glancing up at him a moment later. Naruto, eh? Gamabunta asked, his tone low and soft as well. Sorry about this, kid, but Jiraiya has seniority as our summoner, come quietly so I don't have to hurt you. It's alright, Bunta, I understand. Naruto shouted at the Toad, subtly slicing his finger and smearing blood on his hands. You're bound by a contract after all. Will you come quietly, Naruto? Jiraiya asked, hoping the blonde would surrender rather than facing a summon boss on his own. None of the other Toads will fight Bunta, since he's the boss, you can't win, just. Summoning technique. Dragon King. While Jiraiya had been speaking, Naruto had used the opportunity to release his limiter seals, allowing him to draw on the power required to form and solidify a creature the size of Gamabunta. As the smoke from the summoning cleared, Jiraiya and Gamabunta felt their jaws drop in shock, staring stupidly at the creature the blonde had summoned. Standing before them, Naruto perched on its head, was a large bipedal mythical beast, a dragon. The creature towered over Gamabunta by at least 10 meters, the horns on its head adding to the overall height and granting it a fierce appearance. It was covered from head to toe in large gray-tinted scales, while the neck, chest and underbelly were formed of some sort of light orange carapace. It had 2 large claws on each hand and foot with an incredibly long, barbed tail that stretched out far behind it, one that was swinging about in preparation. On its back were 2 large bone wings with claws on the joints and a reddish-orange membrane to allow flight. As they finished taking in the creature's appearance, the dragon reared its head back and let loose an earth-shattering roar. Roar. Kumo. Seated behind his opulent desk, the Yondaime Reikage of Kumagakure A was suddenly distracted from his battle with paperwork by the timely intervention of Naruto's summon. Turning to his window, he channeled chakra to his eyes in order to increase his vision and was just able to make out the shape of 2 large creatures in the distance, either there was a Biju out there or 2 summoners were in the middle of a battle. Turning to one of his messengers, he gave a precise order, whether it was a summoned creature or tailed beast, there was only one way to deal with this. Find Yujito and B, tell them to meet me at the gates. Hi Reikage-sama. They shouted, disappearing with a quick body flicker. Observing the shocked look on both Jiraiya and Gamabunta's faces, it took all of Naruto's willpower and several of his absorbed personality traits to keep from breaking out in laughter. Meet my boss Summon, Bahamut, King of Dragons and Lord of the Sky. Naruto announced grandly, his hands spread out at his sides and a wide grin on his face. What the hell? Jiraiya whispered, his brow furrowed in confusion. There's no such thing as a dragon contract, how did he get one? Look closer to Jiraiya, he has the same eyes as Naruto. Gamabunta pointed out, noticing the red diamond that had appeared in the eyes of both summoner and creature. That's not a summon, it's a simple chakra construct manifested by his power. What? Naruto doesn't have a bloodline, is that another gift from Jubi? Jiraiya asked, noticing the appearance of a blonde's eyes. And how is that even possible? The amount of chakra he would need to create that is well above cage level, I know he's always had huge reserves, but that's just impossible. Meh, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, pulling impossibilities out my ass is my forte. Naruto chuckled, clearly hearing the Sanin's whispered words. I don't know about the eyes, but the technique is well within his capabilities. Gamabunta replied, ignoring the blonde's comment, his reply simply gained him a confused look from Jiraiya. Can't you feel it? I suppose not, it's too well concealed for you to notice without using Sage Mode. Notice what? Jiraiya asked, focusing on Naruto in search of something he may have missed. His chakra, Gamabunta replied, taking another puff of his pipe. Well, he's very good at hiding and concealing his power, it's almost impossible to hide from a user of natural chakra, I can easily sense his chakra reserves. Even though some of it is being restrained by some type of seal, he has as much chakra as a tailed beast, I would put him somewhere around the 7 tails in raw power. Jiraiya gasped at that, his mind trying to comprehend the sheer levels of chakra the blonde held, 7 tails worth of chakra was the equivalent of 24 cage level shinobi. How is that even possible? How did his reserves increase so dramatically? Jiraiya wondered, trying to recall how much chakra the blonde had contained at their meeting over a year ago. He's only been gone a year and 4 months. He was brought out of his thoughts by Gamabunta jumping back, the toad avoiding a dangerous tail swipe from the dragon-shaped construct. Don't forget about me old man. Naruto shouted, urging his summon forwards. Gamabunta continued hopping around, dodging the dragon's furious swipes while trying to land a hit with his blade, his massive tanto bouncing off the dragon's armored hide to no effect. As the 2 beasts clashed, Naruto and Jiraiya would exchange attacks, the blonde using his Kai blasts, while Jiraiya defended and retaliated with different ninjutsu. This continued for several minutes until Gamabunta found an opening, allowing him to get in close enough for Jiraiya to jump, the toad leaping towards Naruto with a super great ball spiraling sphere in his hand. Naruto was forced to drop down from his summon in order to avoid the attack, a wise choice as the chakra sphere exploded on contact, expanding and reducing the dragon's head to a bloody stump while flinging Jiraiya back onto Gamabunta's head. The 3 stood there transfixed as blood, meat and brain matter went flying in all directions, announcing the death of the massive summon. Rather than dispelling however, the summon remained standing, the top portion of its body simply missing. Strangely enough, Naruto found that he could still feel the section of his soul anchored to the dragon. The dragon was still alive. Testing out a hunch, he tried pouring more chakra into the headless body, channeling a large portion of his power into the beast's body. In a burst of blood and gore, the dragon was fully healed, its brains, skull and flesh fully regenerating in an instant, Naruto returning to his spot atop its head. Interesting, as long as my soul remains in the body it won't dispel, this has gone further than a regular summoning technique Naruto realized, grinning at the looks of surprise and shock on his opponents' faces. Damn it, at this rate we lose, what do we do? Gamabunta asked, his tone tired and weak. Let's try causing continuous damage, give me some oil bunta. Jiraiya ordered, already flying through hand seals. Hearing the command, Gamma Bunta leapt into the sky, his hands forming a seal as his mouth inflated and his cheeks puffed out. Overhearing Jiraiya's plan, Naruto formed a counterattack and relayed his plans to his summon, projecting a clear image through their mental connection. As Gamma Bunta released his oil and Jiraiya prepared to set it aflame, Bahamut reared back its head and released a ball of purple flames, aiming directly for the stream of oil. With a mighty flare, the oil was ignited, the flames quickly running up the stream and following it back to its source, causing the Toad Chief to dispel before he could end the stream. Jiraiya's scream echoed throughout the area, plummeting to the ground covered in a thick layer of violet fire. Seeing the surrounding forest set ablaze by the flailing, Naruto ran through a set of hand seals, performing one of his mother's original jutsu to counteract the mighty flames. Uzumaki's secret technique. Grand Meteor Shower. As the name suggested, the jutsu caused the water in the air to form several boulder-sized orbs of water, orbs that rained down from the sky, exploding on contact with the ground and effectively putting out the flames. With that done, he dispelled his summon and made his way towards the Toad Sannin's last location, knowing full well that Jiraiya had survived his fall in the fire. He arrived to find Jiraiya lying in a small crater, he was covered in several burns and cuts, his right arm and leg were broken, and he had lost consciousness. Kneeling next to the man, Naruto began his absorption process, draining some blood and chakra from Jiraiya. Standing up, he frowned down at the body, trying to decide what to do about Jiraiya. Be glad that I want you to live until the village is burned down. Naruto muttered, summoning a toad-shaped construct the size of a wagon. Placing Jiraiya on the toad, he gave it plenty of chakra and sent it towards Konoha, the creature hopping away with a croak. Turning away from the disappearing summon, Naruto headed off towards Kumo at a sedate pace, leaving the devastated forest behind. Naruto had been walking for several minutes before he felt 3 large chakra signatures approaching his position, 3 large and extremely powerful signatures at that. Landing in a clearing a few miles from the approaching shinobi, he leant back against a tree with his arms crossed and waited, allowing a portion of his power to be sensed by the approaching nin. Several seconds later, 3 people entered the clearing from the forest, he recognized them as the Raikage and Kumo's 2 Jinchuriki. Well, it seems we have a missing nin in our territory. The Raikage spoke, his tone deep and gruff. What do you want, Namikaze? Greetings Raikage-sama. Naruto greeted, bowing politely and smiling. I was on my way to Kumo to meet with you before I had a small run-in with Jiraiya of the Sannin, I'm sure our battle is what drew your presence here. You fought Jiraiya? Is he still around here? Kunoichi asked Yujiro Nai if he remembered correctly. No miss. Naruto began, pretending to not know her name, just as he had done with Harable. Yujiro Nai. She supplied, looking a bit surprised, she was quite famous as the Nibi's vessel after all. Ah, a beautiful name for a beautiful woman. Naruto replied with a smile, causing her to blush lightly. No, he is no longer here, I defeated him several minutes ago and had him transported to Konoha as a message. Be that as it may, why should I speak with you boy? The Raikage cut in, brow furrowed thoughtfully. Your father and village did quite a number on us during the war, give me a good reason not to just kill you and collect on the reward. Naruto shrugged at that, looking unbothered by the direct threat from a cage-level shinobi. Because, as I'm sure your 2 companions will tell you, you can't win. Isn't that correct Yujiro Nai, vessel of the 3-tailed monster cat and killer bee, vessel of the 9-tailed giant ox? That caused them to stiffen, their eyes widening in a mix of shock and surprise. They had yet to inform anyone of the Biju's rise in power, and with the other vessels being the secret of Kazekage, the insane Mizukage, and a couple of missing nin, word had yet to spread about it. Yo bro, how do you know? B rapped, his expression completely serious. Naruto gave him an amused smile before replying. You're speaking to the former vessel of the 10-tailed demon fox. He explained, causing their eyes to widen even further. Wait, former? Yujiro asked, her face scrunching up in confusion. Naruto found it kind of cute, but he chose to keep that to himself. I'm sure you all felt a large energy surge a few months ago, correct? He asked, receiving a trio of nods from the Kumo nin. That was me releasing the Jubi. How are you still alive then? I asked, eyes narrowing in suspicion unsealing the beast should have killed you. I have my ways. Naruto grinned, much to the annoyance of the short-tempered cage. He growled in his annoyance and made to leap forward, but he was stopped by B, his younger brother grabbing him by the shoulder and preventing him from dashing forward. He turned towards his brother angrily, snarling and spiking his chakra, but he simply received a stern look in reply. Listen up bro, fighting's a no-go. The dark-skinned Jinchuriki rapped quietly. He may act like a clown, but Kyuubi says not to throw down. You should stand down as a kitten, that boy is very powerful. Sanbi informed her host, drawing Yujido's attention from the arguing brothers. I can sense that he has far more chakra than I do. How is that possible, Nico-chan? Yujito asked, her tone clearly conveying her shock at that statement. Tailed beasts had a lot of chakra. I am not sure, but he is quite powerful. He would make a fine mate for you. Nico purred, her tone changing from cautionary advising to sensual teasing. What? He's like 5 years younger than me. Yujito replied with a blush. Sanbi was always trying to get her to select a mate. Age shouldn't matter when you're a ninja. Sanbi purred in reply, making some amount of sense. You should hurry before someone snatches him up like a kitten. Ignoring the demon's teasing, she added her own opinion to the argument between the Raikage and his brother. Nico says the same, that boy has even more chakra than she does, it would be a difficult battle. Hearing this, the Raikage decided to listen to his two best jonin, he would restrain himself. For now. Alright Namikaze, what do you want to speak about? Asked, turning his attention to the smirking blonde. And so Naruto proceeded to inform them about his plans for Konoha, his agreement with Iwa and Suna, his goals and plans regarding Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. At the end of his explanation, the Raikage invited him to the village, giving him a chance to repeat his offer to the council. Should we agree to this alliance, what do you have to offer Kumo? One of the councillors asked, eyes narrowed shrewdly. We have our own mines, forests and farmlands, what do you have to offer that we cannot acquire ourselves? I'll offer you the one thing Kumo has always wanted, the Byakugan. Naruto replied, enjoying the looks on all their faces. Would you just hand over a Hyuga from your village? Another councillor asked, leaning forward as he spoke. No. Naruto replied, earning frowns from the many people in the room. Then what? The Raikage snapped, losing interest in the politics of the situation. When my siege begins, I will save those that I hold no grudge against, this includes the Hyuga branch family. Naruto explained, drawing the interest of the council. They will need a new home, somewhere to rebuild their clan and grow stronger, this can be that home. Whispers spread throughout the room, the council growing excited at receiving not just one Hyuga but several dozen of them, an entire clan of trained Byakugan wielders, rather than having to build their own from scratch. My offer is not one Hyuga but over 100 of them. Naruto continued, bringing an end to the excited whispers. I'll also give you my notes on how to remove the cage bird seal, allowing you to earn the full loyalty and gratitude of the branch Hyuga. By now many of the councillors had large grins plastered on the faces, there was no way they could possibly refuse. You have a deal Namikaze, now let's discuss terms. The Raikage announced, smiling for the first time since meeting the blonde. After a few hours of deliberation, the contract was finalized, Naruto would deliver the Hyugas to Kumo, and they would assist him in the building and defending of his village. Kumo would also forward a portion of their missions towards him, allowing the new village to quickly build up its reputation and funds. Once the treaty was signed and finalized, the blonde found himself dragged to the nearest bar by the Raikage and B, the two having planned a night of celebrating and partying. Hours into the partying, they were joined by Yujito and Team Samui, a drunk Naruto enjoying himself by flirting with Yujito, Samui and Kari. Naruto spent roughly a month in Kumo, training and partying with his new friends, it was quite an enjoyable place as far as he was concerned. This had also served to increase his hatred of Konoha, hanging around with the other vessels, had shown him the kind of life he could have led, the kind of life he should have led. In Kumo, demon vessels were worshipped and revered, they were treated like the heroes they were for their sacrifice. Kumo was a wonderful place to live as a demon vessel. On the subject of his training, he had managed to complete his elemental manipulation exercises, making him a master of the 5 elements. He had also mastered all of the jutsu in his stolen recovered scrolls, as well as a few new lightning jutsu that his new friends had taught him, in exchange he had taught them his versions of the 1000 birds and the lightning cutter, both of which had been added to Kumo's jutsu library. Once the month came to a close, he informed the Raikage that he would be leaving, suggesting that they follow Iwa's lead and place him in the bingo book. Of course that had led to A demanding a spar, the Raikage looking to fight such a powerful opponent and test the claims of his bingo book entry. Wanting to garner some fun out of the battle, Naruto negotiated with the cage so that he would fight Team Samui and the Raikage together, followed by a fight against both demon hosts. The battle had been quite fun for the blonde, a mix of ninjutsu and jinjutsu against Team Samui, with some high-speed taijutsu against the Raikage, Naruto, choosing to match them in their own specialties before deciding to end it. After 2 hours of slinging around jutsu and exchanging blows, he began utilizing many of his other abilities, employing his speed techniques and several high-level jinjutsu. With a series of lightning-fast strikes, he defeated Team Samui, rendering them all unconscious before turning his full attention to the Raikage. The battle against A was over in a flash, Naruto cheating and turning the man's lightning release armor against him, resulting in a painful electrocution until he passed out. After that came the fight with Yujito and B, both vessels choosing to immediately use their demon forms after the display of his skills, knowing that they would require their full strength if they wanted to stand an inkling of a chance. Summoning Bahamut to hold off B, Naruto focused his attention on Yujito's flaming form, quickly defeating her with his speed and the use of several of his mother's more powerful water techniques. Once Yujito was defeated, he struck B with a royal hollow flash, one so powerful that it not only knocked B out of demon form, but also vaporized a mountain behind the man. That feat had easily gained him the SS rank in the Kumo Bingo books. With his mission completed and his goal accomplished, he soon left Kumo and headed towards the last of the great ninja villages, the village hidden in the mist. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys in the next video.